Thud, thud, thud. An ice-blue water dragon slammed into the stone vines with crushing force. The rushing magic tore through several of them before its power finally weakened and scattered into mist. But the remaining pale vines shot forward at once, coiling tightly around Gwen and lifting her helplessly into the air. Hex let out a cold laugh as he floated in front of her. With one swift motion, he snatched the charm of luck from her chest. Now no one can stop me, he shouted, raising the pendant like a priceless treasure as wild laughter echoed through the tunnel. Damn it, Gwen gritted her teeth and struggled, but the stone vines held her firmly in place. Hex pressed the charm of luck into the charms of bezel on his chest. At last, all 5 bezel stones were complete. Overwhelmed with excitement, he pulled out the Archamata Book of Spells. Its pages flipped rapidly on their own as he began chanting ancient, obscure incantations that echoed through the dark underground passage. As his voice grew louder, violent winds burst around him, howling through the tunnels like invisible beasts. Whoosh! A powerful gust suddenly attacked from behind. Hex's expression changed. He instantly activated the charm of levitation and shot upward, narrowly avoiding the crushing blow. You're pretty fast for a coward, Humongousaur snorted, lowering his fist. At the same time, Forearms and Grandpa Max rushed to his side, facing Hex head-on. Hex frowned. His spell had been interrupted, which meant he could not release the full power of the Keystone of Bezel yet. You keep ruining my plans. Hex roared. I'll make you pay for this. He swung his wand, summoning 2 blazing fire dragons that rushed toward them. Humongousaur clapped his palms together, releasing a powerful shockwave that shattered both fire dragons into sparks. Damn it, that bastard's gone. Forearms cursed. They quickly scanned the area, but Hex had already vanished. Humongousaur guessed he had fled to absorb the Keystone's power before returning for revenge. Cuz, help me. Gwen, now stripped of her charm of luck, was still hanging in the air, completely trapped by the stone vines. Humongousaur stepped forward and easily tore the vines apart. He caught the trembling Gwen and gently placed her on the ground. Cuz, what do we do now? Forearms asked, spreading his hands. Let's get back outside first, Humongousaur said. He picked Gwen up and moved toward the tunnel exit. Forearms grabbed Grandpa Max and leapt after them. Time was running out. They had to find Hex before he gained ultimate power. When they finally emerged from the haunted house, the once bright sky had already turned pitch black. Dark clouds rolled above the city, torn apart by flashes of lightning. Fierce winds swept through the streets, and thunder rumbled like the end of the world. High in the sky, Hex floated alone, his robes whipping wildly in the freezing wind. I'll turn this city into a ghost town, he roared. He raised the Archamata Book of Spells and began chanting again. His voice echoed across the storm-covered sky. The Keystone of Bezel on his chest blazed with golden light, releasing a terrifying wave of magic that swept through the entire city. Cars, trees, and even screaming people were lifted into the air, swallowed by the violent magical storm. Water Dragon Soul. Gwen unleashed her water magic from behind, striking Hex directly. The sudden attack broke his concentration, and everything caught in the storm began crashing back down. Gwen clenched her teeth and used the last of her strength to summon water bubbles beneath the falling people, cushioning their descent and saving them from certain death. You again. Hex snarled. He raised his grey wand and fired a blazing serpent of fire. Humongousaur stepped in front of Gwen and shattered it with a single punch. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Destroy the Keystone of Bezel. Reward, random alien hero. Hex looked down at Humongousaur with disdain. You dumb creature can't even fly up here. What can you do to me? If you've got the guts, come down here and fight. Forearms shouted. I'll smash you flat. Humongousaur grabbed a nearby stone block, swung it around, and hurled it into the sky. Hex, wary of his strength, quickly dodged aside. But at that moment, a powerful gust slammed into his face, stinging his cheeks. He turned sharply. His eyes widened in shock. The massive Humongousaur had somehow appeared beside him in midair, both feet planted firmly on a hoverboard. The sight alone was enough to make Hex's heart tremble. Under Hex's horrified gaze, Humongousaur clenched his mountain-like fist and struck with terrifying force. With a single punch, he sent Hex flying downward. Hex activated a purple protective shield at the last second, but it shattered instantly under the impact. His body whistled through the air before slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. Humongousaur rode the hoverboard down after him, carrying tremendous momentum as he crashed toward the crater. A purple afterimage darted out from the pit just in time, barely escaping the strike. Before Hex could steady himself, Forearms grabbed him, spun him around violently, and hurled him away. Thud! Hex flew backward like a broken kite, tumbling across the ground. At the same time, the Keystone of Bezel slipped from his chest and landed nearby. No, my pendant. Hex gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise despite the pain. Crash! A massive brown figure descended from above. Humongousaur's foot came down hard on the chain of the charms of Bezel. The overwhelming force crushed it into fragments in an instant. The shattered charm released an eerie blue glow that drifted upward, letting out a faint wailing sound as if mourning its own destruction. No! Hex cried out in despair. You freak, let this hero punish you, Forearms said, cracking his knuckles as he strode forward. You'll regret this. Hex snarled. He pulled a magic stone from his cloak and threw it to the ground. It exploded in a flash of light, and his figure vanished. With that, all 5 keystones of Bezel were finally destroyed. Ding successfully destroyed the Keystone of Bezel. Obtained a random alien hero chest. Can be opened anytime. The group looked over the ruined surroundings, then exchanged tired but relieved smiles. Hex's plan had failed. Lucian had destroyed the pendant and stopped the vibrant city from becoming a ghost town. After taking a moment to recover, they continued their journey toward their next destination. Later, on the road, Gwen sat listlessly on the bed inside the rust bucket, hugging a soft pillow. You all did great this time, Grandpa Max said cheerfully from the driver's seat. Later, Grandpa Max will treat you to a big feast so you can recharge. The three sitting in the back exchanged stiff looks. Their forced smiles looked more like grimaces. Gwen sighed. Not great at all. I lost my charm of luck. I'm not lucky girl anymore. The charm was only an aid, Lucian said from beside her. Winning or losing depends on you. Besides, I don't think you need its power. He was right. Gwen carried the bloodline of an Anodite. Her own potential was far greater than any external charm. And if she had kept wearing it, the pendant would continue absorbing the luck of those around her, bringing misfortune to everyone nearby. That kind of power was dangerous. Thanks, cuz, Gwen murmured, lowering her head as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Gwen, you destroyed the charm. You did the right thing, Ben mumbled while chewing on a chocolate bar. Maybe, Gwen shrugged. Then a mischievous spark flashed in her eyes as she turned toward him. Since I lost my charm of luck, do me one small favor. What favor? Ben asked, blinking in confusion. Just admit that I'm really awesome, Gwen said with a soft sigh. Ben thought about it. His nerdy little cousin really had gone through a lot. Going from a phoenix back to a pigeon must have hurt. Fine. He would let her have this one. Ben put down his chocolate bar, cleared his throat, and said seriously, Gwen, you really are amazing. Satisfied? Gwen chuckled. Super satisfied? Good, because I'm never saying it again. Ben waved her off and picked up his chocolate again. Hee, no need to say it again, Gwen said with a grin. Then she pulled a sleek MP3 player from under her pillow and pressed play. Gwen, you really are amazing. Gwen, you really are amazing. You recorded it? Oh, come on. Ben slapped his forehead, realizing he had been tricked. Ha ha ha, you never said I couldn't record it. Gwen laughed, her voice filling the room. Beside them, Lucian shook his head with a helpless smile. These two were too entertaining. Thankfully, they were. Otherwise, this journey would have been far too dull. With a quiet sigh, Lucian turned his gaze toward the night sky outside the window. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. He wondered where Ghost Freak had fled, when it would return, and what had happened to Kevin after he absorbed the Omnitrix's energy. 2 days later, in the heart of downtown, the rust bucket rolled into Chinatown. The streets were lively and colorful, lined with red lanterns, traditional decorations, and shops filled with traces of Chinese culture. Most of the people here were of Chinese descent, and the whole place carried a warm, bustling atmosphere. Grandpa Max parked the rust bucket outside a traditional Chinese medicine shop. The reason was simple. Someone was sick. Inside the rust bucket, Ben lay weakly on his small bed. His face was pale, his nose was blocked, and his ears kept ringing. Grandpa, I'm not sick, Ben muttered in a trembling voice. I don't want medicine, and I definitely don't want any shots. Even with a thick quilt wrapped around him, he was still shivering. Grandpa Max shook his head firmly. No chance, Ben. You've got 102. That's a real fever. If this keeps up, your brain's gonna fry, kid. Grandpa's right, Ben. You should listen to him, Lucian said from beside the bed. Gwen looked out the window at the herbal shop, confused. But Grandpa, why are we here? Shouldn't we take Ben to a hospital? Max chuckled proudly. Hospitals aren't half as good as Grandpa. What Ben needs is my specialty, Sanju herbal cold remedy. Oh, man, Ben groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead as a terrible feeling rose in his chest. A few moments later, Grandpa Max led Lucian and Gwen into the Chinese medicine shop. The moment they stepped inside, a thick herbal fragrance filled Lucian's senses. Countless medicinal scents mixed together in the air, but instead of being unpleasant, the aroma was strangely soothing. Angelica root, prepared remenya, Chinese knotweed, cassia seeds, wild lingzi mushrooms. The shelves were packed with all kinds of herbs, and from the look of it, none of them were cheap. In a place like Chinatown, rent and utilities alone were enough to raise the prices. Behind the counter stood a tall, graceful Chinese-American woman with delicate features. Her jet-black hair was tied into a high ponytail, catching the light as she turned toward them. Hello, how can I help you today? She asked with a polite smile. Noticing that the customers were Western, she smoothly switched to fluent English. Lucian's eyes narrowed slightly. Since coming to this world, nearly every woman he had met had been Western, with blonde hair, blue eyes, bronze skin, or sharp features. After seeing it too many times, his sense of beauty had almost gone numb. For the first time, he actually missed scrolling through short videos back in his old life. At least back then, he could open his phone and see beautiful women from his own country. Sure, many of them looked a little similar, but they were still easy on the eyes. Asian women really did have their own charm. Gentle, refined, and graceful in a quiet way. Grandpa Max scratched his head as he studied the young woman behind the counter. I remember the owner being a middle-aged man, Max said. He even tried to sell me deer penis once. Am I remembering wrong? The young woman gave an awkward laugh. That was my father. He's been busy lately, so he asked me to watch the shop. Oh, I see. Max nodded in understanding. What kind of prescription are you looking for? She asked with a bright smile. We carry almost everything. If it's Chinese medicine available on the market, our shop probably has it. I need some platycodon root for Sanju Yenpian cold remedy, Grandpa Max said, glancing around the store. He still had to get back quickly and make medicine for Ben. Of course.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Please wait a moment. The young woman turned toward the shelves. After searching for a while, she picked up a sealed jar of dried platycodon root and brought it over, handing it to Max with both hands. Here is the platycodon root you requested, she said with a bright smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Max hesitated. I was wondering if you had any fresh platycodon root instead of dried. He knew that once the herb was dried, its medicinal effect would be weaker. The young woman gave a nervous chuckle and rubbed the side of her nose. Sorry, we're all out of the fresh kind. Lucian noticed the small movement immediately, touching her nose unconsciously. She might be lying. He guessed the shop mostly served Chinese customers, so they probably kept the better herbs for familiar clients and gave ordinary substitutes to outsiders. Hearing her answer, Grandpa Max sighed in disappointment and prepared to leave with the others. Wait a moment, Lucian suddenly said. Gwen looked at him in confusion. What's wrong, cuz? For one strange second, a ridiculous thought flashed through her mind. Could Lucian be trying to buy that, dear penis? The moment the thought appeared, Gwen quickly shook her head, her cheeks turning red. What was she even thinking? How could she assume something that weird about her cousin? Of course, Lucian had no idea what was going through Gwen's mind. He stepped up to the counter with a gentle smile. Hello, he said in fluent Chinese. We really need your shop's fresh platycodon root. My cousin is seriously sick, and his fever is getting worse. Please, could you make an exception? His clear Mandarin reached the young woman's ears. Her dark eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the handsome young man in front of her. Sword-like brows, bright eyes, sharp yet elegant features, slightly messy black hair. Calm, composed, and carrying a quiet charm that could easily make a young woman's heart beat faster. A true Eastern heartthrob. Hi, the Chinese-American girl stammered, suddenly so nervous she could barely speak. Although Chinatown had many Chinese people, there were not many young men around. Most were middle-aged businessmen or elderly uncles. Seeing a handsome young man with such striking Eastern looks was rare. Hello. Lucian waved a hand lightly in front of her face. Are you listening? Oh, The girl snapped back to reality, her face flushing red. Since it's a matter of life and death, our shop definitely can't just stand by. I'll get the medicine right away. Before she even finished speaking, she hurried into the back room and began rummaging through boxes and shelves. Lucian, you're really something, Grandpa Max said with a grin, giving him a thumbs up. As a former plumber, Max understood enough Chinese to follow the exchange, though he had not expected Lucian's Mandarin to be so fluent. What Max did not know was that Lucian was no longer the same person. His soul now belonged to someone from China, and he was fluent not only in Chinese, but even in tongue twisters. Gwen stood off to the side with her arms crossed, her head turned away in a pout. She had not understood a word of their conversation, but seeing the girl blush in front of Lucian and stand so close to him made Gwen feel strangely irritated. Before long, the Chinese-American girl came running back. Her hair was slightly messy, and she was holding a bag of fresh platycodon root. Here you go, handsome. Fresh platycodon root, she said, brushing a strand of black hair behind her ear as she smiled. Hurry and save your cousin. Thanks. Lucian smiled politely and accepted the bag. Grandpa Max chuckled and shook his head. If I'd known this would work, I would have sent you in from the start. Who said good looks were useless? No, that's not it, the girl quickly said, her face turning even redder as she waved her hands. These fresh platycodon roots were actually reserved for another customer. But since this is a life or death situation, our shop made an exception out of humanitarian concern so this handsome customer's cousin could get treated in time. As for the person who reserved them, well, they can wait for the next batch. Yeah, sure. Sounds totally convincing, Gwen huffed before turning and walking toward the door. Anyway, thank you, Lucian said with a faint smile before leaving with Grandpa Max and Gwen. The Chinese-American girl stood behind the counter, frozen in place as she watched him go. Her eyes softened slightly, and she swallowed. He's so handsome. Back in the rust bucket, Grandpa Max wasted no time. He went straight to the kitchenette, prepping fresh platycodon roots to brew his signature Sanju Yenpian cold remedy. Grandpa, I really don't want medicine. I'm fine. Ben rasped, slumped weakly on the bed, looking miserable. Doofus, listen to Grandpa, Gwen said, eyes still on her laptop. Can I at least get a snow cone? My throat hurts like crazy, Ben coughed twice. Don't worry, Ben. Once I finish this Sanju Yenpian tea and add some mandrake honey syrup, it'll stop your cough, clear phlegm, and soothe your throat, Grandpa said kindly, continuing to work. Lucian walked over, watching him soak the platycodon roots. Grandpa, I'm curious who taught you these traditional Chinese remedies. Sanju Yenpian tea was a classic herbal medicine often used to treat colds and sore throats. Usually, only people from China relied on it, since Westerners preferred modern drugs that worked faster and were easier to take just a few pills. Of course, Faster results came with stronger side effects, unlike the gentler nature of Chinese herbs. Many Westerners hadn't even heard of Sanju Yanpian tea, let alone made it themselves. Hearing Lucian's question, Grandpa smiled. Me? I learned it from a monk. He taught me a lot, including quite a few practical herbal formulas. Grandpa, you've been to China. Gwen looked surprised. Were you really just a plumber before? Grandpa Max gave an awkward laugh. Sure. China has plumbing problems too. Really? Gwen clasped her hands behind her back, leaning forward slightly as she studied his uneasy face. Really? Boom! A sudden explosion rocked the street beside the rust bucket, shattering the calm. Everyone turned toward the window. A nearby Mercedes had exploded, reduced to flaming wreckage by some kind of weapon. At the same time, sharp screams echoed from all directions. The once peaceful Chinatown erupted into chaos. Panicked pedestrians scattered like startled birds, fleeing in every direction. Through the window, Lucian saw over a dozen armed, black-clad thugs tearing through the street. They fired wildly at anyone in sight while looting the surrounding shops. These guys are going too far, Grandpa Max said, anger flashing in his eyes. The magical girl is about to head out, Gwen said, about to jump out of the RV. They've got guns, Lucian said, stopping her with one arm. Stay in the car. They're just low-level thugs, I'll take care of it. Cuz, so manly, Gwen said, eyes sparkling. Be careful, Lucian, Grandpa Max warned. His expression grew serious. Fights were no joke. This summer had already been full of danger, aliens, crooks, and chaos everywhere. Maybe it was time to visit Mount Rushmore for a little extra protection. Before stepping out, Lucian pressed the Omnitrix, cycling rapidly through his hero options. Cannonbolt, Big Chill, Swamp Fire, Humongousaur. He needed something powerful enough to hit hard without being lethal. Beep! A holographic projection of 4 arms appeared on the Omnitrix. You're the one. Lucian slammed his hand down. Thud! A ghostly glow flashed as 4 arms squeezed out of the rust bucket. His legs fired like cannonballs, propelling him straight toward the thugs. Ben, who had looked sickly just moments ago, sprang to his feet the instant he heard about the commotion. Hero time. He pressed his watch to switch heroes, a grin spreading across his face. Ben, you're sick. You need to rest. Before Gwen could finish, Ben jumped out of the RV and slammed down on the Omnitrix. Roar. Wildmutt let out a guttural growl, its powerful limbs surging forward as it charged after 4 arms. But the moment he transformed, all sensation vanished. Darkness swallowed him whole. He could see nothing, smell nothing. Wildmutt shook its head. The gill sacks on its sides oozed thick fluid, dripping onto the ground. Gross. Gwen arrived just in time to witness the sight. Must be the cold, Grandpa Max said thoughtfully as he stepped closer. It probably blocked Wildmutt's nostrils, messing with his sense of his surroundings. Did you hear that, doofus? Get back to the rust bucket and rest. Gwen scolded impatiently. Wildmutt roared in defiance, paying her no attention. With a powerful kick from its hind legs, it smashed through a pile of trash cans and sprinted off at breakneck speed. It tore through the streets in a blind frenzy, unable to see through the darkness clouding its senses. Startled pedestrians screamed and scattered, fleeing from the rampaging beast. Meanwhile, 4 arms had already reached the group of armed criminals. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Subdue all armed criminals in sight. Reward, random enhancement effect. Facing the towering 4 arms, the gangster sneered, sizing him up with mocking looks. Hey, isn't it a bit early to be dressing up for Halloween? Not really, he's about to celebrate it for real, ha ha ha. Where'd this puppet come from? Beat it, Tin Man. Hold up, let's grab his cash first. The black-clad thugs raised their guns, aiming at 4 arms as they advanced. Very well. Courageous. 4 arms cracked his knuckles, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy thuds echoed through Chinatown. Within moments, more than a dozen thugs were sprawled across the ground, piled like a heap of wreckage. They groaned and whimpered, their faces swollen and bruised, thoroughly beaten by 4 arms. Successfully subdued all vicious thugs. 4 arms strength enhanced by 10%. Current enhancement level, 20%. 4 arms stretched lazily, rolling his shoulders before turning to head back. Roar. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted from his side. 4 arms turned, his eyes narrowing. The disoriented Wildmutt lunged at him, snarling and dripping foul-smelling slime as it charged. 4 arms planted his feet like a mountain, towering and immovable. He spread his massive arms wide and locked them tightly around the rampaging Wildmutt. Taking 2 steps back, he absorbed the full force of the impact and came to a steady halt. The Wildmutt trapped in his grasp bristled instantly. Its senses were dulled, its mind a haze. It had no idea it was facing 4 arms. Roar. Wildmutt let out a thunderous roar, baring its fangs and sinking them deep into 4 arms' arm. A sharp sting shot through him. Frowning slightly, 4 arms slammed the frenzied Wildmutt into the ground. The violent crash sent sand and pebbles flying, cracking the ground in a spiderweb pattern. Snap out of it, Ben. 4 arms called out, stepping forward. Wildmutt growled lowly, shaking its head. Even though its cold dulled its sense of smell, its hearing still worked fine. It could recognize the voice. Grr. It crouched low, no longer attacking. 4 arms sighed. Go home and drink the Sanju Yanpian tea Grandpa made for you. That's the only way you'll get better. He walked over, tapped the Omnitrix, and turned back into Ben. Oh man, I actually bit 4 arms. Ben slumped to the ground, completely drained. Looked like he was really sick, couldn't even tell friend from foe anymore. Beep boop, beep boop. Sirens blared from the distance, growing louder as police vehicles rolled into the chaos of Chinatown. Under Lucian's orders, the fully armed enforcement team rounded up the thugs. A long prison term awaited them. When the officers asked how the criminals were subdued, Lucian just shrugged and said he had no idea, then led Ben back to the rust bucket. Hey, doofus. Where'd you disappear to? You had me and Grandpa worried. Gwen stood waiting at the door. Relax, nerd. The big hero's fine. Ben sniffed, looking pale and weak. Just then, Grandpa Max came over with a bowl of brown Sanju Yenpian tea. Drink up, Ben. You'll feel better faster, Grandpa said kindly. Ben took the bowl, sniffed it, and immediately gagged. Gross. Come on, Lucian said, ruffling his hair. If you don't, that cold will mess up your alien hero transformations. You don't want that, do you? Of course not. Ben pinched his nose and gulped the tea down in one go. All right, kids, Grandpa Max said as he climbed into the driver's seat. I heard there's a big lecture nearby, huge crowd, all about new city development. Thought we could check it out. Might be good for you? No one objected, and they all got busy preparing. About 20 minutes later, the rust bucket stopped outside a packed venue. On stage, a young woman in professional attire was giving an impassioned speech about the city's future planning and reconstruction. Thank you, everyone, for supporting my urban renewal plan. We'll clear away all the old buildings in the city center and let new life bloom in our beautiful city. There's still one rundown apartment that hasn't been demolished, but our team will do everything we can to bring everyone a better, more comfortable environment. Gwen pressed a hand to her forehead, peering at the stage through the sea of people. Grandpa, there are way too many people. Do we really have to go in? Since it's so crowded, let's just listen from here, Grandpa chuckled. Then we'll grab lunch. Lucian stood beside the rust bucket, scanning the area. He remembered this scene someone was about to stir up trouble, though he couldn't recall exactly who. Inside the rust bucket, Ben lay on the bed, game controller in hand, playing the latest sumo slammers. Even with a cold, the moment he started gaming, his energy returned instantly. Clack! A giant cockroach suddenly landed on the window, startling Ben so much he nearly dropped the controller. Just a cockroach. Ben let out a sigh of relief and stuck out his tongue at the creature. Shoo, you little stinker. You can't get in. Clatter. The next instant, a swarm of blood-red cockroaches swept past the window like a raging tide, surging straight toward the lecture stage ahead. Oh! Ben's hands went slack, and the game controller slipped from his grip, hitting the floor with a dull thud. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle. Amidst the bustling crowd, a tall podium stood where a slender woman passionately delivered a speech about the city's future urban planning. The audience broke into applause from time to time, their cheers and shouts of approval ringing through the air. Buzz. A yellow bee fluttered past, gliding above the crowd's heads. A few people glanced up but quickly turned their attention back to the speaker, not giving it much thought. 1 bee, 2 bees. Then more and more began to appear, until the swarm grew dense enough to stir panic and confusion among the spectators. The once clear, blue sky was suddenly swallowed by a terrifying storm of insects, blotting out the sunlight. Cockroaches, hornets, locusts, flying ants, swarms of hideous, dangerous bugs fused together into a churning vortex that raged within a 100-meter radius. In moments, the sky darkened. The droning buzz and shrill cries of countless wings filled the air, slicing through the crowd's nerves like knives. So many bugs run. How can there be this many insects? My new bag, those cockroaches chewed through it. Someone, help us. Screams, pleas for help, and the gnashing and chittering of insects blended into a cacophony that drowned the square in chaos. Many people tried to flee, but were engulfed by waves of cockroaches and hornets. The dense swarm clung to them like an insect suit, smothering them until they collapsed, writhing in agony before going still. Masses of termites swept across the ground like an unstoppable army. Wherever they passed, nothing survived. Their voracious biting devoured everything in sight without restraint. On stage, the speaker trembled uncontrollably, her panic overtaking her as she looked out at the devastation. Her hands shook as she prepared to leap from the podium. Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed from above. Hello there, beautiful lady. The woman looked up, her pupils contracting sharply. A middle-aged man hovered above her, his clothes tattered and filthy. He wore a brownish-yellow trench coat, and his pants hung loose, ripped open at both knees. But the most horrifying part was that he stood upon a writhing mass of flying locusts. His body was crawling with cockroaches, termites, and spiders, a living nest of crawling horror that made her skin crawl. It's you, the weirdo who refuses to move out of the old apartment, the woman cried in shock. In the heart of the city, there stood a decaying old apartment building that had resisted demolition for months. Despite her team's repeated attempts to negotiate, the owner stubbornly refused to leave and worse, filled the building with countless insects that had overrun the place. Determined to evict this last holdout, her team had gone to the site earlier that morning, ready to forcefully demolish the cancer in the city center. By now, it should have already been leveled. But clearly, something had gone wrong. The insect freak's eyes gleamed with madness as he stood atop the swirling locust cloud. It's you? You're the one who tried to destroy our home, he roared. He thrust out his arm, and a torrent of cockroaches poured from his sleeve, wrapping around the terrified woman. The insects engulfed her completely, weaving around her body until she was clothed in a writhing, crimson coat of bugs. The woman hung suspended in midair, half her face visible as she screamed, "What the hell do you want?" "To invite you to our home for dinner." The insect freak's sickly green face twisted into a sinister grin. "Though, the main course will be you." "No, please, no." The speaker's face went pale with terror. "That's not up to you," the insect freak sneered. "Anyone who tried to destroy their home would pay the price." Just as he was about to carry the woman away, a violent gust roared from the side. Whoosh! A blazing fireball, glowing crimson and radiating searing heat like a miniature sun, streaked toward them at high speed. Startled, the insect freak immediately commanded hundreds of hornets to cluster together, forming a buzzing yellow insect shield before him. Sizzle! The scorching fireball struck the shield head-on, its intense heat mercilessly roasting the insects. Charred bodies rained down onto the red carpet of the lecture stage. The fiery orb dissipated into the air as its energy ran out, leaving behind scorched remains. Only then did the insect freak clearly see his opponent. Tall and lean, with dark blue-green skin and a crown of flickering flames encircling his head, the figure bore a strange emblem on his chest. "Who are you, daring to ruin my plans?" the insect freak roared, his rage boiling. No one had ever stood in his way before. "Your old man," Swampfire shot back, raising one arm to unleash another torrent of blazing flames that surged toward him. Dodging aside, the insect freak barked an order to the cockroaches swarming around the terrified speaker. "My precious ones, take her home? We'll have her as our guest and dine together tonight." "No," the woman cried, tears streaming down her face. Countless blood-red cockroaches with smooth backs crawled up her body, their wings buzzing as they lifted her into the air, carrying her toward the distant old apartment. "Not a chance." Swampfire's palm opened to reveal several seeds, which he tossed onto the ground. Crash! Thick green vines burst upward, breaking through the stone pavement like roaring dragons, twisting and lunging toward the airborne woman. But before the vines could reach her, a swarm of savage locusts dove down, baring their mandibles as they tore into the green tendrils. Within seconds, the vines were riddled with holes. Their vitality drained away, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The blood-red cockroaches, carrying the screaming woman, vanished into the distance. Swampfire clenched his fists, ready to strike again. Suddenly, a massive shadow shot out from behind. "Step aside. Let the hero handle this disgusting bug freak." Four Arms shouted. With an incredible leap, he closed the distance in an instant. The insect freak flicked his sleeve, sending out a torrent of locusts mixed with hornets. The swarm merged into a violent storm of insects that slammed into Four Arms' chest. Boom! Caught midair with no way to dodge, Four Arms took the full force of the blow. He let out a pained cry as the impact sent him flying backward like a snapped kite. He crashed into a street stall with a thunderous impact, scattering debris everywhere. On the stage, Swampfire unleashed another wave of roaring flames, clashing fiercely once more with the insect freak. Four Arms lay sprawled amid the wreckage, surrounded by dozens of black spiders with glowing red eyes closing in. Aqua Arrow. Streams of clear water shot from Gwen's fingertips, striking each spider with pinpoint accuracy. Every shot landed true, wiping them out cleanly without wasting a drop of mana. "Doofus, you okay?" Gwen called out as she ran up. How could the great hero be hurt? "I'm going to help my cuz pound that creep." Four Arms got to his feet. A foul stench suddenly wafted from his armpits. "Ugh, that's disgusting." Gwen pinched her nose. Four Arms glanced down and saw his armpits covered in clusters of green pus-filled boils, oozing and stinking terribly. It must be Ben's cold. It even made Four Arms' armpits rot into boils. Grandpa Max said as he came running over, panting. "Oh man." Four Arms scratched his head. "Whatever, I'm still going to help Lucian." With a powerful jump, he launched himself like a cannonball straight toward the podium. Around them, swarms of insects still filled the air. Grandpa Max and Gwen wasted no time, rushing to help the civilians bitten or trapped by the bugs. Swampfire brought his palms together, summoning roaring flames that intertwined into a massive crimson pillar. The blazing heat wave surged toward the insect freak. Now the insect freak was completely covered in cockroaches, as if clad in a hardened red armor. He commanded legions of vile insects with terrifying power. Cockroaches focused on defense, while hornets, termites, spiders, and others attacked in waves. The battle grew more and more intense. "This guy's a real pain," Swampfire muttered, smacking away a spider and stepping back. The freak seemed to have an endless swarm kill one horde, and another replaced it immediately. "Hey, you can't beat me, plant man," the insect freak taunted proudly. "Soon, we'll rule the world? The bug crisis has just begun. If you want to be king, then be ready to die for your kingdom." Four Arms shouted, charging forward and unleashing a flurry of punches. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Defeat the terrifying insect freak and resolve the bug crisis. Complete the mission to unlock a random hero. A stream of system prompts echoed in Swampfire's mind. He suddenly remembered that after destroying the bezel keystone last time, he still had an unopened alien hero chest. Open the chest, Lucian thought silently. Chest successfully opened. New alien hero Ditto unlocked. It was Ditto, the so-called cutest hero. Swampfire shook his head helplessly. Though this new hero could split into multiple clones, his combat power was far from impressive. He had no exceptional strength or speed, only the ability to divide infinitely. Worse, if even one clone died, the original would die too. The ability felt almost useless. If it were Echo, that would be different. Not only was his combat ability strong, but even if all but one clone were destroyed, it wouldn't affect his survival. Watching the insect freak and 4 arms locked in fierce battle, Swampfire spread his palms and unleashed a wave of roaring flames as he charged up the towering lecture platform. Boom! The insect freak, clad in cockroach armor, swung his massive, blood-red fist, its terrifying power smashing down toward 4 arms. You idiot! Taste my power! 4 arms blocked the attack with one hand and struck back with the other, slamming his iron-like fist straight into the insect freak's chest. But the sandbag-sized punch vanished as if it had sunk into a swamp, swallowed by the swarm of cockroaches. The insects clung to the insect freak's body, trapping 4 arms' fist so tightly he couldn't pull free. Who's the idiot now? The insect freak sneered coldly, raising his thick leg and kicking 4 arms hard, sending him flying. Just as he was about to press his attack, Swampfire arrived in time. His towering figure stepped in front of 4 arms, his palms igniting as he hurled blazing flames that forced the insect freak back. Covered in crawling cockroaches, the insect freak's half-exposed greenish face twisted in rage. His eyes burned with ferocity as he growled, "Plant man, try this on for size." The moment his words fell, he summoned a horde of termites from beneath the ground. They surged forward at astonishing speed, flooding across the lecture hall floor like a torrent of white grains. Within seconds, they had surrounded Swampfire and 4 arms completely. Caught off guard, 4 arms was quickly overrun. The termites crawled up his legs and burrowed into his pants, unleashing waves of unbearable itching that made him thrash and roll in agony. Despite his thick, tough skin, even the vicious termites couldn't bite through him. They only left an unbearable itch crawling over every inch of his body. Hold still, Swampfire said calmly. He swung his arm, releasing a burst of fire that scorched 4 arms' lower body, burning away the termites. Then, planting both palms against the ground, he drew a blazing circle of fire around them, forming a protective barrier. Countless termites charged fearlessly into the flames, throwing themselves at the ring of fire like moths to a flame. One after another, they were consumed and turned to ash, leaving nothing behind. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as the insect freak raised his massive, hammer-like fist. The stench of decay filled the air as he brought it crashing down toward Swampfire. Swampfire snorted coldly and stepped back with his right leg, clenching his blue-green fist. He grounded his stance, body coiling like a spring before unleashing his full strength. His fist met the insect freak's head on. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as their fists collided, sending out a violent shockwave. Swampfire's overwhelming force blasted the massive insect freak through the air in a sweeping arc before he slammed into a stone wall, leaving a deep, man-shaped crater in the rock. Holy crap, cuz, you're so strong. 4 arms' eyes widened in disbelief. Though Swampfire looked lean and frail, his strength was anything but. In the original story, he could even topple an entire tower with brute force. Watching the insect freak slump against the wall, Swampfire tapped the Omnitrix on his chest and instantly transformed into Diamond Head. With a swift motion, he reached out and conjured a massive crystal sword midair. Under the sunlight, the blade gleamed with a cold green light. Time to send you off to the afterlife. Diamond Head hurled the sword with explosive power. Whoosh! The razor-sharp crystal sword shot forward like a serpentine streak of emerald light, slicing through the air with terrifying speed as it raced toward the insect freak. Gritting his teeth through the pain, the insect freak summoned a swarm of black beetles that fused together into a gleaming dark shield in front of him. But the solid insect barrier shattered under the force of the crystal sword. Countless beetles were torn apart by the sword's energy, their remains scattering through the air, mixed with viscous slime that splattered down to the ground. The sword slowed for a brief moment as it pierced through the bug shield, but its momentum didn't falter. It shot straight toward the insect freak pinned against the wall. The insect freak twisted his body at the last moment, narrowly dodging the deadly blade. Then, stepping onto a mass of locusts, he shot upward, fleeing into the sky. Don't think you can get away. 4 arms launched himself like a cannonball, leaping high to grab him. Beep, beep, beep. The Omnitrix on his arm began to flash, glowing red before a burst of light forced his transformation to end. Oh no. Ben's face went pale as he plummeted toward the ground at terrifying speed. If he hit the ground directly, he'd be lucky to survive. Diamond Head slammed his palm against the ground, summoning a massive crystal construct that rose from below. Layered like a giant emerald bowl, it caught the falling Ben just in time. Saved, that was close. Ben collapsed against the smooth crystal surface, breathing heavily in relief. Looking toward the distant sky where the insect freak was already escaping, Diamond Head clenched his fist but didn't give chase. His transformation time was nearly over. If he rushed in recklessly, he'd only be putting himself in danger. After the insect freak fled, the surrounding swarms of insects retreated rapidly, like a receding tide. They gathered into a dense black storm that followed behind the locust army. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As fire trucks arrived on the scene, Diamond Head waved his hand, dissolving the massive crystal construct. He scooped up the dazed Ben and returned with Gwen and the others to the rust bucket. Achoo! Ben flopped back onto the bed, sneezing loudly. Mr. Pusspocket, you'd better rest up. Gwen teased with a grin, still vividly remembering 4 arms' pus-covered armpits. Ben opened his mouth to snap back but was cut off by another sneeze. With a groan, he pulled the blanket over his head and went to sleep. All right, Gwen, stop teasing Ben, Grandpa Max said from the driver's seat, eyes focused on the road ahead. The insect mutant took that woman. We need to find them quickly. But we've got no clues. How are we supposed to track them? Ben mumbled tiredly. Found it, Gwen said, typing rapidly on the computer. The only old apartment building in the city center that hasn't been demolished yet, it's 8610 Chester Street. You're amazing, Miss Know-It-All. Ben yawned. Let's get going. I can't wait to pound that bug freak. Ben, you've got a cold. Don't transform recklessly, or it'll mess with your alien hero, Lucian said calmly. He's right, Ben. You need to listen, Grandpa Max warned, his tone serious. First a disoriented wild mutt. Then forearms with boils. Who knew what the next transformation would turn into? All right, fine, Ben said quickly, then muttered under his breath, yeah, sure, 8610 Chester Street. A dilapidated old apartment stood awkwardly among the gleaming new buildings that surrounded it, its cracked walls etched with the marks of age and decay. A cool breeze swept through, carrying bits of flaking plaster that drifted briefly in the air before dissolving into pale dust and vanishing into the wind. Inside the dark, musty halls, countless insects lurked within the shadows, their faint rustling sounds echoing eerily through the building. Ms. Mia, the woman who had been giving the speech, was bound tightly and imprisoned in a pitch-black room. Her face had gone pale as snow, her body trembling while black spiders crawled across her arms and neck. She didn't dare move a single inch. These are black widows. I suggest you don't move, the insect freak hissed, his glowing green eyes filled with menace. Our grandfather built this apartment. I live here with them. No one can drive us out. Ms. Mia's entire body quivered. I can arrange a better place for you to live. Please, just let me go. No, we don't need it, the insect freak snarled through clenched teeth. This building is our true home. We'd rather die than leave. All right. I won't try to evict you, and I won't have the building torn down. Can you let me go now? Tears welled in Ms. Mia's eyes as she pleaded. Please, I'm begging you. The insect freak gave a chilling grin. I could, but they're hungry. I can't let my little darlings starve. At his words, countless locusts and cockroaches poured out from behind him like a living tidal wave, swarming straight toward the terrified woman. Ms. Mia screamed, her voice piercing the silence. Just as the insects were about to engulf her, a streak of blue light flashed past, whisking her away in an instant. As he sped through the air, XLR-8 extended his sharp black claws, flicking away the black widow spiders clinging to Ms. Mia. They burst apart midair into disgusting bits of debris. In the blink of an eye, XLR-8 dashed out of the crumbling apartment and stopped beside the nearby rust bucket. He retracted his visor and gently set the trembling Ms. Mia down, handing her to Grandpa Max and Gwen. Get her to safety. The insect freak's mine. Thank you, Flash, Ms. Mia stammered, still in shock, struggling to believe what had just happened. I'm not Flash, XLR-8 said flatly. Then, with a quick slip of his foot, he vanished, leaving behind only a sharp gust of wind. Grandpa Max chuckled. That kid really can move. Cuz is so cool, Gwen said, her eyes shining as she watched the direction he disappeared. Excuse me, do you know that speedster? Ms. Mia asked hesitantly. I want to thank him properly for saving my life. No need, Gwen replied with a small pout. As everyone settled back into the rust bucket and Grandpa Max went to start the engine, Ben, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly stirred awake. He sniffled, glancing around in confusion. Where are we? And where's Cuz? He went to the bathroom, Gwen said with a nervous laugh. Doofus, your cold's still not better. Just rest a little longer. Liar? I definitely heard XLR-8's voice just now, Ben said, jumping to his feet and bolting out of the rust bucket. Boom! From the direction of the old apartment came the echo of violent impacts, followed by clouds of thick dust rising into the sky. Going hero, Ben said with a grin, sniffing once before charging toward the commotion. Inside the crumbling building, a fierce battle was underway. XLR-8 moved with the grace of a sparrow, darting and weaving through the swarm of attacking insects. In a blur, he appeared right in front of the insect freak. Clenching his fist, he struck out, his arm becoming a streak of blue light as his punch slammed straight into the creature's head with blinding speed. But the insect freak didn't budge. He stood firm like an unshakable mountain, the dense layer of cockroaches on his body rustling and shifting. From within the blood-red armor of insects came his hoarse, rasping voice. No matter what kind of monster you are, you'll never defeat me. With that, he stretched out a blood-red claw to grab him. The massive hand, crawling with cockroaches and reeking of a nauseating stench, lunged toward XLR-8 with terrifying force. XLR-8 blinked out of sight just in time, dodging the attack. In the next moment, he became a streak of blue afterimages, racing in rapid circles around the insect freak. Whoosh! A violent whirlwind roared to life, the air itself twisting into a towering blue tornado that swallowed the insect freak whole. The raging winds didn't stop there, they ripped apart the entire old apartment, scattering rubble and exposing every venomous pest that had been lurking within. Boom! With a deafening crash, the building collapsed under the force of the swirling tornado, reduced to heaps of debris as dust and shattered stone filled the air. Once the destruction was done, XLR-8 halted his spin and zipped to a stop a short distance away. The fierce tornado gradually died down, and the insect freak, who had been swept high into the air, lost his lift and came crashing down. Thud! The insect freak slammed into the ground, splattering foul green slime everywhere. He staggered back to his feet, half of the cockroaches on his body crushed and dead. No, he howled, clutching at a handful of broken insect corpses before glaring furiously at XLR8. You'll pay for this. Wrong. You're the one who's going to pay for this. XLR8 shook his head, tapped the Omnitrix on his chest, and transformed into the sleek, spectral Big Chill. We are invincible. The insect freak's eyes gleamed with madness as he raised both hands high, summoning every insect within a kilometer. Cockroaches, locusts, centipedes, earthworms, beetles, crickets, and more all converged in a massive, multicolored swarm, wings beating as they raced toward him in an overwhelming tide. You won't live to see it. A cold glint flashed in Big Chill's eyes. Just as he was about to strike, a familiar voice called out from nearby, "Going hero." Ben ran up, lifted his wrist, and slammed down on the Omnitrix. Thud. A blue heat blast appeared where he stood. Why does this feel weird? Heat Blast stared at his hands in confusion. Forget it. Beating up bug freaks comes first. He raised his palm and aimed at the insect freak in the distance. By now, the villain was wrapped in layers of crawling insects, many of them deadly. Whoosh! A burst of blue-white fire erupted from Heat Blast's hand, its chilling energy freezing the insect freak's arm solid in an instant. But within moments, the ice was devoured by a swarm of beetles. Cool. Heat Blast gawked at his hand. My cold froze my flames. Then I'll call you Ice Blast. The scorching sun blazed overhead, pouring waves of heat as its fiery rays beat down on the ruins of the old apartment. The already dilapidated building had been torn apart by the tornado created by XLR8, reduced to countless cold chunks of stone scattered across the ground. The insectoid, now completely deranged, was covered in a swarm of colorful bugs that radiated a deadly and terrifying aura. Hey, bug freak, let this new hero teach you a lesson. Ice Blast shouted arrogantly, a frosty mist spilling from his mouth. With that, he raised his frost-covered hand and unleashed a ferocious ice dragon. Its icy breath howled as it roared toward the enemy. You're all going to die today. The insectoid scattered the bugs crawling over him, then summoned a massive horde of mantises that swarmed around his body. In an instant, he transformed into a towering mantis man. His entire body turned a leafy green, and his arms became mantis forelimbs sharp as scythes, gleaming with a cold, serrated light that sent chills down the spine. You freaks will all become our food. The mantis man swung his blades, cleaving the ice dragon apart, then fixed his cold gaze on the group. Big Chill spread its wings, sending a powerful gust through the air as it soared upward and dove toward the mantis man below. Seeing his cuz join the fight, Ice Blast refused to be outdone. His entire body erupted with freezing energy as he charged forward, teaming up with Big Chill to attack the insectoid. Buzz! With a roaring engine, the rust bucket sped onto the scene before screeching to a halt in front of the apartment ruins, stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Gwen threw open the door and ran out. I'm going to help my Lucian and Ben. Watching his granddaughter rush off so urgently, Grandpa Max nodded with quiet satisfaction. She really did care deeply about her family. Could you take me back first? Ms. Mia asked nervously from the doorway, her expression uneasy. I don't want to see that insectoid again, it's like a nightmare. Wait in the car. We'll be back soon, and then I'll take you home. Before Ms. Mia could respond, Grandpa Max shot forward like an arrow, dashing straight into the battle. Is he really an old man? Mia murmured, staring in disbelief. The mantis-covered insectoid was incredibly powerful, its combat strength rivaling that of the cockroach man. Unlike the cockroach man, who were built like armored tanks, the mantis men focused on speed and defense, their strikes sharp and explosive. At that moment, Big Chill floated in the air, wiping out the endless swarm of flying insects circling the battlefield. Even though the insectoid was now covered only in mantises, it could still control other insects, commanding them to launch relentless attacks. Blood-red cockroaches, hideous locusts, and venomous bees surged through the sky in endless, multicolored cloud that blotted out the sun and shrouded the area in shadow. Darkness spread. The insects swarmed madly, creating an apocalyptic scene that sent countless pedestrians screaming and fleeing in terror. Above the city, a massive tide of blood-red cockroaches gathered into a writhing tsunami. The swarm rolled forward like a living storm, crashing down on Big Chill in a terrifying wave. Big Chill stayed calm, instantly phasing into its ghostly form. Only a faint blue humanoid outline remained, hovering silently in the air. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the frenzied tide of cockroaches engulfed Big Chill completely. Crack! Every cockroach that passed through its spectral body froze solid, turning into glittering blue ice sculptures that fell like hail onto the ruins below. Once the swarm was destroyed, Big Chill returned to its physical form. The spectral form couldn't be maintained forever, just like a human couldn't hold their breath indefinitely, though the principle was different. Still, if Big Chill could stay in that form continuously, it would be nearly invincible, capable of defeating 99% of its enemies. No sooner had it solidified again than a cloud of butterflies appeared, drawn to its presence. Big Chill watched the colorful wings flutter ahead. These weren't harmless creatures. They could be carrying deadly toxins. It wasn't clear if such poisons would affect an alien, but Big Chill had no intention of testing it. Taking a deep breath, Big Chill unleashed a freezing blast like a roaring ice serpent, lunging forward to strike. Meanwhile, the battle between Ice Blast and the Mantis Man had reached its peak. Let's have a snowball fight, loser. The Ice Blast raised both hands, gathering frigid air to rapidly form a massive ice ball. Wrapped in raging energy, it shot violently toward the Mantis Man. Facing the vicious assault, the Mantis Man dared not take it lightly. He raised his scythe-like arms, mustering all his strength to slash at the incoming ice ball. Crack! The Mantis Man's razor-sharp forelimbs sliced into the massive sphere, instantly sinking deep within. With a powerful thrust, he cleaved the ice ball clean in half. The two halves crashed onto the scorching pavement, hissing and steaming as they hit. Ice Blast stared in shock, stunned that his opponent had managed to withstand the attack. He was about to strike again, but it was too late. The Mantis Man moved first. His powerful legs kicked off the ground, propelling him forward like a wild horse breaking free. In an instant, he was right in front of the Ice Blast. He swung his razor-sharp scythe, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, aiming straight for Ice Blast's neck, intent on killing him where he stood. At the critical moment, Ice Blast crossed his arms in front of his chest, gathering solid ice around his forearms. Clang! The serrated blade slammed into the ice, producing a piercing metallic ring as it shattered into fragments. The impact sent a tremendous force surging through him. Ice Blast flew backward like a severed kite, tumbling several times across the ground before finally skidding to a stop. Oof! Ice Blast lay sprawled on the ground, pain coursing through his body. Though he had managed to block the scythe's blow, the sheer momentum behind it was overwhelming. Heat Blast's strength alone wasn't enough to resist it. Just as the insectoid was about to press his advantage and finish off Ice Blast, two figures suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Water Dragon Soul. Gwen chanted an incantation, summoning a ferocious water dragon that roared forward with overwhelming might. Boom! The swift and powerful water dragon, surrounded by thick vapor, let out a thunderous roar as it crashed into the towering Mantis Man. Hit by the water dragon's soul, the Mantis Man grunted, staggering back 3 or 4 steps before managing to steady himself. Unnoticed, Grandpa Max had slipped around to the Mantis Man's side. He grabbed a metal trash can and swung it down hard. A cold gleam flashed. The trash can split cleanly in two. You're asking for it. The Mantis Man's eerie green eyes glared viciously at Grandpa Max. His form flickered, and in an instant, he appeared directly before him, scythe raised high. He brought the deadly blade crashing down. No. As Grandpa Max was about to be struck, Ice Blast thrust his palms downward, unleashing a surge of icy pillars that shot out like arrows loosed from a bow. But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, a blue figure flickered in front of Grandpa Max, extending frozen hands to catch the sharp scythe. Lucian. Grandpa Max looked at Big Chill's back, his heart a swirl of emotions. Grandpa, run. Big Chill turned his head, his arms trembling uncontrollably. The Mantis Man's strength was beyond anything he had imagined. Without a power-type alien hero, a head-on fight was impossible. Grandpa Max knew staying would only get in the way. He immediately turned and sprinted out of the combat zone. Big Chill's frozen palms released a biting chill that spread rapidly, crawling up the Mantis Man's scythe. The Mantis Man's eyes widened in shock as he tried to yank his hands free. Boom! A shadowy figure came rushing in from the side, wrapped in a freezing aura, and slammed hard into the Mantis Man, sending him flying. Don't you dare hurt my grandfather! Ice Blast grabbed the Mantis Man by the neck with one hand and threw a barrage of solid ice punches with the other. His fists struck like a raging storm, hammering the opponent's face again and again. Perhaps driven by rage, Ice Blast's power spiked dramatically. He smashed through the dense swarm of mantises, their green fluids splattering as he pounded the insectoid's true body. Boom! The two fighters were sent hurtling sideways, crashing into a stone wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Big Chill spread his massive wings, whipping up a frigid gust that scattered the haze, revealing the scene within. The once dominant Ice Blast now lay flat on the ground, pinned beneath the Mantis Man's foot, completely unable to move. You little brat, you almost had me, the Mantis Man said coldly. Most of the mantis armor covering his body had been destroyed by Ice Blast's furious assault. Big Chill dissolved into his ghostly form and darted forward, gliding like a phantom of ice and snow. In a flash, he was upon the Mantis Man. The mantis swung his glowing blue scythe in a wide arc, trying to cleave his foe in two. To his shock, Big Chill passed straight through the blade and sank directly into his body. Crack, crack. A chilling frost spread from within, freezing the Mantis Man from the inside out. The ice solidified at a terrifying speed, covering him completely. Even as the remaining mantises on his body clawed and bit frantically, they couldn't outpace the freezing. In moments, the insectoid was trapped within a thick shell of ice frozen solid like a statue. Big Chill had originally planned to switch into Cannonbolt and finish the job with a crushing blow, but he had already transformed once and couldn't switch again. Looking at the frozen insectoid, Big Chill kicked the ice statue hard, sending it hurtling across the street where it shattered against the pavement. He then grabbed Ice Blast and flew over the ruined ground, landing before Grandpa Max and Gwen. Don't worry about me. I still have 300 rounds left with that bug freak. Ice Blast shouted, clenching his fists angrily. Boom! A burst of red light flared from his body, and Heat Blast reverted back into Ben's human form. Hey, doofus hero, go on then, Gwen said, arms crossed. Ben blinked at his hands. Guess it's still not time yet. Ben, you'd better thank Lucian. If it weren't for him, you'd be in serious trouble, Grandpa Max said, still shaken. He turned toward Big Chill. And earlier he saved me too. Thanks, cuz, Ben said, uncharacteristically serious. We're family. No need to thank me, Big Chill replied, waving him off before turning to face the slowly approaching insectoid. I'll handle him. Stay back. Cuz, I can help. Gwen said quickly. She wanted to prove herself to show her cuz she could stand beside him. Your magic isn't strong enough to hurt that thing, Big Chill said hoarsely, shaking his head. Listen to me. Good kids know when to obey. Gwen's face flushed bright red, burning like a ripe tomato. By then, Big Chill had already charged forward. The savage mantis man had shattered the ice encasing him, his face twisted with fury. He summoned a massive swarm of locusts to cover his body. The golden tide churned violently, biting and tearing at the remaining mantises on his body in a blood-soaked frenzy. Eat up, replenish your energy, the insectoid chuckled darkly. Before long, the insectoid shed his green robes, replaced by gleaming golden armor. A suit of locust armor covered him. Big Chill let out a cold snort, exhaling icy mist from his palms as two razor-sharp ice spears formed within them. With a swift motion, he hurled them with fierce force straight at his opponent. The insectoid shot out both hands, seizing the spears with lightning speed. With a powerful squeeze, he crushed them to pieces. He then kicked off with both legs, clenching fists the size of sandbags as he roared and charged forward. Big Chill released another burst of freezing air, forming a smooth layer of ice beneath the locust man's advancing foot. Caught off guard, the enraged locust insectoid stepped directly onto the slick surface. With a loud crash, he lost his footing and fell awkwardly to the ground. Cuz is so awesome. He can do anything. Gwen cheered excitedly. Damn it, that's just bullying, the locust insectoid snarled. Rolling over like a carp, he quickly sprang back to his feet. He raised his left hand, trying to summon more insects for support. The surroundings fell into utter silence. Every insect within a kilometer had died in the fierce battle, leaving only the ones still clinging to the insectoid's body. You're all alone now, Big Chill said coldly. His wings flared wide as he soared into the sky. Even without other insects, I'm not afraid of you. Die. The locust insectoid pointed forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of insects. The swarm surged upward, brimming with murderous intent, rushing toward Big Chill above. Big Chill exhaled a frigid blast, freezing the locusts in midair. At once, his body lit with a blue glow as cold energy gathered and churned between his palms. This chill was unlike before, alive, pulsing with power. Within moments, a massive ice serpent took form before him. Its eyes gleamed with intelligence, tongue flickering as it slithered forward. Under Big Chill's command, the colossal serpent coiled its immense body, wrapping around the stunned insectoid. What is this thing? The locust insectoid screamed. Constrict. At Big Chill's command, the ferocious serpent tightened its coils, crushing the locust insectoid in an unrelenting grip. The pressure was unbearable, he could barely breathe through the pain. But it wasn't over. Big Chill gathered more freezing energy and shaped it again, this time into a towering ice rhinoceros. Go! The ice-forged rhino let out a thunderous roar. With its long, razor-sharp horn lowered, it charged forward on massive limbs, carrying unstoppable force as it slammed into the bound insectoid. No! The insectoid thrashed wildly, but the serpent held him fast. He couldn't move an inch. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the insectoid's frail body was ripped apart by the ice rhino's sheer power, scattering into countless frozen fragments. Broken insect remains flew in all directions, splattering across the scorching ground. When it was over, Big Chill descended quietly. Cloaked in blue, he walked away without looking back. I never expected the enhanced Big Chill to be this powerful, Lucian thought to himself. Ding successfully defeated the insectoid monster. Obtained a random powerful alien hero chest. Can be opened anytime in the vast, boundless universe. A colossal steel warship floated silently in the void, its hull wrapped in an unknown crimson substance that shimmered faintly, like a slumbering beast awaiting awakening. Inside the main command chamber, a large screen flickered to life, broadcasting scenes of alien heroes saving humanity. Every hero displayed bore a unique emblem on their chest. Swampfire battling a Spinosaurus, Heat Blast subduing a group of robbers, countless heroic acts played one after another. The Omnitrix, being used by some brat to play hero? Outrageous. Vilgax trembled with fury, his small, glimmering eyes nearly blazing with fire. The universe's most powerful weapon, its strategic value beyond calculation, was being wasted on such trivial earthling nonsense. The thought alone made his blood boil. Master, shall we send more robots to Earth to seize the Omnitrix? A thin, mechanical robot stepped forward, its metallic voice devoid of emotion. Prepare a vanguard unit, Vilgax hissed. This time, I'll handle it myself. A sinister gleam flashed across his beady green eyes. Yes, Master. Under the bright full moon at 8 o'clock that night, the group gathered after defeating the insectoid monster. Ms. Mia, the woman who had delivered the earlier speech, hosted a lavish banquet at one of Texas's most famous restaurants to thank Lucian for saving her life. Grandpa Max initially declined, but Ms. Mia's gentle persistence eventually won him over. She explained that the dinner was meant to thank the two young heroes who had transformed, and she promised to keep their identities a secret. During the chaos earlier, Ms. Mia had been left alone in the rust bucket for too long, her nerves fraying. She finally got out to follow them just in time to witness Heat Blast revert to human form and see Big Chill battling the insectoid. Now, 5 people sat around a large table overflowing with delicacies: steamed lobster, golden crab, boiled abalone, bird's nest, shark fin soup. Every dish gleamed with extravagance. Grandpa Max scratched his head, clearly troubled. None of this was his kind of food. Ben, on the other hand, was in heaven, devouring everything with enthusiasm and a mouthful of oil. Gwen frowned slightly, her appetite fading as she watched the two sitting across from her. At the table, the beautiful Ms. Mia sat beside Lucian, smiling warmly as she filled his plate. Come on, eat more. You're still growing. Lucian chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond as the mood turned tense. Annoyed, Gwen grabbed a chair and sat down beside her cuz. She quickly picked several pieces of meat and dropped them into Lucian's bowl, then shot Mia a sharp look, almost as if declaring victory. What an adorable little girl, Ms. Mia said with a soft laugh, seemingly unbothered. The table was a strange mix of smiles and tension. Only Ben seemed blissfully unaware, continuing to eat like a tornado, sweeping the table clean. So, handsome, Mia finally said, breaking the silence as she leaned closer to Lucian, looking him over curiously. Other than that flying blue butterfly today, can you transform into anything else? Sorry, no comment, Lucian replied flatly. All right then, Mia shrugged playfully, her eyes twinkling. How old are you? Got a girlfriend? Lucian began, but before he could finish, he doesn't. Gwen interrupted sharply, frowning. Gwen, what's with you? Ben asked, baffled, still munching on a spicy chicken drumstick. She's being nice to us. Try showing some manners, nerd. All you do is eat, doofus. Gwen snapped, clearly at her limit. All right, Ben, just focus on your food, Grandpa Max said with a chuckle. He turned to Mia. Thanks for the meal, but it's getting late. We should get going soon. Huh? So soon? Mia looked surprised, then smiled. Why not stay the night? I've already arranged rooms for you. Awesome? It's settled then. Ben cheered, already imagining more free meals. No way. Gwen and Grandpa Max said in unison. Oh, come on. Mia sighed softly, a touch of disappointment in her voice. What a shame. I was hoping you'd stay a little longer so we could have some fun. We'd love to, Grandpa Max said with a polite grin, but we really don't have the time. He had no intention of spending his vacation stuck here any longer than necessary. Lucian nodded, indicating he shared the same thoughts. The group chatted idly, and before long, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Just as they stepped out of the restaurant, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the nearby highway. A towering armored cash transport truck had been hit by a rocket-propelled grenade at its rear, bursting into a violent blaze. The massive vehicle spun sideways, skidding across the road and showering sparks in its wake. The impact was tremendous, toppling several cars along its path. Sirens and explosions filled the air, shattering the peaceful night in an instant. Dozens of masked thugs armed with heavy weapons roared up on modified motorcycles, braking sharply beside the wrecked truck. They dismounted and opened fire wildly, sweeping the area with gunfire to drive away onlookers before looting the piles of cash inside. As for the truck's driver, he had long since passed out from the repeated impacts. Lucian and the others took cover inside the restaurant. Just before the thugs began shooting, he had pulled everyone in, narrowly avoiding the storm of bullets. What should we do? I'm so scared. Mia clutched Lucian's arm tightly, her pretty face full of fear. A soft warmth pressed against his arm. Seeing this, Gwen bit her lip, seething. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and pry that woman's hands off her cuz. Lucian gently pulled his arm free and glanced at Ben, who was burping contentedly. Hero time. Me. Ben patted his stuffed belly and slipped quickly into the restroom. Lucian, aren't you going to help? Mia asked curiously, eager to see him display his power again. Just a bunch of small fries. Ben can handle it, Lucian said calmly. Whoosh! A blue blur shot out from the restaurant, whipping up gusts of wind as it sped toward the highway. What the hell is that? Quick! Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat! A brief volley of gunfire echoed outside, followed by several dull thuds and then, silence. Looks like it's handled, Lucian said with a faint smile, turning toward the door. Sure enough, all the thugs had been subdued. XLR8 had tied them together tightly, their weapons confiscated and crushed beneath his feet. Who is the big hero? XLR8 shouted, raising his hands dramatically. Moments later, local law enforcement arrived, collecting the dazed criminals. After that brief interruption, the group returned to the rust bucket, preparing to head out once more. I'll miss you, dear, Mia said tenderly, gazing at Lucian. Lucian's mouth twitched slightly. True to her Western charm, she was passionate and bold, but she wasn't his type. Wow, cuz, why not just stay here and spend the rest of your life with Mia? Ben teased with a mischievous grin. Ben, don't fool around, Grandpa Max said with a weary chuckle. No way, Gwen crossed her arms. This place is boring as hell. If cuz stayed here, he'd die of boredom. Goodbye, Lucian said, waving as he turned to step into the rust bucket. No farewell forever. Barring any miracles, they would never meet again. Stay here? Then how could he ever grow stronger? He could live out his days in comfort, perhaps, but that wasn't Lucian's way. He had finally gained the Omnitrix, and he wasn't about to waste that chance hiding away in some small corner of the world. Under the dim moonlight, the rust bucket started up once more, slowly driving into the distance. Mia stood motionless, watching the vehicle fade into the horizon. Her voice wavered slightly. I hope we meet again. Early the next morning, in the dim underground garage, the rust bucket sat parked quietly. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the silence inside. Don't kill me. Ben shot up from his bed, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with terror. Lucian woke up and asked, Ben, did you have a nightmare? Grandpa Max and Gwen, startled awake, stumbled over sleepily. Dweeb cousin, could you not freak us out like that? Gwen rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yeah, this old man's heart can't handle it, Grandpa Max muttered, patting his chest. Under everyone's confused gazes, Ben's face stayed pale, fear still lingering in his eyes. I dreamed of that tentacle guy I saw when I possessed Rojo last time. He said, he's coming for me, Ben murmured, voice low and uneasy. What nonsense, Gwen sighed, rolling her eyes. Grandpa Max's expression hardened instantly, his drowsiness gone. Change of plans. We're not going to the amusement park today. We're heading straight to Mount Rushmore. Got it, Lucian nodded. He knew what that meant, a major threat was approaching. Oh, come on, Ben groaned, burying his head in the pillow. It's probably just a nightmare. No need to freak out. I agree, Gwen said, unusually siding with her dweeb cousin. No, both of you, buckle up. We're leaving now. Grandpa Max fastened his seatbelt and slammed the accelerator. Vroom! The rust bucket roared like a wild horse breaking free, weaving through traffic before bursting through the toll gate, speeding straight toward the distant mountains. Watching the grasslands rush past the window, herds of cattle and sheep blurring together, Lucian couldn't help but feel tense. Even with the Omnitrix, he knew the enemy this time, Vilgax, the strongest warlord in the universe, was beyond terrifying. Ordinary attacks wouldn't even scratch him. An hour more. Let's hope we make it in time, Grandpa Max said, eyes fixed on the road ahead. The highway cut through endless grasslands. Few cars passed by, just open plains stretching to the horizon. First time I've seen Grandpa this serious, Gwen murmured, an uneasy feeling creeping into her chest. Relax, Gwen. Last time you knocked over Grandpa's mealworms, he had the same face, Ben said carelessly, already over his nightmare. Faster, faster. Grandpa Max pressed the pedal down hard, as if willing the rust bucket to sprout wings and take off. Beep, beep. A sharp honk blared from behind. A huge off-road vehicle loomed closer, roaring like a beast as it chased them. Inside sat two rough-looking men, one bald with sunglasses, the other with a vicious scar across his face. Hey, up front. Stop the car and hand over everything you've got, or don't blame me for what happens next, the bald man shouted, hefting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder and aiming it at the rust bucket's rear. Going hero. Ben slammed his replica Omnitrix, quickly scrolling through aliens. Class is in session, time for you losers to get schooled. Stinkfly? Ben hit the dial, a burst of green light flaring around him. Gray matter? Oh, come on. The small blue frog lowered his head, staring at his tiny hands in dismay. I'll handle it, Lucian said with a sigh, pressing his Omnitrix. He'd wanted Ben to fight since the replica Omnitrix couldn't be tracked by radar or controlled by azimuth. But at this rate, if Lucian didn't step in, they'd be blown apart before Vilgax even arrived. He raised his calibrated Omnitrix, switched to that light, and slammed it down. Thud! A bright green flash filled the rust bucket as the light appeared within. I'll take care of them, it said, before bursting out of the vehicle as a streak of green lightning. Let's hope this doesn't take long, Grandpa Max sighed, eyes still locked on the road as the rust bucket sped on. Beep beep beep. In the command and control center of an interstellar warship orbiting Earth, the Omnitrix emblem flickered brightly on the main screen. Omnitrix signal detected. Should we deploy immediately? A robot asked, turning toward the figure above. Proceed at once. Vilgax took a heavy step forward, his powerful frame striding into a spiked metal sphere. Alongside several enormous figures, he shot out through the launch bay, transforming into blazing fireballs streaking toward the blue planet below. On the grassland highway, a steel beast-like off-road vehicle thundered across the road, its massive wheels roaring as it chased the rust bucket relentlessly. You think you can just ignore me? The bald man, rocket launcher resting on his shoulder, was about to pull the trigger, when suddenly, a streak of green lightning flashed out from the rust bucket ahead, striking straight for his face. Shut up. Here's a slap for you. The figure flickered, appearing right before the bald man. Under his stunned gaze, Buzzshock raised one small hand, electric currents crackling between his fingers, and smacked him hard across the face. Ah! The bald man screamed, his body convulsing violently before collapsing stiffly against the car. The green rocket launcher slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the grassland road. After shocking the bald man unconscious, the light zapped the scar-faced man as well, knocking him out cold before transforming back into a streak of lightning and darting back into the vehicle. Well done, Lucian. Transform back quickly, Grandpa Max called out. The light tapped the Omnitrix and reverted to Lucian's original form. Moments later, gray matter also reverted back into Ben. Only half an hour left to go, Grandpa Max said, his expression easing slightly. Boom! Across the vast sky, dozens of fiery streaks suddenly appeared, burning through the clouds with terrifying heat as they hurtled toward the earth below. Against the clear blue sky, countless fiery orbs appeared, densely packed and blazing as they tore through Earth's atmosphere. Each carried immense kinetic force, roaring down toward the vast grasslands below. Following close behind was a colossal interstellar warship. It swept past towering mountain ranges and came to a halt, hovering silently above a lush green valley. Mountains encircled the area as raging winds howled through, whipping the grass below into a frantic dance. Boom! A series of thunderous explosions erupted as the fiery orbs crashed into the plains. The ground quaked violently, mountains shuddered, and waves of flame surged skyward, filling the air with blistering heat. The once lush meadow was instantly reduced to a burning wasteland, a crimson sea of fire spreading like a living inferno. The fireballs that had fallen from the sky began to shift and morph, changing from spherical shapes into massive mechadroids. Their eyes glowed blood red as they unfolded spider-like limbs and crawled out from the smoking craters. Nearly 20 mechadroids locked onto the rust bucket, their heavy steps echoing as they moved through the flames, slowly closing in to encircle the vehicle on the grassland highway. Even worse, clusters of spider drones detached from their shoulders. Their heads glowed with crimson energy, emitting an eerie red pulse as they whirled through the air, darting toward the rust bucket at frightening speed. What was bound to happen has finally come. Grandpa Max sighed. It was clear that Vilgax had no intention of letting them reach their destination in peace. The rust bucket roared at full throttle, but the machines were faster. The gap between them shrank rapidly. At this rate, capture was inevitable. We're finished. This time we're really in trouble, Ben said, eyes wide with panic. Grandpa, what do we do? Gwen's face turned pale at the sheer number of incoming robots. Hold on tight. We have to reach Mount Rushmore. Grandpa Max gripped the steering wheel hard, his knuckles white with tension. Lucian watched the spider drones closing in from behind, their cannons glowing as they charged up. He slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix, switching heroes. There's no time, Grandpa. Take Ben and Gwen to Mount Rushmore first. I'll stay and deal with them. I'll catch up soon. No, Lucian. Grandpa Max shook his head firmly. Trust me, you don't want to go head-to-head with Vilgax. As a veteran plumber with years of experience, he knew better than anyone how terrifying Vilgax could be. After all these years, the alien warlord's power had only grown stronger. There's no other choice. If we don't fight back now, we'll be blown to pieces. Lucian pressed the Omnitrix. Thud. A flash of eerie green light burst out as 4 arms emerged, flinging open the rust bucket's door and leaping to the ground below. The moment he landed, swarms of spider drones surrounded him, their sensors locking onto the Omnitrix on his chest. The towering mechadroids behind them shifted their aim, redirecting their cannons away from the rust bucket and straight toward 4 arms. Omnitrix detected. Target locked. Omnitrix detected. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spider drones above opened fire, black barrels flaring as they unleashed a barrage of searing crimson lasers that rained down with blazing heat. 4 arms kicked off the ground, dodging most of the attacks. With a tremendous leap, he charged through the barrage, smashing 2 robots apart with a single swing of his massive fists. Grabbing the scorched wreckage, he hurled it with immense force, taking out several more spider drones. The battle raged fiercely amidst the burning plain. Meanwhile, inside the speeding rust bucket, Ben turned to see 4 arms surrounded and under heavy fire. He couldn't sit still any longer. I'm going to help my cuz. Ben's voice was firm, his eyes blazing with determination. He was scared, but he couldn't abandon his cuz to fight alone. Before Grandpa Max could stop him, Ben slapped the Omnitrix, transforming into Heat Blast. Flames erupted around him as he shot out of the rust bucket, riding a blazing trail across the sky. Ben! Grandpa shouted after him. Gwen's face tightened with worry. Hearing the continuous explosions in the distance, she couldn't stay calm. Her chest tightened with fear for her cousin's safety. Grandpa, we have to go back. We can't just leave them, she said, finally gathering her courage. Grandpa Max sighed heavily, slamming on the brakes. The rust bucket screeched as it spun into a sharp turn, sparks flying across the asphalt before he gunned it back the way they came. At this point, there was no way he could abandon Lucian and Ben. If Vilgax captured them, it would be too late for regrets. Fierce flames raged across the land as thick smoke filled the air. 4 arms stood alone, facing a swarm of massive mechadroids. His fists blurred through the air, each strike creating shockwaves that shattered the ground with deafening sonic booms. Thanks to the system's enhancement, his strength had increased by 20%, a leap far beyond simple improvement. Sizzle! The mechadroid's crimson eyes flared as they gathered energy, firing a blazing scarlet beam straight toward 4 arms. He moved in a flash, narrowly evading the blast, then clasped his hands together to form a single massive iron red fist. Charging forward, he leapt like a cannonball and slammed his punch into the robot's chest. Boom! The explosion tore a gaping hole through the mechadroid's torso. Sparks of short-circuit electricity danced wildly along the shattered metal, crackling and snapping. It froze for a brief moment before collapsing backward into the blazing inferno. The crash sent a shockwave through the flames, fire surging skyward as ash scattered into the air. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from all directions. More mechadroids advanced, encircling 4 arms in a tightening ring. They moved like fearless soldiers, relentless and unyielding, driven only by the instinct to destroy their target. Above, the spider drones hovered into position. Crimson energy pulsed from their cores as they locked onto their target, preparing to strike in unison. 4 arms' chest tightened. Even with his strength, the sheer number of enemies pressing in from all sides was overwhelming. He stretched out a red, battle-scarred hand toward the Omnitrix on his chest, ready to switch forms. Then, a sudden whooshing sound cut through the air from above. Hey, you bucket of bolts losers ganging up on one guy? How about I show you what a real hero looks like? Heat Blast soared overhead on his blazing cloud, streaks of flame trailing behind him. He raised his arm and unleashed a rapid volley of fireballs, blasting apart several spider drones in an instant. Omnitrix detected. Target acquired. Omnitrix detected. Heat Blast's arrival immediately drew the drone's attention. Their sensors locked onto the Omnitrix symbol glowing on Ben's chest, and they dove toward him at full speed. Come on then. Heat Blast roared, gathering a ball of fire in his palm before hurling it forward in a blinding blast. The scorched grassland highway lay in ruins, littered with burning machine parts and wreckage, mingled with the ashes of charred grass scattered across the ground. The rust bucket roared forward, bumping and rattling as it crushed debris beneath its wheels, racing toward the edge of the battlefield. Grandpa Max and Gwen jumped out, staring anxiously at the two figures locked in fierce combat amid the blazing inferno. At that moment, 4 Arms was surrounded by over a dozen massive robots, all attacking furiously. The scene was perilously intense. I'm going to help Lucian, Gwen said, taking a step toward the flames. No, Gwen. Grandpa Max grabbed her arm. A fight like this is way out of your league. You'll only put yourself in danger, and you won't be able to help. He was right. Though Gwen could use water magic, its destructive power wasn't strong enough. The entire grassland had turned into a deadly sea of fire. The scorching heat and thick smoke were far beyond what any human could withstand. But Gwen hesitated. She wanted so badly to help her cuz. Ben's situation wasn't too bad. He was facing spider-like robots, and Heat Blast's attacks both close and ranged made handling them relatively easy. We'll wait for an opening, get them out of there, and then head to Mount Rushmore, Grandpa Max said, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Inwardly, he prayed that Vilgax wouldn't appear here. Boom! Heat Blast turned into a blazing streak of light, his palms firing rapid volleys of fireballs that blew apart several spider robots in quick succession. Ha ha ha! Who's the baddest now? Heat Blast shouted proudly. But in the next instant, dozens more robots surrounded him, making his fiery form tense. Another brutal battle broke out. In the middle of the inferno, 4 Arms stood tall like an unshakable war god, facing waves of giant robots attacking from every direction. 2 massive robots lunged at him, raising their enormous claws that swept up a violent gust of wind as they slammed down with crushing force. Boom! 4 Arms raised his arms, letting out a furious roar as he blocked the attack. His powerful legs tensed, bursting with raw, beast-like strength as he heaved both robots backward. He moved with incredible speed, leaping and smashing the robots' heads one after another. Each impact erupted in deafening explosions, flames shot skyward, and metal parts flew in every direction. Awesome! Cuz is so strong! Gwen cried out in awe. Boom! Another massive robot attacked. 4 Arms sidestepped quickly, grabbed its leg, braced his stance, and spun like a whirlwind before hurling the robot violently away. Boom! The tremendous strike wiped out several more robots. 4 Arms didn't slow down. He charged straight into the swarm, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. He was getting used to the intensity of the battle. A few minutes later, every giant robot lay destroyed. 4 Arms stood amidst the ruins, his clothes scorched black, bathed in the glow of blazing fire. All around him, debris floated down into the sea of flames below. In the sky above, Heat Blast had also finished his fight. Hey Grandpa, we're here. Heat Blast rode his cloud toward the rust bucket with a roar. Ben, Lucian, hurry over, we're leaving immediately. Grandpa Max shouted, determined to avoid any further mishaps. The urgent priority was to return to Mount Rushmore and summon reinforcements. Got it. 4 Arms stepped over the charred debris, about to charge out of the searing inferno. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive iron sphere appeared in the sky. Its surface was covered in spikes, resembling a curled-up hedgehog spinning rapidly through the air. The blazing Heat Blast couldn't dodge in time and was struck head-on, crashing into the ground and scattering a cloud of burning ash. The massive spiked sphere, wreathed in flames, slammed violently into the sea of fire. Crack! The iron sphere split apart, revealing what was inside. Grandpa Max's eyes widened, his heart pounding wildly. Inside the metal shell sat a towering alien, his mouth lined with tentacles, skin a sickly green, and eyes glowing a fierce blood red that radiated a savage killing intent. The creature rose slowly to its feet. Towering and muscular, his body was covered in bulging veins, his presence overwhelming like a primordial beast emerging from the dawn of time. Vilgax. Grandpa Max clenched his fists, shocked that the warlord was still alive. Long time no see, Tennyson, Vilgax said coldly, grabbing Heat Blast off the ground. Release my grandson. Grandpa Max roared. Water Dragon Soul. Gwen formed a ferocious water dragon before her. Steam billowed around it as it coiled and roared, surging toward Vilgax in a spiraling charge. Vilgax didn't move an inch. Boom! The dragon struck his thigh, only to shatter instantly into a glimmering mist that faded into the air. Was that supposed to tickle me? Vilgax sneered, his crimson eyes glancing at Grandpa Max. So the Omnitrix's owner is your grandson? How amusing. He reached out a massive claw, moving toward Heat Blast's Omnitrix to deactivate the transformation. That's what you get for tickling me, a furious voice shouted from behind. Before Vilgax could react, a tremendous force slammed into him, sending his massive body flying into the blazing inferno. 4 Arms lowered his fist and helped Heat Blast to his feet. Ouch, that really hurt, Heat Blast groaned, rubbing his head. What? 2 Omnitrixes. Vilgax growled from where he had fallen, his eyes flicking between the Omnitrix on 4 Arms' chest and the one on Heat Blast's arm. Even a galactic warlord like Vilgax was momentarily stunned, his mind unable to process what he was seeing. What was going on here? The ship's scanners clearly picked up only one signal. Why am I seeing 2 now? He muttered in confusion. Could one be fake? But both could transform. That didn't make sense. Four Arms remained silent. He knew the answer. Ben's Omnitrix was a duplicate undetectable by radar and beyond Azimuth's control. Never mind. Vilgax shook his head, snapping out of his shock. Then he laughed. 2 Omnitrixes? Perfect. Twice the power for me to claim. It was clear he intended to seize them both, already treating them as his trophies. It's you, that stinking squid from my dream. Heat Blast gathered blazing energy in his palm. Didn't think you were real, but since you came knocking, this hero won't mind beating you down. Just beat him up. No sooner had Gwen shouted than Heat Blast launched forward on his fiery cloud, charging straight toward Vilgax in the sea of flames. Ben, wait. Heat Blast's rage ignited like a storm. Flames surged from his body, burning as fiercely as a living furnace. In a flash, he charged straight at Vilgax. Loser, fall before me. Clenching his fists, Heat Blast unleashed a barrage of fiery punches. Red flames swirled like a raging tempest, hammering against Vilgax's chest with relentless force. Thud, thud, thud. The blazing strikes sparked only faint embers. Vilgax didn't budge, standing firm like an unshakable giant. No matter how many blows landed, he remained untouched. This can't be. Heat Blast staggered back, gasping for breath. His fists felt like they were pounding against solid iron, unyielding and impossible to break through. Vilgax narrowed his eyes, his tentacles trembling with energy. Futile, Earthling. I, Vilgax, am not someone you can defeat. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him and lunged forward like a freed beast. In an instant, he appeared before Heat Blast. Grabbing him by the neck, Vilgax lifted him effortlessly, his gaze filled with mockery. Ah! Heat Blast screamed, his body erupting in blinding firelight that reflected off Vilgax's eyes. But Vilgax didn't flinch. The flames couldn't harm him. How is this possible? For the first time, Ben felt powerless. The enemy before him was beyond anything he could overcome. Ben! Grandpa Max shouted, rushing forward. He couldn't let Vilgax hurt his grandson. Even without a weapon, he showed no fear. Seeing this, Gwen quickly cast her water bubble spell, trapping her grandfather inside to stop him from charging ahead. Leave this to me. Don't you dare hurt my dweeb cousin. Only I get to tease him. She raised her other hand, blue mist coiling around her fingers. The vapor spun rapidly, compressing into sharp water arrows that sliced through the air toward Vilgax. Vilgax didn't even turn around. The aqua arrows struck his back, but he felt only a faint itch, no pain at all. Whoosh! A sharp gust rushed from the side. Prepared, Vilgax caught an incoming fist with his palm. Trying to ambush me again, Tetramand, he sneered, turning his cold gaze toward Four Arms. Four Arms let out a furious roar. Channeling immense strength, he launched his remaining 3 fists in a thunderous assault, each punch carrying devastating power. Vilgax released Heat Blast, unwilling to underestimate the attack. He went all out, meeting Four Arms head-on. Their clash shook the ground. Shockwaves split the earth, and the force of their battle created a vacuum around them that no one could enter. Four Arms, towering and powerful, fought with unstoppable might like a lone warrior holding back an army. He grabbed a discarded mechanical arm, spun it several times, then hurled it straight at Vilgax. Hand over the Omnitrix, and I might spare your life. Vilgax roared, shattering the flying debris with a single punch. It exploded into dazzling sparks. Then, a massive shadow loomed above him. Four Arms had leapt high into the air, towering over Vilgax. Raising his mighty arms, he brought them crashing down with the force of a thunderclap. Boom! His iron fist smashed Vilgax into the ground, shaking the earth with a deafening blast. The ground quaked violently as dust and smoke erupted outward in waves. Vilgax lay buried in fire and rubble, only his huge octopus-like head visible. His eyes burned with pure rage. With a sudden surge of strength, he broke free from the dirt, shattering the ground around him. Then, pushing downward, he launched himself skyward before slamming back into the earth with another explosive impact. When did the Tetramands become this powerful? Vilgax clenched his fists. He wasn't unfamiliar with fighting Tetramands, but the Four Arms before him possessed strength bordering on absurd. Four Arms snorted coldly, standing tall and imposing directly opposite Vilgax. His genetic makeup was derived from the Omnitrix's finest male Tetramand specimen, and being a fully matured Tetramand, his transformed form was naturally formidable. Most crucially, the system had enhanced Four Arms' strength by 20%, elevating his power to new heights. Seeing no response, Vilgax's eyes turned cold as he declared in a deep, resonant voice, "Since you won't answer, I'll knock you down first and take you back for thorough study later." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Vilgax swung his massive legs forward. Like a moving humanoid tank radiating a terrifying aura, he charged ahead with ferocious momentum. Four Arms remained undaunted. Mobilizing every muscle with astonishing explosive power, he transformed into a mighty bull, trampling the flames in his path as he charged head-on to meet the assault. Boom! The two collided violently, blow for blow, like primordial beasts locked in a life-or-death struggle, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Next summer, I absolutely have to go to summer camp. Gwen's face was pale, utterly terrified by the scene before her. A flicker of astonishment crossed Grandpa Max's deep eyes. I never imagined that Lucian could hold his own against Vilgax. In his memory, Vilgax was a savage, terrifyingly powerful opponent. Now, after years apart, he had grown even stronger. Ben had assumed that even he and Lucian working together wouldn't stand a chance against Vilgax, yet here they were. Heat Blast clutched his head as he rose from the searing inferno. Who'd have thought this stinking squid had such strength? He raised his palm, ready to unleash another attack and reclaim his pride. Beep! The Omnitrix on Heat Blast's body suddenly flashed red. Oh, damn it! He immediately shot skyward, racing toward the rust bucket. Thud! A blinding red light flashed, fleeting and intense, revealing Ben's original form. Damn it! I was going to beat the crap out of that giant octopus. Ben shouted, seething with frustration. Gwen covered his mouth. Doofus, keep it down. Don't provoke that alien. At the battle's center, Vilgax gripped Forearm's fist tightly. He turned toward Ben's position, his eyes glowing crimson, almost spitting fire. You brat! How dare you insult me, Vilgax? Well, you could call it Big Squid too. Ben stammered incoherently before clamping his mouth shut. Just as Vilgax was about to speak, Forearms punched him squarely in the face, sending him staggering backward. What the hell are you looking at? Forearms flashed forward, charging into the fray. He wildly swung his fists, leaving trails of crimson in their wake as they rained down on Vilgax like a storm. Instantly, searing pain surged through Vilgax's entire body. Already enraged, his fury burned even hotter. He braced against Forearms' onslaught and forced him back with sheer strength. Now you'll see the results of my years of enhancement. As he spoke, Vilgax clenched his mountain-like fists. Both arms ballooned like inflated bladders, muscles swelling to monstrous proportions. His thick arms instantly became swollen and grotesque, yet radiated explosive power more dangerous and terrifying than ever. Vilgax in his power form. The battered forearms, seething with frustration, immediately tapped the Omnitrix on his chest and transformed into a new alien hero. A robust physique, orange-yellow skin marked with black stripes, radiating raw ferocity and an aura of dangerous, frenzied energy, wrath. The once massive forearms transformed in an instant into a standing tiger, its gaze fierce and clearly not to be trifled with. Beyond its powerful muscles, a black claw protruded from the back of its hand, reminiscent of a knuckle duster. Cool? This alien looks seriously strong. Ben's eyes lit up. Grandpa Max raised an eyebrow. That looks like an apoplexian, but why isn't it wearing clothes? He recalled members of this species possessed an intense sense of modesty, yet this apoplexian warrior was completely naked. Go, Wrath! Beat him into an alien squid. Gwen cheered excitedly, rallying for Lucian's new hero. At that moment, Vilgax in his power form approached, his arms explosively muscular, veins bulging like twisted dragons. He moved like a terrifying flood beast, advancing slowly. Another new alien. Vilgax stepped over charred mechanical wreckage, his eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Heh, no matter what you transform into, you won't be my match. Wrath kept his head bowed, silent, his expression hidden as his chest rose and fell slightly. What's the matter? Scared out of your wits? Vilgax stepped close, chuckling. Hand over the Omnitrix now, and I might spare you. Regretting it now? Too late. Wrath remained utterly silent. Fine, fine. Vilgax waved his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. Hand over the Omnitrix, and I might consider letting you go out with dignity. As he spoke, he extended his clawed hand, reaching for Wrath's chest. Cuz, get out of the way. Ben shouted anxiously. What was wrong with his cousin's new hero? Standing completely still, had it frozen up? Just as Vilgax was about to touch the Omnitrix, a massive hand slammed him violently away. Listen up, you arrogant stinking squid. Lord Wrath is furious now, and the consequences will be severe. Wrath raised his head, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. What's going on? Vilgax froze in shock. Wrath unleashed a torrent of profanity, spittle flying as he pointed at Vilgax and ranted non-stop. Listen up, you squid face, alien octopus. If you dare steal my Omnitrix, Wrath will make you regret it. You'll crawl out of this planet on your knees. %hashtag, UN hashtag. Sizzle sizzle. A blood-red inferno raged like a living hell, surging flames leaping wildly. They scorched Wrath's paw pads, sizzling with the sound of flesh burning. Oh. Wrath leapt up, pointing at where he'd stood moments before. Listen up, you non-stop dancing little flame. If you don't stop right now, Big Wrath here is gonna get mad. I'll shove you into water and drown you alive. This scene left everyone staring wide-eyed, frozen in place. After berating Vilgax, Wrath completely ignored him and turned his fury on the flames beneath his feet. He stumped the ground relentlessly, seemingly determined to extinguish the bothersome fire. Whoa, this Wrath is seriously temperamental. Ben couldn't help but exclaim. He loved this kind of straightforward alien hero. Gwen wiped sweat from her forehead. I have a feeling this alien is going to be insanely powerful. Vilgax snorted coldly and strode before Wrath. His massive frame towered over the opponent as he boomed, all bluster. Hand over the Omnitrix now, or you'll all die today. Wrath withdrew his foot from the flames and raised his head menacingly, sending a shiver down Vilgax's spine. He extended a claw, pointing it directly at Vilgax's chin like a raised middle finger, utterly mocking. Don't think just because you're taller than Old Man Wrath that he's scared of you. The taller and stronger you are, the harder you'll fall. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the frenzied Wrath let out a mighty roar, leaping forward to pounce on Vilgax. Let me go, Apoplexian. Vilgax shouted. But Wrath clung to him like stubborn glue, hammering away wildly and even smashing his head against Vilgax's squid-like face. Vilgax's rage exploded. Humiliated beyond measure, he grabbed Wrath with both massive hands and, with a violent swing, hurled him across the ground. Wrath rolled several times before stopping. Alright, you slimy green octopus. How dare you hit Big Wrath? Wrath snarled, his eyes blazing with feral fury as he charged again, unafraid of death. Vilgax raised his colossal arm, its force terrifying, and brought it down like a hammer, intent on crushing the foul-mouthed tiger beneath him. Listen up. Hand over the Omnitrix willingly, and I'll grant you a swift end, Vilgax growled back, unwilling to be outdone. Wrath, who had been mid-charge, suddenly stopped short, claws digging deep furrows into the ground. The abrupt halt narrowly spared him from Vilgax's crushing blow. Wrath's face twisted in outrage. What? You dare copy Lord Wrath's lines? You arrogant little octopus. Wrath's gonna rip off your tentacles and feed them to the dogs. Vilgax snorted coldly. Try me. I'm not afraid of you. Wrath let out a furious roar, his movements sharp and unpredictable as he dodged Vilgax's flurry of punches, circling behind him. Moon scoop. He leapt into the air and kicked Vilgax squarely on the backside. You. Vilgax felt a sharp sting in his rear, his anger flaring even hotter. He hadn't expected his opponent's combat skills to be this sharp. But Wrath wasn't done. The instant Vilgax turned, Wrath leapt onto his shoulders, wrapped his legs around his neck, and slammed a fist into one of Vilgax's ears. Double piercing ear. Thump, thump, thump. With unpredictable movements and relentless trick strikes, Wrath drove Vilgax backward again and again, leaving him seething with frustration. So freaking cool? This big tiger is totally awesome. Ben's eyes gleamed as he gave Wrath a thumbs up from afar. Cuz is so aggressive, but compared to how he usually acts, it's such a contrast, Gwen said with a soft laugh. Her cuz was normally calm and composed. Seeing him as the wild, raging Wrath, she couldn't help but find it kind of cute. Who'd have thought that ruthless Vilgax would ever take a beating? Grandpa Max laughed heartily. For now, it seemed Wrath might really defeat him hopefully without any more surprises. Amidst the blazing inferno, Wrath fought like a martial arts master, weaving through attacks and unleashing a storm of strikes. Black Tiger Heart Piercing. Monkey Steals Peach. Divine Dragon Tail Strike. 1000 Years of Pain. Iron Head Strike. Tornado Destroys Parking Lot. Crow Takes Flight. The endless grasslands were swallowed by merciless flames, reduced to charred black earth bleak and desolate, with wisps of white smoke rising into the air. As the fire lost its fuel, it gradually died down, fading into the scorched ground. Crawl, you worthless piece of trash. Wrath roared, grabbing Vilgax by the ankle and swinging him wildly through the air, stirring up fierce gusts of wind before finally letting go. Vilgax shot backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into a nearby hillside with an earth-shaking boom. Vilgax, listen up. You filthy squid trying to steal the Omnitrix. Wrath gives you 3 seconds to get off Earth, otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Wrath stood with his hands on his hips, eyes fierce and blazing. Any ordinary alien thug would have trembled under that glare. Boom! A massive shadow burst through the thick smoke ahead. Apoplexian? You dare treat me, Vilgax, this way? You'll regret it. Vilgax charged forward at blinding speed, his massive legs pounding the ground like a heavy armored vehicle as he barreled straight toward Wrath. The green octopus head atop his shoulders glared with eyes full of murderous rage. He was going all out. Lucian, run. Come with us. Grandpa Max shouted, a bad feeling rising in his chest. Trying to escape. Vilgax sneered. Too late. His arms suddenly swelled, muscles bulging with terrifying power, and he brought them crashing down toward Wrath with a thunderous roar. Wrath raised his arms to block, but the impact slammed him deep into the scorched earth, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Dust and smoke erupted, rolling across the battlefield. Beside the rust bucket, everyone stared anxiously toward the chaos. Cuz, please be okay. Gwen whispered a silent prayer. Hurry, transform. Ben frantically tapped at the watch, but it still glowed solid red. Gradually, the dense smoke cleared, revealing the scene within. In the dark pit, Wrath lay motionless, eyes shut tight. Earthling, now you understand my power. Vilgax stood at the edge of the crater, looking down with disdain. Suddenly, Wrath's eyes snapped open. He clenched his fists, the claws on his knuckles extending sharply, gleaming with cold light. You muscle-bound octopus head, listen up. The mighty Wrath admits you're strong, but Wrath is stronger. Soon you'll be on your knees, begging for mercy. He tightened his fists, ready to charge. Vilgax tensed, shifting into a defensive stance. He wasn't about to get caught in another one of Wrath's bizarre combos, especially that ridiculous 1000 Years of Pi move that had caught him off guard before. Thud. A red light flashed across Wrath's body, and in an instant, he reverted to his human form. Lucian stared down at his own hands. Crap. I'm done for. In his Wrath form, he didn't bother watching the timer, too busy brawling and trash-talking like a true street fighter. Vilgax, who'd been ready for another clash, burst into laughter. Fate itself must favor me? Let's see you escape now. In a blur, he lunged forward and grabbed Lucian tightly in his massive hand. Damn it, let's move. Grandpa Max spun around, grabbing the two beside him. Plan change, head straight for Mount Rushmore. Staying here would only mean a pointless death, letting Vilgax catch them all in one net. But Lucian was captured. We have to save him. Gwen's eyes were red with tears. She refused to abandon Lucian. Damn it. Ben gritted his teeth, a wave of helplessness washing over him. His cuz had always protected him. Now that Lucian was captured, he felt utterly powerless. Trust me, I don't like it either, Grandpa Max said quickly. But if we all get captured, who's going to save your cousin? All right, Gwen, let's go, Ben resolved. But just as he started to move, a powerful gust of wind swept in from behind. Kid, don't even think about slipping through my fingers, Vilgax said coldly, effortlessly snatching Ben into his grasp. No, Gwen panicked, wildly unleashing her water magic. Water bubble spell, aqua arrow, water dragon soul, spells flew one after another, striking Vilgax, yet only splashing droplets of water, utterly ineffective. Vilgax, release my 2 grandsons. Grandpa Max's eyes burned red with fury, wishing he could wield his old weapon once more to blast the enemy into outer space. Tennyson, do you really think that's possible? Vilgax held Lucian and Ben effortlessly. Clatter? Not far away, a sharp hedgehog sphere rolled toward them, splitting in 2 to open its hatch. Vilgax leapt inside, the hatch slowly closing behind him. Tennyson, you'd better worry about yourself first. You and this pitiful planet will soon be reduced to dust. With those final words, Vilgax's figure vanished completely. The massive hedgehog sphere sealed shut, spinning wildly as it charged toward the space battleship in the valley. In the desolate, scorched wasteland, only 2 lonely figures remained. Grandpa, what should we do now? Gwen's face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed. Let's go. We're heading to Mount Rushmore, Grandpa Max said in a low voice, forcing back the grief in his heart. He knew he had to pull himself together now if there was any chance of rescuing Lucian and Ben. Several minutes later, Mount Rushmore. A mountain trail wound through steep, gray-brown rock walls, weathered by time and eroded by the ages. Vroom! The roar of engines filled the air as the rust bucket accelerated full throttle, plunging deep into the mountains. Gwen's gaze sharpened as she spotted a sign at the fork in the road. No visitors beyond this point. Grandpa Max shook his head. We're not visitors. We're tenants. Soon, the rust bucket came to a halt on a patch of ground marked with a painted circle. Grandpa Max pressed a hidden button on the driver's seat, triggering an audio signal. Click. The ground beneath instantly caved in, like a lift, carrying the rust bucket underground. Ignoring Gwen's confusion, Grandpa Max pulled her out without a word. He switched on the lights and strode straight into the base's interior. This subterranean space was filled with compartments of various sizes. Grandpa Max opened several drawers in succession, each time shaking his head in disappointment. Where on earth is it? He couldn't quite recall, his mind a whirl of frustration and anger. But there was no time for venting now. Grandpa Max took a deep breath and continued searching. Grandpa, what exactly did you do when you were young? Gwen scanned the surroundings and couldn't help asking. Click-clack. Suddenly, Grandpa mounted a sleek laser cannon, its body crackling with electricity, radiating cutting-edge technology. Peering through the scope, he was rediscovering the feel of the past. To put it simply, I wasn't just an ordinary plumber. I was a universe law enforcement officer responsible for expelling invading alien species, resolving all manner of supernatural phenomena, and serving under the plumbers. Gwen's mouth fell open. Grandpa, you never told us. Just imagine finding out your grandfather was a hero all along. No one could stay calm after that. All right, enough talk. Grandpa Max drew 2 silver pistols and clipped them to his waist. Saving them comes first. We need to rescue Lucian and Ben before Vilgax takes off. From Vilgax's tone, it was clear he didn't just want to kill them. He wanted to destroy the entire planet. Grandpa Max knew Vilgax had that kind of power, so he couldn't afford a single moment of carelessness. Gwen nodded and followed him back into the rust bucket. Moments later, the floor lift activated, raising the rust bucket back to the surface. Sunlight poured in through the windows. But how are we supposed to find Cuz and the others? Gwen asked anxiously. Grandpa Max quickly worked the control panel. A map popped up, flashing with a crimson dot. The satellite global positioning tracking system, he said. It can track the signal from the watch. As he spoke, he slammed the accelerator, and the rust bucket roared forward. Grandpa, you knew about the watch all along. Gwen blinked in surprise. Why didn't you ever tell us? I'd only heard rumors, he replied. I always thought it was just a legend. Never imagined the Omnitrix was real. He paused, then added, what's even stranger is that Lucian somehow found 2 and gave 1 to Ben. I still can't figure that out. Gwen frowned at the map. But there's only 1 red dot showing. That's the problem, Grandpa Max said quietly. Vilgax couldn't figure it out either. That's why he captured them both. Grandpa, aren't you going too fast? We're doing at least 200 miles an hour. Feeling the car windows shake, Gwen shouted in alarm. If they flipped, it would be disastrous. This speed is still too slow. He pressed a red, dust-covered button. Beep. The rust bucket's rear engines unfolded with a metallic clang. Wing-like panels extended from its tail as bursts of fiery red energy ignited. The vehicle shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. It slammed straight into a raging storm, thunder roaring all around them. Inside, the entire cabin rattled violently. Cups, laptops, and tools clattered to the floor, bouncing from side to side. Ah! Gwen screamed, squeezing her eyes shut. The modified rust bucket blazed ahead at full power, trailing a streak of crimson fire as it sped toward its destination. In the Green Valley, a massive space battleship hovered silently. At the center of the command room, Lucian and Ben were restrained by machines, unable to move. The Omnitrix on Lucian's left wrist was clamped tightly by a cylindrical device that was severing the connection between the watch and its wearer. Once that link was completely cut, the Omnitrix could be forcibly removed. Around them stood numerous robots, weapons in hand, forming a tight circle. Lucian struggled to break free, but it was useless. Ben was in the same situation, his face filled with worry. Vilgax sat upon his throne, glancing at the robot beside him. Prepare for takeoff. I will destroy this planet and erase it from existence. Yes, sir. The robot saluted and began maneuvering the ship, which slowly rose into the sky. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the battleship, blowing open a massive hole. The rust bucket burst through the breach, trailing roaring flames as it generated immense thrust, crashing straight into the command room. The robots exchanged stunned looks, then raised their weapons, unleashing crimson lasers toward the wreck. Grandpa Max leaned halfway out the window, looking through his scope. He mounted a powerful laser cannon, charged it with energy, and fired a blinding blue beam that wiped out a cluster of robots. Gwen, we're getting out. With that, Grandpa Max jumped down, drew his pistols, and spun them in his hands with dazzling precision, taking out one robot after another. Gwen began chanting incantations, summoning water magic as she joined the fight. Grandpa, Gwen, you're finally here. Ben shouted, eyes glistening with emotion. Surveying the chaotic battlefield, Lucian's mind raced, searching for a way to break free. ZZZZT? Suddenly, a surge of energy pulsed from his wrist, spreading through his entire body. In an instant, Lucian transformed into XLR8, then Diamond Head, then Grey Matter, then Swamp Fire, his forms shifting rapidly one after another. Beside him, Ben was experiencing the same uncontrollable transformations. It must be an energy pulse interfering with the watch's transformation function, Grandpa Max said grimly. Tennyson, it's you again. Vilgax growled, rising to his feet and advancing toward him. Vilgax, long no. Grandpa Max shouted, thrusting out his aged hand as if trying to grab something. But outside the spaceship, there was nothing but the howling wind. Gwen's heart twisted painfully as she watched him disappear before her eyes. Four Arms lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. Moments later, he lifted his gaze again, resolve shining in his eyes. This ship is about to break through the atmosphere. We need to find a way to bring it down. That's right. We have to stay strong. Grandpa Max stood up firmly. Lucian is incredible, he'll be fine. He must have turned into a flying alien and escaped Vilgax's grasp. Four Arms opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, a dying spider drone nearby twitched violently. A crimson laser shot out from its core like a viper striking from the dark, slamming straight into Four Arms. The light faded, and the drone went completely still. Sizzle! The blood-red beam, scorching and charged with immense kinetic force, blasted Four Arms clean out of the spaceship, sending him hurtling downward at terrifying speed. Then, Grandpa Max's eyes widened in shock, nearly losing consciousness. In just a few minutes, both of his grandsons were gone, whether alive or dead. He didn't know. The spacecraft is about to enter outer space. Please prepare accordingly. The cold, mechanical voice of the onboard AI echoed through the command center. Grandpa. Gwen clung tightly to him, her voice trembling. Stop the ship from ascending? Ben and the others will be fine. She had already lost Lucian and Ben, she couldn't bear to lose her grandfather too. Tears welled in Grandpa Max's reddened eyes. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to the control console, forcing himself to focus as he wrestled the ship's systems, desperately trying to steer it back toward Earth. The wind howled violently around them. Human Gusor slammed his fist into Vilgax's chest, forcing him back. Crackle! A surge of chaotic energy rippled across Human Gusor's body, transforming him into Upgrade. Now black and green all over, he stretched his flexible body wide, forming a parachute-like shape that slowed his deadly descent. Drifting gently, he landed against the side of President Stone Mountain, clinging to it like a thin sheet of paper before drawing his body together and reverting to normal. Boom! A dark figure streaked down from the sky, crashing into the ground before him with overwhelming force. The impact sent sand and stone flying, a thick cloud of dust swirling into the air. Kid, hand over the Omnitrix. Vilgax's booming voice rang out as he emerged from the smoke, his massive arm sweeping aside the haze. The green circle on Upgrade's head flared with brilliant cyan light, unleashing a searing laser that scorched across Vilgax's chest. But Vilgax didn't even flinch. Step by step, he advanced, his towering form unfazed by the onslaught. Just as he was about to grab Upgrade, his vision blurred and his massive hand closed on empty air. I'm over here. XLR8 stood atop a nearby statue, eyes filled with mocking defiance. Don't even think about running. Vilgax roared, kicking off the ground and charging forward like a cannonball. XLR8 became a streak of blue light, darting back and forth. To him, Vilgax's movements looked painfully slow, like an old movie playing in slow motion. Easily dodging each of Vilgax's furious strikes, XLR8 flickered behind him and unleashed a barrage of blows. His dark claws tore through the air like a storm, slashing viciously at Vilgax's back. Slash, slash. Each strike sent sparks flying across the metallic hide of Vilgax's armor. With a furious bellow, Vilgax spun around, lightning fast, and caught XLR8 in his massive grip. With a single swing, he hurled him through the air with crushing force. XLR8's slender body flew backward. Mid-flight, he transformed into Swamp Fire, his feet extending into green roots that stabbed deep into a stone statue with a sharp crack, anchoring him firmly in place. Methanosian? You really are full of surprises. Vilgax's gaze turned cold. The Omnitrix was too powerful a weapon, he had to claim it for himself. Swampfire raised his palm, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that surged forward like a roaring dragon, engulfing the enemy in an inferno. Feeling the intense heat, Vilgax squinted, shielding his chest with his massive arms as he pushed forward through the raging fire. Seeing this, Swampfire freed one hand, forming several glowing seeds. With a forceful throw, he scattered them at Vilgax's feet. Crash! Thick, powerful vines erupted from the ground, piercing the stone beneath and intertwining with crushing strength, binding Vilgax tightly in place. Retracting his flames, Swampfire charged straight toward him, his green, bark-covered fists hammering against Vilgax's face again and again. The furious blows sent the alien warlord reeling, roaring in anger and thrashing against the bindings. You overgrown squid, thought you were so tough. Swampfire's strikes were relentless, each punch packed with ferocious power. Vilgax's face twisted with pain, humiliation burning deeper than the flames themselves. You little brat, I'll make you regret this. Vilgax roared, muscles bulging as his massive frame expanded. With a surge of brute force, he tore through the constricting vines, shattering them apart. Swampfire hurled fireballs as he backed away, but Vilgax's mind was lost to rage. He powered through the blasts, his skin blackening under the heat as he shattered the incoming flames and seized Swampfire in his grip. Then came the pounding. Vilgax slammed his fists into Swampfire over and over, even after he hit the ground, striking until shards of stone scattered and dust filled the air. It wasn't clear how long the onslaught lasted before Vilgax finally stopped, panting heavily. When the dust began to settle, Swampfire lay in pieces, scattered among chunks of broken rock. Let's see you come back from that, Vilgax growled between ragged breaths. No one crosses Vilgax and lives to tell the tale. Clatter. The shattered green fragments began to tremble, then moved. They gathered rapidly, merging and intertwining as if alive, until Swampfire's body reformed completely before his eyes. This can't be. Vilgax bellowed in disbelief. He just destroyed his opponent, and now it was standing there again, good as new. Swampfire shrugged, crackling with energy, and in an instant transformed into Buzzshock. He. Buzzshock flashed out of sight, reappearing behind Vilgax to tap him on the shoulder. Before the alien could react, Buzzshock appeared on his other side, sticking out its tongue. The taunt sent Vilgax into a frenzy, his entire body shaking with rage. ZZZZT? Buzzshock extended a small hand, firing a bolt of brilliant green lightning that sliced through the air and struck Vilgax head-on. A wave of searing, numbing pain swept through his body like a tidal surge. Arg, I'll kill you, Vilgax roared, clenching his fists as his voice echoed across the battlefield. But Buzzshock was too fast, darting and weaving around him like a streak of living electricity, untouchable. As the fight dragged on, Buzzshock's playful attitude faded. It focused completely, unleashing its full electrical might in a storm of lightning. Blinding flashes filled the air as Vilgax roared in fury, stumbling backward, battered and scorched. Even so, Buzzshock's attacks could only hurt him. Vilgax's hide was far too tough to destroy. ZZZZT? Another energy pulse flared, enveloping Buzzshock's body as it shifted forms once more into gray matter. Earthling, let's see how arrogant you are now. Covered in wounds, Vilgax strode toward gray matter, towering over him like a mountain as he looked down, studying the tiny alien as if he were nothing more than an insect. Facing the monstrous figure before him, gray matter didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. Come on, gray matter wasn't made for combat, he was a thinker, not a fighter. But this was the Mount Rushmore National Memorial. Aside from the endless expanse of gray-white statues, there was nowhere to hide. He hadn't gone far before Vilgax caught up in a single step, his massive shadow engulfing gray matter completely. Vilgax brought his fist down with crushing force, shattering the hard stone beneath them. Though gray matter barely dodged the blow, the shockwave sent him flying backward through a storm of debris. He slammed into a stone wall, pain surging through his tiny body. It felt like every bone he had was breaking apart. In the next instant, Vilgax lunged forward. His huge, clawed hand stretched out like a steel cage, blocking out the light as it reached for the wounded alien. The massive hand grew larger and larger in gray matter's terrified gaze. Come on. Transform quick. Just as Vilgax's claws were about to close, a flash of green streaked past, snatching gray matter from his grip. Everything spun. Gray matter suddenly found himself soaring through the air. Then a putrid stench hit him, so strong it nearly made him gag. It smelled like something rotten that had been fermenting for decades. Hey, cuz. It's me. Stinkfly shouted, flapping his sharp wings as he sped through the sky. Ben Tennyson. Vilgax roared, enraged. He'd been seconds away from catching gray matter. Stinkfly carried gray matter to a distant statue and gently set him down. Cuz, stay here and rest. It's my turn to take that freak down. Before gray matter could reply, Stinkfly turned sharply and soared back toward Vilgax, leaving a foul-smelling trail in his wake. Gray matter sat where he was, wincing. He couldn't fight anyway. This was Ben's turn now, and with the energy pulse active, Ben's transformations would likely keep shifting at random. Vilgax crouched, muscles coiling tight, and then leapt like a living missile. His body shot into the air with explosive power as he reached out to grab his opponent. But Stinkfly banked to the side in time, narrowly avoiding the grab. From the insect eyes on either side of his head, jets of sticky green slime burst forth. Splat! Vilgax, just as he landed, couldn't dodge in time. The slime struck him squarely, coating his entire body and pinning him to the ground in a disgusting mess. Hey, squid face. That all you've got? Stinkfly called with a grin, circling above him. Vilgax growled furiously, muscles bulging as he ripped himself free from the sticky sludge. Flinging off the goo, he crouched low, then launched himself skyward again, determined to crush that stinking bug. ZZZZT? A surge of green energy flickered across Stinkfly's body, transforming him midair into XLR8, who dropped swiftly toward the ground. Vilgax's strike missed, his massive fist clenching as he dove after the speeding alien. With a thunderous roar, he crashed downward, his punch carrying the power of a meteor. Whoosh! XLR8 became a streak of blue light, darting away at lightning speed and narrowly escaping the fatal blow. Boom! Vilgax's fist smashed into the mountain with explosive force, shattering half of a stone statue. Dust and shattered rock rained down the slopes below, but Vilgax didn't relent. He charged after XLR8, swinging his fists again and again in a furious barrage. Yet every single punch hit nothing but air. The blue blur was always a step ahead, untouchable. Is that all you've got, loser? XLR8, confident of victory, took the initiative to strike. Dodging a heavy punch, he blurred forward, instantly appearing in front of Vilgax. In a flash of motion, his claws shot out like lightning, reaching straight for his opponent. A cold gleam flickered in Vilgax's eyes. Spotting an opening, he thrust out his massive hand and clamped down hard on XLR8's wrist. With a thunderous impact, he slammed the alien into the stone floor, shattering it into jagged fragments. Vilgax moved to finish the job, but before he could strike again, XLR8's body flickered with light, rapidly shifting into another form. Damn it! Vilgax's punch came down hard, but hit only empty air. In the cracked pit below, Ghost Freak covered his eyes, his translucent form flickering faintly. The huge iron fist passed straight through his chest without leaving a mark. Sometimes, Ghost Freak rasped, voice low and mocking, I just love this little broken watch. He drifted backward, ignoring Vilgax's furious glare. Ectonu, right? Damn you! Vilgax roared, frustrated. Against this kind of alien, his attacks were useless. Ghost Freak's form suddenly crackled with energy, transforming into the towering Diamond Head. You stinking squid, you're in big trouble now. Diamond Head raised his hand, reshaping it into a cluster of sharp crystalline spikes. With a loud crack, a storm of glittering crystal shards shot forward, carried by a roaring gust, hurtling straight toward Vilgax. Useless brat. Vilgax raised his thick forearm in front of him to block. Clang! Clang! The crystalline spikes, sharp enough to cut through steel, shattered on impact, breaking into glittering fragments that scattered through the air like glass. At the same moment, Diamond Head surged forward with long, powerful strides. His hands reformed into twin crystal lances, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. He struck with full force, driving the spikes into Vilgax's leg, but it was like an egg hitting stone. The lances shattered instantly into shards at his feet. Oh, bummer, Diamond Head sighed, glancing down at his broken arm. Kinda saw that coming. Let's see what else you've got. Vilgax bellowed, grabbing Diamond Head by the head and slamming him into the ground with brutal force. Cracks spread across Diamond Head's body like fractures in glass, leaving him sprawled on the ground, barely able to move. It's over, Ben Tennyson. Vilgax raised his fist, ready to crush him once and for all. But before he could strike, heavy footsteps echoed from nearby. The ground trembled as something massive approached. Vilgax turned sharply and froze. Not a chance. Humongousaur shouted, crossing his arms before slamming his entire body forward in a devastating collision. The sheer force of the impact sent Vilgax crashing into a nearby statue, embedding him deep within the stone. After setting Diamond Head safely aside, Humongousaur turned back toward Vilgax and charged again. Boom! A massive figure burst out from the shattered statue, its momentum colliding head-on with Humongousaur's. The impact shook the mountain. A shockwave rippled outward, scattering flocks of birds into the sky and sending animals fleeing in terror. It was as if two colossal beasts were clashing for dominance. Vilgax seized Humongousaur's hand, their grips locking in a crushing contest of strength. The ground beneath them cracked and split under the pressure. Interesting, Vilgax growled, a cruel grin curling across his face. Finally, someone who can go toe-to-toe with me. You really think turning into a big brute means you can beat me? Vilgax snarled, driving his knee up hard and sending Humongousaur flying backward off the cliff. Boom! A deafening crash echoed through the valley as Humongousaur's massive body smashed against the grey rock face, trailing a violent gust of wind before slamming into the ground below. The impact cratered the earth, spiderweb cracks spreading in every direction. Humongousaur braced himself with his thick arms and slowly pushed upright. But before he could steady his breath, Vilgax's figure blurred. He shot downward like a meteor, striking straight for Humongousaur's head. Humongousaur's eyes narrowed coldly. His snake-like arm shot out, seizing one of Vilgax's tentacles. With a fierce twist, he executed a massive shoulder throw, slamming Vilgax into the ground with bone-rattling force. Vilgax screamed as his jaw met the rock with a sickening crack. You little brat! I'll never forgive you, he roared, grabbing a nearby boulder. With a surge of fury, he hurled it with all his might, the massive rock whistling through the air. Humongousaur scoffed and threw a punch. The boulder, hard as steel, shattered instantly like brittle tofu, exploding into a storm of fragments. Snarling, Vilgax tore an entire tree from the ground, spun it around several times, and swung it viciously, trying to smash Humongousaur flat. Boom! A brown fist shot out, splintering the tree into countless pieces. The force behind it was monstrous. Charging through the cloud of flying wood chips, Humungusor lunged forward, his iron-hard fist crashing toward Vilgax with unstoppable momentum. Vilgax met the attack head-on, clenching his massive fist. "Let me show you, Earthling, I'm not someone you can underestimate." Thud, thud, thud. Their thunderous blows collided again and again, shaking the ground. Two beasts locked in savage combat, neither yielding an inch. For a while, neither gained the advantage. The fight was dead even. "Your strength, it's stronger than I expected," Vilgax muttered, eyes narrowing in disbelief. He had thought Humungusor was just brute force with no real skill. He'd sent him tumbling off a cliff earlier, yet here, face to face, the alien was fighting him on equal ground. "That's not all I've got," Humungusor bellowed, shoving Vilgax back with a burst of power. His massive hands clenched. His body began to grow rapidly, bones shifting, plates of armor pushing through his back as his frame expanded higher and broader. In seconds, he towered over 20 meters tall. The sun vanished behind his enormous shadow, his presence radiating overwhelming power. To Vilgax, standing before him now felt like facing a mountain or a god. Caught off guard, Vilgax froze, eyes wide, tentacles trembling involuntarily. Humungusor let out a thunderous roar, his muscles tightening as he threw a colossal punch that crashed down like an avalanche. Vilgax tried to dodge, but the fist was too massive to avoid completely. Boom! The blow landed with explosive force, crushing Vilgax into the ground. The entire mountain shook from the impact, dust and rocks cascading down the cliffs. When Humungusor pulled his fist back, Vilgax lay broken in a crater, his body covered in wounds, struggling to move. "It's over." But before Humungusor could finish him off, a pulse of green energy rippled across his body, instantly transforming him into Snarrow. He glanced down at his bandaged form and sighed, shaking his head. Then his legs coiled and released like springs, launching him toward the crater at incredible speed. Vilgax staggered to his feet, panting heavily. That last punch had left him reeling. "Handido!" Before he could finish, white bandages shot forward, wrapping around him in layers until he was bound tight like a giant cocoon. "Don't think you can hold me, you cursed creature," Vilgax roared, straining against the bindings. A tremendous surge of force rippled through the wrappings. Rip! With a sharp crack, the bandages snapped apart. Vilgax tore himself free and charged again, unstoppable. Snarrow's glowing green eyes darted upward. Spotting a branch above, he prepared to latch onto it, but then another energy pulse rippled through him, and he transformed again. In an instant, his body shifted into Cannonbolt's round, armored form. Broad, compact, and solid, he looked like a giant walking boulder or, perhaps, a talking panda. As Vilgax charged in, Cannonbolt tucked his arms and legs, compressing his soft frame into a gleaming yellow sphere solid as steel, unbreakable. He spun at incredible speed, generating massive kinetic force as he tore through trees in his path, slamming straight toward Vilgax. Caught off guard mid-charge, Vilgax took the full brunt of the spinning impact square in the chest. "Arg!" he roared, the sound echoing across the valley as he was hurled backward, crashing into the dirt with a heavy thud. Through a shallow puddle beside him, Vilgax caught sight of his own reflection, mud-caked, battered, and utterly humiliated. "I'll kill you," he bellowed, rage consuming him. When had he ever suffered such disgrace? But just as he tried to rise, a whistling iron sphere came hurtling down, slamming into his head. His vision blurred, stars exploding before his eyes as he toppled back into the mud. Cannonbolt scratched his head while standing atop Vilgax's back, kicking his stubby legs repeatedly. The sheer weight of him nearly crushed Vilgax, forcing the alien to cough up blood. Lucian, inside the form, couldn't help feeling irritated. The guy was like a cockroach. No matter how many times you hit him, he just wouldn't die. Of course, Lucian knew why. The alien forms he'd used so far simply didn't have enough firepower to actually kill Vilgax. After all, in the original timeline, this monster had survived until the very end, enduring starship crashes, explosions, even missile strikes, yet somehow always lived. Suddenly, the Vilgax beneath him flexed his massive arms, muscles swelling as he unleashed a violent surge of strength, swinging with crushing force. Cannonbolt curled into a sphere on instinct but was still launched through the air by the blow, smashing into a boulder before rolling to a stop. Unfazed, he uncurled and stood up again, his expression calm. As expected, Cannonbolt's species was famous for its near-impenetrable defense, though it wasn't exactly known for offensive power. The rolling attack, like an iron wrecking ball, had been something Ben Tennyson originally discovered by accident. Now, Vilgax, in his enraged power state, lumbered forward again. His huge frame was riddled with wounds, but his presence remained menacing and relentless. "Hand, over the Omnitrix," he growled, reaching out a clawed hand, still refusing to yield. Cannonbolt shook his head, his round belly jiggling. "You're persistent, I'll give you that, but no chance. Give it to me," Vilgax roared, finally snapping as he charged. At that instant, a surge of energy coursed through Cannonbolt's body, his form flashing green before transforming into Big Chill. Entirely ice blue and full of vitality, it looked like a spirit born from a world of frost and snow. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Vilgax charged forward with ferocious momentum, his eyes burning with rage as if he wanted to tear his opponent apart. Big Chill stood calmly, completely unshaken. Just as Vilgax's claws were about to strike, Big Chill phased into its spectral form, ignoring the attack and passing straight through him. What the hell is this thing? Vilgax roared, nearly losing his mind. He hadn't expected a human from Earth to control so many alien forms. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He clawed wildly at the blue silhouette before him, but his hands only grasped empty air. Useless. You're too hot-headed. Let me cool you down. As soon as he spoke, Big Chill's ghostly form sank into Vilgax's body. Freezing cold spread from Vilgax's chest, frost forming and hardening until he was encased in ice. Inside the crystal-clear sculpture, Vilgax's furious expression remained frozen in place, like time itself had stopped. Big Chill flickered, appearing mid-air. It exhaled a chilling breath, quickly shaping an animal from solid ice. Now's the chance, finish him off? Moments later, a massive elephant of sculpted ice, surrounded by wisps of mist, took form above Vilgax. Go. Big Chill pointed. Moo. The icy beast swung its long trunk, tusks gleaming coldly, and charged down the frozen steps like an out-of-control train. Vilgax had just broken free of the ice when the elephant struck him squarely. He flew like a kite with its string cut, crashing through several massive trees before slamming into a tall stone cliff. The elephant exploded in midair, unable to withstand its own force, and scattered into shards that quickly faded. Let's see if he's dead yet. Big Chill flapped its wings and glided toward the cliff face. Half buried in the rock, Vilgax's body was spread out in a shape, pain surging through every muscle. He struggled to move his arms, pushing away the stones that trapped him until he slowly climbed out. He's still alive. Big Chill froze for a moment. This had been his strongest attack. Boom! Vilgax burst free from the mountain, covered in dirt, gravel, and shards of ice, gasping heavily. No, if this keeps up, he'll die at this kid's hands. Taking the Omnitrix can wait. Better to live to fight another day. Whoosh! As he thought that, a loud roar echoed overhead. A colossal cosmic battleship appeared, its metal frame trailing thick smoke as it descended rapidly. Its course directly toward the center of the battlefield. Feeling the fierce wind bearing down, Vilgax didn't hesitate. He bolted to the side. He had no intention of being flattened by his own ship. It might not kill him, but it wouldn't be pleasant either. Big Chill spread its wings, turned spectral again, and flew straight toward the descending warship. Soon, he slipped inside and found Grandpa Max and Gwen operating the controls. The ship is about to crash. We need to make an emergency landing. Grandpa Max turned his head to look at the battered rust bucket. But his heart sank instantly when he saw the rust bucket's tires. They had burst at some point, now limp and deflated. He'd planned to rev up the rust bucket at the last moment before the ship hit, using its momentum to escape the terrifying shockwaves. But this was not what he'd envisioned. Without the rust bucket, were they to jump directly from the ship? That would likely leave not a shred of them behind. Grandpa, what should we do? Gwen looked frantic, frantically manipulating the system, hoping for a miracle. Grandpa Max closed his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. Just as the two were at a loss, a hoarse voice came from behind. Grandpa, Gwen, I'll take you away. Gwen's slender frame trembled as she slowly turned, her eyes widening in surprise. Cuz. She leapt joyfully into the arms of Big Chill. Cuz, I'm so relieved you're safe. I thought. Big Chill ruffled her hair, smiling gently. Silly girl, how could anything happen to me? Child, it's such a relief you're safe. Grandpa Max stepped forward and embraced Big Chill. Whoosh! The massive universe ship continued its rapid descent, its piercing alarm blaring incessantly. We're running out of time. Big Chill pushed them away. We must escape immediately. As he spoke, he raised his palms, forming icy helmets atop Grandpa and Gwen's heads to shield them from the raging hurricane. Wait. Grandpa Max had a sudden flash of insight. He hurried to the control console and began operating it rapidly. Soon, he finished his adjustments. Big Chill embraced Gwen and Grandpa, unfurling his blue wings. He soared straight into the howling gale. High above, Gwen's face was pale. Her eyes tightly shut, she dared not look down at the scene below. She clung desperately to Big Chill's arm, not daring to relax for even a moment. Gwen, you're crushing my arm. Big Chill teased, soaring effortlessly through the sky. Gwen's cheeks flushed, and she loosened her grip slightly, though she still held on tightly. Soon, Big Chill safely landed the two of them on a distant hillside, overlooking the crashing warship. Thanks to Grandpa Max's maneuvering, the spacecraft hadn't plummeted straight down but glided through the air. It scraped the ground, sending sparks flying and carving deep gullies before finally coming to rest without exploding. Where's Ben? Why can't I see him? Grandpa Max suddenly asked, looking around. Whoosh! A blinding pillar of fire shot skyward near the warship. I'll go check over there. You two stay here. Big Chill flapped his wings, transforming into a streaking blue shadow as he darted away. Upon arriving, he saw Heat Blast battling Vilgax, not far from the crashed ship. Vilgax had been overwhelming Heat Blast, but the moment he spotted Big Chill in the sky, his confidence evaporated. He turned and fled toward the universe starship. He had to escape this planet, far away from Big Chill. Don't run. Heat Blast pursued relentlessly, about to storm the ship. But Big Chill was faster. He streaked before Vilgax, unleashing a blast of biting cold air straight at him. Get lost, you Earthlings. Vilgax made no attempt to fight, dodging the cold blast before dashing into the command center. Big Chill had intended to pursue, but suddenly seemed to remember something, turning back. He grabbed the furious heat blast along the way and hurried toward Grandpa Max and the others. "Cuz, let me go? I'm going back to beat the crap out of that dem stinky squid." Heat Blast struggled. "No need. He'll be miserable soon enough," Big Chill rasped, swiftly returning to the hillside. In the distance, the colossal space battleship rose into the sky once more, its powerful engines roaring as it soared into outer space. "Tennyson family, I'll be back for you," Vilgax roared furiously from the airlock entrance. His voice echoed across the heavens, reverberating in every direction. Everyone watched as the starship departed, gradually fading into outer space. Boom! The boundless sky suddenly erupted with blinding firelight, dazzlingly brilliant. For a fleeting moment, even the sun dimmed. Big Chill stood on the hillside, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he could hear Vilgax's agonized screams. The reason Big Chill had stopped Heat Blast from pursuing Vilgax earlier was because he knew Grandpa Max had already activated the ship's self-destruct sequence to prevent Earth from being destroyed by Vilgax's cannon. When he went to pick them up, Grandpa had said to wait a moment. He'd gone to the control console to trigger the self-destruct system before escaping the falling ship with Big Chill. What beautiful fireworks! They'd be even prettier at night. Gwen gazed up at the sky, feeling a rush of relief after surviving the ordeal. Of course, she had to thank Lucian for that. If he hadn't flown back to the space battleship in time, she and Grandpa Max would have been done for. "Lucian," Grandpa turned toward Big Chill, "it's all thanks to you that we defeated Vilgax." Big Chill smiled faintly and said nothing. "What about me, Grandpa?" Heat Blast protested. "He'd helped beat Vilgax too." All right, you're all heroes." Grandpa Max laughed warmly. "Later, Grandpa will whip up a grand feast for you, absolutely top-notch, I promise, haha." "Oh, come on," Heat Blast grumbled, lowering his head. Everyone burst into laughter, their joyful voices echoing across the valley. A week later, the heavily damaged rust bucket was finally repaired and back on the road. Sitting inside, Lucian frowned slightly. "Didn't we leave the rust bucket on Vilgax's ship back then?" The situation had been chaotic. After Big Chill carried Grandpa and Gwen to safety, he'd flown straight away from the crashing battleship without taking the rust bucket. "Yeah, that's what I thought too," Gwen said, biting into a lollipop. Ben, who was in the middle of playing sumo slammers, looked up with a smug grin. "Well, that was all thanks to our big hero right here." "That's right," Grandpa Max chuckled, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. "Our little hero saved the rust bucket just in time." It turned out that when the ship was crashing, Ben had transformed into 4 arms. He'd rushed inside, trying to rescue Grandpa and Gwen, but couldn't find them anywhere. Figuring they'd already been saved by Lucian, he'd caught sight of the rust bucket out of the corner of his eye. With sheer brute strength, he'd lifted it and carried it out of the wrecked battleship. After all, it was Grandpa's pride and joy. It couldn't be left behind for Vilgax to steal. Just as he made it out, Vilgax appeared, roaring furiously as he charged at him. 4 arms hurled the rust bucket into the forest, ready to smash the stinky squid to pieces. But before he could, an energy pulse flashed across his body, turning him into Heat Blast, and the two had immediately clashed. What came next was the scene Big Chill had witnessed. "Nice work, Ben." Lucian gave him a thumbs up, offering genuine praise. "Good job, doofus," Gwen said casually, though her eyes softened. "Awesome, total one-shot. I'm the best." Ben cheered, eyes glued to his game. Lucian could only shake his head with a faint smile. He closed his eyes, recalling the battle against Vilgax. Fighting such a powerful enemy had given him something truly valuable. His combat skills, reflexes, and instincts had all grown sharper than ever. "Grandpa, you mentioned before that you belong to the Plumbers. What kind of organization is that exactly?" Gwen suddenly asked. At that, Ben's ears immediately perked up. This was about his heroic future, after all. "The Plumbers," Grandpa Max explained patiently, "you can think of it as an interstellar police force. We're responsible for expelling all sorts of alien criminals and handling strange civilian cases, supernatural events, and other unstable factors. We like to call ourselves plumbers, but officially, we don't exist. Our work isn't public knowledge." "Cool, you're like a real hero." Ben set down his game controller, listening with rapt attention. "My days as a big hero are long gone," Grandpa said with a bitter smile, eyes distant as if recalling old memories. "Being a hero isn't as glorious as it sounds. Grandpa used to be a hero, and now I'm a hero too. That means I'm carrying on the family legacy." Ben laughed proudly. "I appreciate that you think so, Ben," Grandpa Max said, keeping his hands steady on the wheel, eyes focused ahead. "But I don't want you joining. It's too dangerous." During his years with the Plumbers, he'd faced countless deadly situations. Surviving them all still felt like a miracle. Now that he was retired, all he wanted was to spend his remaining years peacefully with his family. "Why, Grandpa, being a hero is awesome." Ben frowned, puzzled. What kid didn't dream of being a hero, someone admired by everyone, who could change the world with just a flick of the wrist? Lucian sat quietly beside them. He didn't say a word, but he understood how Ben felt. After all, Ben was only 10 years old, right in that age where dreams of heroism burned brightest. But only those who'd lived through it could understand the exhaustion, numbness, and crushing weight that came with being a hero. "Ben, you'll understand one day," Grandpa said gently, leaving it at that. 10 o'clock at night. The moon hung bright in a star-scattered sky, its pale light shimmering across the quiet highway. The rust bucket sped along, searching for a place to rest for the night before continuing the journey. Gwen was tapping away on her computer while Ben and Lucian were absorbed in a video game. It was Lucian's first time playing sumo slammers. He picked Ishiyama, teamed up with Ben, and together they powered through the stages, finally defeating the evil Kenko and taking first place. Oh, come on. I'm not even in first place. Ben pouted, glaring at the screen. Lucian's score towered far above his. Keep trying, Lucian laughed, patting Ben's shoulder. Ben, that's enough for tonight. It's late, go get some sleep, Grandpa called from the front. Just then, the radio crackled to life with a news broadcast. Breaking news, a strange creature has been sighted at a private villa on the outskirts of town. Reports say it's extremely violent and destructive. Local police have already been dispatched to investigate. Ben's eyes lit up instantly. Awesome, time for the big hero to make his entrance. It's not far from here, Grandpa said, stepping on the gas. Let's go take a look. About 10 minutes later, the rust bucket arrived at the scene. In the suburbs stood a luxurious villa surrounded by tall trees. Police cars lined the entrance, red and blue lights flashing. The vehicles were empty. The officers had already gone inside to deal with the creature. The group got out of the rust bucket, quietly considering how to sneak past the authorities and get inside. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly flew out of the villa and crashed hard onto a police car. Lucian stared. An injured middle-aged man lay sprawled across the hood. He was wearing a police uniform, blood trickling down his forehead, eyes filled with raw terror. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens more officers were flung out one after another, tumbling across the ground. Monster, monster, fall back. Requesting backup at headquarters. Their faces were pale with fear, some bleeding, others bruised. They scrambled into their cars, slammed on the gas, and sped away in a frenzy, leaving behind thick clouds of exhaust that made the air sting. Well, looks like we've got a clear path now, Lucian said with a shrug. We'd better be careful. Whatever's inside isn't something to take lightly, Grandpa warned, his tone serious. Relax, Grandpa. The big hero's here. What could possibly go wrong? Ben puffed up his chest, full of confidence. He raised his wrist and pressed down on the Omnitrix. A flash of emerald light burst forth. Thud. His slender frame shifted. Ashen skin, sharp fangs, and a glowing green lantern fixed atop his head. Ripyaws. I was thinking of becoming 4 arms. Ripyaws scratched his head. Forget it. Let's head inside, Grandpa said, pushing the door open and stepping in. The others followed close behind. The villa was cloaked in darkness. The floor was a mess of shattered debris and scattered trash, as though torn apart by razor-sharp claws. Ripyaws led the way. The green lantern on his head gave off a faint glow, just enough to light the floor beneath his feet. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the side. Not a chance you're getting away, Ripyaws shouted, sprinting toward the noise and vanishing into the shadows. Ben, wait. Grandpa reached out to stop him, but Ripyaws' slick, eel-like arms slipped right through his grasp. Without the glow from Ripyaws' lantern, the darkness swallowed the room whole. The air turned heavy and eerie, the silence broken only by the occasional creak. No one could tell what might come lunging out of the shadows next. Gwen instinctively gripped Lucian's arm, glancing around nervously, her face pale. Lucian was about to speak when Grandpa's expression shifted sharply. He shoved them both aside. Roar. A black shadow shot past Lucian's ear, claws glinting in the dim light, missing him by barely a few centimeters. The slicing wind grazed his cheek like a knife. Without hesitation, Lucian wrapped his arm around Gwen and used the momentum to roll backward, distancing them from the attacker. When he looked again, the shadow had already vanished, melting seamlessly into the surrounding darkness. The enemy was hidden, while they were exposed. Not a good position to be in. Lucian raised the Omnitrix, switched to the light-based hologram form, and slammed his hand down. Thud. A flash of green light burst forth, fleeting and sharp. Buzzshock appeared as a streak of green lightning, darting upward into the ornate chandelier. Click. Instantly, the villa's grand hall was flooded with light. Returning to Grandpa Max's side, Buzzshock asked, Grandpa, did you see what that thing was? The lighting was too dim, I couldn't make it out, Grandpa Max said, shaking his head. But that roar, it sounded familiar. If I'm right, that species was supposed to have gone extinct on Earth long ago. What kind of monster was it? Gwen clutched her sleeve, her voice trembling slightly. Just moments ago, she and Lucian had narrowly escaped an ambush. Let's find Ben first, Grandpa said firmly. His tone carried a weight of concern. Something about this situation didn't feel simple. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept down from above. Buzzshock's body tensed. Without hesitation, he lifted his hand and fired a surge of crackling green electricity into the air. Crackle! A red creature was struck midair, convulsing violently before tumbling to the floor with a thud. In a flash, Buzzshock appeared beside it, studying the creature carefully. It stood barely half a meter tall, its skin a deep crimson. Sharp fangs jutted from its mouth, claws glimmering faintly under the light. For an alien creature, it wasn't large-small, almost pitifully so. It's the Havoc Beast. I didn't expect it to really be this one, Grandpa said as he approached. Grandpa, you know this kind of monster? Gwen asked in surprise. Yes. Back when I was a plumber, I caught one of these creatures before. Grandpa Max's eyes reflected a trace of nostalgia. Though it looks small, its destructive power is tremendous. It poses an extremely high threat to civilians. But I thought we already captured all of them? And this Havoc Beast looks familiar. Huh? Could it have escaped again? Gwen asked nervously. Impossible. Grandpa shook his head firmly. I locked it inside the null void. There's no way it could have escaped. Aside from a handful of unbelievably powerful aliens, almost no one could break free from the prison of the null void. As they spoke, the havoc beast lying on the floor suddenly opened its eyes, glowing with a violent, blood-red light. It leapt up, ignoring the burns and injuries covering its body, and lunged straight at Gwen with a vicious snarl. Gwen's face went pale. She tried to summon her water magic, but it was already too late. Buzzshock had been ready all along, keeping a close eye on the havoc beast. Crackle! A dazzling bolt of green lightning, as thick as a bowl, burst from Buzzshock's palm, crackling with terrifying energy as it slammed into the creature. The strike roasted the havoc beast inside and out. It hit the ground hard, twitching violently as smoke rose from its scorched body. Phew! Gwen exhaled in relief. Thanks, cuz. Grandpa Max grabbed a coil of rope from somewhere, quickly tying the creature up tight before pulling out his communicator to call for backup. Just as they finished securing it, a loud crash echoed from the stairwell. Boom! Ripios came tumbling down the stairs, battered and covered in claw marks, landing in a heap at the bottom. Grandpa Max hurried forward to catch him. What happened, Ben? Oh man, there's a 4 arms up there? I turned into Ripios and still couldn't take it down. Ripios said, clearly frustrated. What? A 4 arms? Upstairs. Grandpa Max froze, thinking he'd misheard. Your brain must be overheated, Gwen muttered, grabbing a nearby water jug and pouring it over Ripios's head to help him recharge. I'm serious. Ripios gulped down some of the water, still trying to explain. I'll check it out. Stay alert, Buzzshock said sharply. In a flash of blue-green light, he shot upward like a streak of lightning. The moment he reached the 2nd floor, Buzzshock stopped dead in his tracks. A massive figure sat in the corner, silently chewing on a loaf of bread. The creature had 4 arms and 4 eyes, its pale blue skin covered in knife scars and bullet holes. It looked like a monster born from battle itself, a beast that had clawed its way out of a sea of blood and corpses. Aside from its skin color, its features were almost identical to 4 arms. The blue creature sensed the presence of an intruder and turned its head, glaring with feral intensity. It let out a bone-shaking roar, the ground splintering beneath its feet as it charged straight at Buzzshock. Thud! The massive body slammed into the floor, shaking it violently, nearly collapsing the entire 2nd floor under its weight. Snapping back to focus, Buzzshock unleashed a surge of crackling energy, hurling a powerful wave of electricity straight ahead. Sizzle! The blazing green lightning, like a roaring serpent of energy, struck the blue monster in an instant. But the fierce attack only made it pause briefly. Enduring the raging current, the blue creature pressed forward, unfazed. Its bare torso turned black and blistered under the intense electric assault, yet the beast showed no sign of pain, its eyes wild, its movements unrestrained, like a feral animal newly freed from its cage. The creature was even larger than Ben's transformed 4 arms, its power terrifying to behold. With blood-red eyes, it roared furiously and swung a hardened fist, aiming to crush the dovet before it. Buzzshock didn't move to dodge, continuing to release an overwhelming current of electricity. In a flash, the blue monster closed the distance and punched, shattering Buzzshock into fragments that fell to the ground in a shower of black debris. Roar! The 4-armed creature let out a thunderous howl, declaring itself the ruler of the world. But the next instant, a faint slithering sound came from beneath its feet. The monster froze, lowering its head slowly. The scattered black fragments on the ground began to shift and grow, first forming limbs, then a head, until 5 complete Buzzshock clones stood before it. The blue creature trembled with fury and fear, its body quivering before it roared again and charged forward with explosive force. Whoosh! All 5 Buzzshock blurred into streaks of green light, easily dodging the bull-like rush. Losing its target, the 4-armed monster stumbled forward, its massive body tilting off balance before it crashed straight through the floor into the 1st floor hall. What is that thing? Gwen gasped, staring into the gaping pit where the giant had fallen. It looked almost identical to 4 arms, but its skin was blue, and its upper body was bare. Ben, Gwen, get behind me. Grandpa Max's face hardened as he drew the twin blasters from his belt and aimed them at the creature. Ripios grabbed the fish tank, took a huge gulp of water, and wiped his mouth. Last time, I just didn't dodge in time. This time, I'll show you what I've got. Before anyone could react, he charged forward, claws bared, determined to reclaim some pride. Boom! The blue monster snatched up a chunk of debris and hurled it. The boulder slammed into Ripios' gut, sending him flying back and crashing near the stairs. Oh man, I don't want to turn into dried fish. Ripios rubbed his head, looking helpless and goofy. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Grandpa Max squeezed the triggers, unleashing a barrage of blue laser fire that hammered into the creature's chest. Water Dragon Soul! Gwen cried out, summoning a swirling surge of water that took the shape of a mighty dragon. It roared as it shot forward, crashing into the blue monster with tremendous force. But the Tetramands' defense was monstrous, like an immovable mountain. The attacks from both Grandpa Max and Gwen failed to even slow it down. The creature kept walking, step by heavy step, through the hail of lasers and water blasts, closing the distance between them. Grandpa, what do we do? Sweat streamed down Gwen's face, she was reaching her limit. Grandpa Max kept firing, jaw tight and brows furrowed, but he had no plan left. Run? He knew he couldn't outrun a Tetramand, and even if he could, what about Gwen and Ben? The blue monster spread its forearms wide, looming like a demon from legend, ready to strike. Crackle! 5 brilliant streaks of green lightning descended from above, slamming into the ground between them and the monster, blocking its advance. It's Buzzshock? Cuz is here. Gwen's eyes lit up, hope surging in her chest. As long as Lucian was there, it felt like nothing in the world could hurt them, not even the sky falling. In the wrecked hall, 5 Buzzshocks stood side by side, their bodies crackling with blue-green light as they surrounded the four-armed monster. Ha ha ha. They let out sharp, shrill screeches, raising their palms to unleash torrents of electricity. 5 raging streams of lightning twisted and coiled together, merging into a massive surge of energy that pulsed with a glowing ring of power before firing straight toward the creature's chest. The four-armed monster's eyes widened in alarm. It crossed its muscular arms just in time to shield itself. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, swallowing the creature in a blinding flash. Green light flared across the hall, lighting every corner like a storm of energy. When the brightness finally faded, the scene became clear. The enormous blue Tetramand still stood where it was, but one of its arms was torn open by a massive gash, blood streaming down in thick rivulets. Its entire body was scorched and steaming, and the scars already covering its flesh now looked even more hideous and menacing. Roar! The creature clutched its wounded arm, its crimson eyes blazing with fury. What defense? Grandpa Max muttered. Any ordinary alien would have been reduced to ashes by that blast. The fact that this Tetramand was still standing meant it was an elite among its kind. You, all, die, the blue creature snarled in broken words. Before anyone could respond, it stomped hard on the floor, shattering it beneath its feet as a violent gust of wind burst outward. Then it charged straight at them. Buzzshock, drained of power, didn't have time to recharge. The 5 copies merged back into one in a flash of light. Big guy, huh? Try this? Buzzshock slapped the Omnitrix on his chest. In an instant, his form shifted and expanded, transforming into Humongousaur. Inside the confined villa, he didn't enlarge his full size, it would have limited his movement. Against this Tetramand, his regular form was enough. The blue creature roared and rushed forward, its blood-red eyes wild with fury, a monstrous aura radiating from its charge. Humongousaur raised his massive palm to block the oncoming punch, then spun his entire body and swept out his powerful tail. Thud! The thick, whip-like tail smashed into the Tetramand's side with terrifying force, sending it hurtling across the hall. The shockwave ripped through the air, scattering debris and clouds of dust everywhere. Awesome! Cuz is amazing. Gwen cheered, her earlier fear completely forgotten. Ripios grabbed the fish tank again, gulped down a mouthful of water, then reluctantly set it back down. The water was nearly gone, and one more sip would have left the poor goldfish done for. Water. I need more water. Ripios groaned weakly, collapsing onto the floor. Thud. A sudden flash of red light filled the room, saving him just in time. As the thick smoke cleared, the four-armed monster was revealed lying against the wall, clutching its waist in pain. Humongousaur stepped forward and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him effortlessly like a child holding a toy. Wait! A sudden, unfamiliar voice called out from the doorway. Everyone turned toward the sound. At the villa's entrance stood a middle-aged man in a blue uniform and black tactical boots, his posture rigid and upright. His jet-black hair was tinged with gray at the crown, clearly dyed, and his deep-set eyes carried a hint of arrogance and sly confidence, like a man who had seen and survived it all. Who are you? Humongousaur's gravelly voice rumbled as he turned toward the newcomer. Wait a second, that face looked familiar. Grandpa Max's eyes widened in surprise. Phil. Oh, it's you, Max. Phil grinned and walked over, pulling him into a quick hug. It's been years. You haven't changed a bit. Grandpa Max chuckled, studying the man's youthful appearance. Not true, time spares no one. Phil gave a wry smile. Haven't seen you since the Vilgax incident. How've you been holding up? Grandpa, who is he? Ben asked curiously. This is Phil, Grandpa explained. He used to be a plumber too, like me. Only difference is, I'm retired now. Gwen glanced between her grandfather and Phil, her expression uncertain. They were clearly around the same age, yet the difference was startling. Phil looked vigorous and youthful, while Grandpa Max bore the marks of time. Was Phil just really good at taking care of himself? Awesome! Another plumber! Ben exclaimed, bounding forward with a grin. Nice to meet you, Uncle Phil. I'm Ben Tennyson. Phil shook his hand politely, but his eyes caught on something Ben's wrist. Cool watch, he remarked, narrowing his gaze. Looks kinda familiar. Well, that's because he's Ben began, but Grandpa quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. All right, Phil, Grandpa cut in, forcing a smile. You're here to deal with the alien causing all this trouble, right? Of course, Phil replied, his tone full of pride. When the local law enforcement can't handle something, I'm the one they call. He lifted his sleek laser rifle and aimed it at both Humongousaur and the four-armed creature. And today's my lucky day, 2 targets at once. He tightened his grip on the trigger. I wouldn't shoot if I were you, old man, Humongousaur growled, clenching his fists, ready for a counterattack. Don't threaten me, monster. Phil pulled the trigger, but in a blur of motion, Grandpa Max deflected the gun, sending the laser bolt flying harmlessly into the wall. Max, what the hell are you doing? Phil snapped, yanking his weapon back, eyes narrowing with suspicion. It's a misunderstanding, Phil, Grandpa said quickly, signaling subtly toward Humongousaur, telling him to get out while he still could. Misunderstanding. Phil scoffed. Every alien is an enemy of the plumbers, and you know it. No, Phil, Grandpa countered firmly. That dinosaur just saved us. He took down both the Havoc Beast and the Tetramand. If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead right now. Phil hesitated. Even so, he turned his head, only to find that Humungosaur had already vanished, leaving behind only the battered, unconscious Tetramand. Damn it! He got away. Let it go, Phil, Grandpa said calmly. That one wasn't an enemy, he was just doing the right thing. Besides, a plumber's job is to protect civilians from dangerous alien threats, not to hunt down every creature that lands on Earth. Phil sighed, turning his head away. You know, Max, this is all your fault. My fault. Yeah. Ever since you took down Vilgax, no alien dares to cause trouble on Earth anymore. Now I'm running out of work. Grandpa chuckled dryly. I was just doing my job. Fine, fine, Phil said, shaking his head with mock annoyance. I'll take this Tetramand back and hand him over to the proper authorities. And the Havoc Beast too, Grandpa reminded him. Got it, Max. I'll take care of them. Strange thing, though, Grandpa mused. We haven't seen a Havoc Beast since we caught one in Denver. Not a single sighting since then. Phil shrugged. You know how aliens are. They don't follow logic. They show up when they want, wherever they want. There's no predicting them. Grandpa frowned, deep in thought. Still, what are the odds of a Tetramand and a Havoc Beast appearing in the same place, at the same time? All right, Max, we used to be comrades, closer than brothers. A sly glint flashed in Phil's eyes. Join me. Let's get back to what we did best, hunting down and punishing rogue alien creatures. Together, we'd be unstoppable. No, Grandpa, Max said firmly. I'm retired now. All I want is to live quietly with my grandkids. Once a plumber, always a plumber. You sure you won't reconsider? Phil pressed, trying to win him over. Yeah, Grandpa. Let's team up with Phil. Ben's eyes lit up, his youthful enthusiasm blazing to life. The idea of becoming a hero plumber thrilled him to no end. Ben's right, Phil added with a grin. Come on, Max, you're still as sharp as ever. If you join me, you'll have all the wealth and glory you could want. A comfortable life for the rest of your years. Doesn't that sound tempting? At those words, whatever hesitation Max had vanished completely. His resolve returned, hard as stone. He took Ben and Gwen by the hands and started toward the door. Phil, I told you I'm retired. Ben's just a kid, he doesn't know better. Don't hold it against him. He paused at the threshold. We've got other matters to handle. You take care of these two aliens. Hand them over to the authorities and let them deal out the proper punishment. Without looking back, Max led the still struggling Ben out of the villa. He knew Phil too well. The man standing there now was no longer the same comrade he'd once trusted with his life. Greed had clouded his judgment. He'd lost sight of the ideals that had once defined a plumber. Lucian, standing near the doorway, had heard the entire conversation. He let out a quiet sigh. The boy who slew dragons had finally become one himself. Phil kept his back to the group, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Yet his voice rang out with hearty laughter. That's fine, Max. I believe one day you'll come around. When that time comes, I'll be waiting. When the rust bucket finally pulled away, Phil turned toward the wounded Tetramand and the snarling Havoc Beast. A faint, cruel smile curved his lips. Meanwhile, the rust bucket rumbled down the dark highway. They still hadn't found a place to stop for the night. Grandpa, I don't get it, Ben muttered, pouting. Why didn't we join Phil? And you wouldn't even let me talk about the Omnitrix. That's so unfair. Ben, Grandpa said gently, shaking his head, you don't have to tell everyone everything. But Phil was your partner? Can't we trust him? Ben protested. Doofus, Grandpa has his reasons, Gwen said, giving her cousin a light smack on the shoulder. People change, Lucian said calmly as he adjusted the Omnitrix on his wrist, cycling through the alien forms. Nothing stays the same forever. You're right, Lucian. Grandpa nodded. And as for the Omnitrix, it's better to keep it a secret. The fewer who know, the safer we'll be. Just then, the console screen at the front of the rust bucket flickered to life. Grandpa tapped to answer the incoming call. Phil's frantic voice burst through the speaker. Max? I need backup? 2 Vulpamancers showed up at the meat processing plant off Highway 42. They're too strong, I can't take them alone. A thunderous roar echoed through the call, rattling the speaker. Lucian frowned slightly. Something about this felt wrong, a little too convenient. But his memory of the original events was hazy, he couldn't be sure. Before he could say anything, Grandpa Max gripped the wheel and spun it around. Hang on, he said, voice steady. We're heading to the meat processing plant. Midnight. The meat processing plant loomed under the pale moonlight. It wasn't large, just a single-story steel structure covering roughly 500 square meters. The corrugated walls gleamed with a cold, silvery sheen beneath the moon's glow. From somewhere deep inside, guttural roars echoed, wild, violent, and chilling to the bone. The group arrived in haste, stepping out of the rust bucket one by one. Stay behind me and keep your eyes open, Grandpa Max said quietly, pushing open the heavy door. No, I'll take point. Lucian shook his head. He hated being treated like someone who needed protection. Grandpa, what's there to be afraid of? Ben shrugged. It's just 2 aliens. 4 arms can take care of them easy. Yeah right, doofus. Try not to pee your pants later, Gwen muttered, rolling her eyes. Lucian, Grandpa began seriously, Vulpamancers are dangerous creatures. I know their behavior patterns, and Lucian raised a hand to stop him. Relax, Grandpa. I know what we're dealing with. With a reluctant sigh, Grandpa Max nodded. They arranged themselves in formation, Lucian leading, followed by Gwen, then Ben, with Grandpa taking up the rear to guard against a possible ambush. Gwen and Ben were strong, but their experience and instincts couldn't match Grandpa's. The place was pitch dark and deathly quiet. The abandoned plant gave off an unsettling aura, as if some lurking demon might spring from the shadows at any second to tear them apart. After creeping through the dim corridors, they finally spotted someone slumped at the corner. Phil. Under the flickering yellow light, blood streaked down his forehead. His expression was frantic as he clutched Grandpa Max's arm. Max, there in the cold storage room up ahead. Kill them, now, he shouted, pointing toward the metal door. You're hurt. We should get you to a hospital, Grandpa said, frowning. No, we have to deal with the Vulpamancers first. Phil barked hoarsely, his gaze darting suddenly to Lucian. Who's this? How'd he end up here? This is my grandson, Lucian, Grandpa replied smoothly. When you were at the villa earlier, he'd stepped away to the restroom. It was a lie, of course. He couldn't exactly admit that Lucian had been the humongousaur. Phil nodded absently, uninterested in the explanation. We need to take those beasts down fast. If they escape the facility, it'll be chaos. His voice dripped with concern, but his eyes flicked again and again toward Ben, subtly studying his reactions. Lucian caught the glance and smirked inwardly. Old fox. He's already recognized the Omnitrix. Lucian didn't intend to stop Ben. Letting him transform would be the perfect way to expose Phil's true intentions. Relax, Uncle Phil. It's just 2 aliens, Ben said confidently, spreading his hands. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, 2 enormous beasts burst from the cold storage, shaking the floor with their thunderous roars. Ben's eyes widened as he got a good look at them. They had no eyes, no noses, only gaping maws full of jagged teeth. Their bodies were covered in coarse, orange-yellow fur that stood up like steel spikes, each barb gleaming in the dim light. One of the creatures bore blood-red stripes along its back, while the other was solid orange. What shocked Ben most was how familiar they looked. They were almost identical to Wild Mutt, only much larger. Your friends? Gwen asked dryly, glancing at him. That makes things easier. Watch this. Ben pressed the Omnitrix, intending to talk things out Vulpamancer to Vulpamancer and stop the chaos peacefully. Grandpa Max's face paled. Ben, wait. Too late. Thud. A flash of eerie green light filled the plant. When it faded, Wild Mutt stood in Ben's place, crouched low and growling softly as he padded toward the 2 beasts. So that watch really is the Omnitrix, the legend's true. Phil's face lit up with excitement before he cleared his throat. Mark, I really hope you and Ben will join me and lend a hand. We'll talk about that later. Grandpa Max sighed and shook his head. Lucian's sharp, deep eyes stayed fixed on the scene ahead, though he was silently on guard against Phil. That old man's more dangerous than a Vulpamancer. Roar. Wild Mutt crouched before its 2 kindred, letting out a steady rhythm of growls as if sending a message. Before the 2 adult Vulpamancers, Wild Mutt looked tiny. After all, Ben was only 10, his form was at least half their size. Roar. The striped beast lifted its blade-like claw, a cold gleam flashing as it slashed straight for Wild Mutt's neck. Wild Mutt growled lowly and twisted aside just in time. Deep claw marks tore across the tiled floor beneath him, sharp and striking. What did Wild Mutt say? Don't tell me the talk went south. Gwen asked, puzzled. Vulpamancers can't be reasoned with. They don't care if they kill their own kind. Grandpa Max raised his pistol and aimed at the feral creature. Wild Mutt was now being chased all over the place by the 2 adult beasts. He looked like a kid caught sneaking online, running from both parents' classic mixed doubles. Roar. Dodging the plain-colored beast's leap, Wild Mutt jumped onto a hanging iron chain, swinging back and forth. The striped one was the fiercest. Its hind legs kicked off the floor, launching it into the air. Fangs bared, it lunged straight for Wild Mutt. Wild Mutt quickly let go of the chain and dropped onto a motionless conveyor belt below. Seeing Ben in danger, Grandpa Max fired a burst of laser shots from his twin pistols. But against full-grown Vulpamancers, the power was far too weak to stop them. Gwen raised her pale hand, ready to cast water magic. Suddenly, a warm, firm hand closed around hers. Huh? Cuz. Gwen gasped, her heart pounding wildly like a startled deer. But confusion followed. Why was her cousin stopping her? Let me handle this, Lucian said softly, his voice calm and magnetic. Gwen's expression softened as she nodded blankly. Just when she thought Lucian was about to transform, he took a deep breath and shouted, Wild Mutt, run, over here. At his call, Wild Mutt growled lowly as if grabbing onto a lifeline, then swung its claws furiously, breaking free from the 2 massive beasts. It bolted forward on all 4s, racing toward Lucian without looking back. It was clearly terrified of its adult counterparts. Phil, injured on the side, stared in surprise. Could this man named Lucian really control those vicious beasts? As the thought crossed his mind, a faint smile flickered on Lucian's lips. He suddenly turned and sprinted straight toward Phil. What? Phil shouted in shock. Roar, roar. The Wild Mutt moved with lightning speed, darting past Phil and charging straight toward Lucian. Upon sensing Phil's presence, Wild Mutt paused for a moment, wanting to rescue him. Come on, don't you trust me? Lucian waved his hand, refusing to let his plan be thrown off track. Roar. After a brief hesitation, Wild Mutt ran after him, escaping alongside Lucian. He trusted Lucian? Phil, get out of the way. Grandpa Max shouted from behind, trying to catch up to the two ferocious beasts. Phil stood frozen as the two savage creatures, claws and fangs bared, grew larger and larger in his eyes. Suddenly, he pulled a device from his pocket. It was entirely silver, shaped somewhat like a key, with a red button on top. Phil pressed it firmly. A strange audio signal burst from the device, creating invisible sound waves that spread in all directions. Roar. Both Vulpamancers and even Wild Mutt nearby clutched their heads in agony, rolling on the ground as if enduring the cruelest torture. Sonic pitch whistle. Grandpa Max rushed over, his brows deeply furrowed. This device emitted a special frequency lethal to Vulpamancers, whose hearing was extremely sensitive. But if Phil already had the sonic pitch whistle, why hadn't he handled the Vulpamancers sooner? Noticing Grandpa Max's suspicious gaze, Phil grinned. Things got urgent just now, that's when I remembered I had the sonic pitch whistle. Grandpa Max nodded slightly, though his expression shifted. By the time they had dealt with the two Vulpamancers, it was around 3 in the morning. Everyone was utterly exhausted. After Phil's persistent persuasion, Grandpa Max finally agreed to bring Lucian and the others to Phil's place to rest, deciding they'd plan once daylight came. When they arrived, everyone froze in place. Luxurious red carpets, gleaming crystal chandeliers, expensive tiger-skin sofas, and jade-carved tea sets, pure extravagance. Phil, however, waved it off dismissively. Max, this presidential suite is just a trifle. If you join me, you'll be world-famous tycoon soon enough. Grandpa Max shook his head, refusing to be swayed. Ben sat on the leather sofa, munching on an extravagant fruit platter. Grandpa, you're too stubborn. Joining Uncle Phil would be awesome. We could fight bad guys and live happily ever after. What's not to love? Don't assume everyone's as greedy as you, Gwen huffed, glaring at her cousin who'd been bought off with fruit. Exactly, Max. Ben's absolutely right. Phil pressed on, seizing the moment. Ben's powers, your combat experience, and my talents together, we'd be unstoppable. No alien could stand against us. Lucian's mouth twitched slightly. Talents, huh? That's quite the stretch. After a long pause, Grandpa Max rubbed his forehead. Just leave me alone for a bit. With that, he walked out the door, leaving only his solitary figure behind. Phil clenched his fist quietly, then turned with a bright smile. Ben, you two stay here and have fun. I'll go convince Max to join my team. Go ahead, Uncle Philosophy. Ben was still happily eating, fruit juice dripping down his chin. Gwen shook her head, opening her laptop to look over study materials. Watching Grandpa Max and Phil walk away, Lucian felt a chill in his chest. That sly old fox was probably about to reveal his true intentions. Not long ago at the meat processing plant, Lucian had deliberately lured the two Vulpamancers toward Phil, all to make him slip up. With the sonic pitch whistle, Phil could have handled the Vulpamancers entirely on his own. So what was his real purpose in bringing everyone there? Presidential suite, back garden. Grandpa Max, his hair streaked with gray, sat at the edge of the flower bead. His eyes were calm as still water, yet his brow remained deeply furrowed. Memories surfaced of the days he had fought alongside Phil. The two had been inseparable, working in perfect sync. Together, they had defeated Vilgax and sent him into outer space. Then the scene in his mind shifted to the meat processing plant. Phil's look when he saw Ben's Omnitrix, and later, the sudden appearance of the sonic pitch whistle. It was all far too suspicious. A bad feeling crept into Grandpa Max's heart. He sighed softly. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Suddenly, faint footsteps rustled nearby. Grandpa Max's eyes hardened. His hand instinctively went to his waist as he sprang upright, ready to draw his gun. Old friend, your vigilance hasn't dulled a bit. Phil greeted him with a sheepish grin, raising both hands. So it's you? Grandpa Max relaxed slightly and sat back down. Max, hear me out, Phil said casually, sitting beside him. I sincerely want you and Ben to join me. Together, we could fight crime, eliminate evil, and restore the pride of the plumbers. No need to say more, Grandpa Max said, his face darkening. Ben is still a kid. Don't drag him into this. And thank you for putting us up tonight. We'll be gone by morning. Max, are you sure you won't reconsider? Phil asked with a faint, mocking smile, his hand subtly reaching behind his back. Grandpa Max remained deep in thought, unaware of the movement, or perhaps, he simply didn't expect it. Click. Phil suddenly raised the null void projector, aiming it straight at Grandpa Max. What? Grandpa Max's eyes widened. Phil, do you even know what you're doing? You forced me into this, Max, Phil said with a cold smile. No wonder those aliens looked familiar. The Havoc Beast, the Vulpamancer, all creatures we once locked away in the null void. Grandpa Max clenched his fists tightly. You stole the null void projector, released the aliens, then recaptured them for profit. Phil, you've really let me down. At this moment, the man before him felt like a stranger driven by greed, without a shred of conscience left. Max, if I hadn't done this, I'd have been out of work long ago, Phil said with a sneer. Ever since you took down Vilgax, no alien dares cause trouble on Earth. I only did this to keep my job. Put down the null void projector. There's still a chance to fix this, Grandpa Max said gravely. Since you're so stubborn, I can't let you walk away, Phil said with feigned regret. Don't worry, Max. I'll tell Ben you left final words asking him to help me destroy alien monsters and make us both rich. He pulled the trigger. A golden beam of light shot out, heading straight for the stunned Grandpa Max. Bang! A white silhouette suddenly appeared from the side, slamming into Phil and sending him flying. The golden beam veered off course, streaking past Grandpa Max and vanishing into the night sky. Ghost Freak, its single purple eye gleaming, glared at Phil sprawled in the flower bead. Its voice rasped coldly, "Lucian was right. You've been lying to us all along. Ben, this isn't the way. We should be working together to fight those aliens." Phil stood up, his body covered in scattered petals. "I won't work with someone like you," Ghost Freak said, shaking its head, voice like ice. "That's a shame." The words had barely left his lips when Phil raised the null void projector again, firing another golden beam at the ground of the garden. A golden circle formed on the lawn, rippling with waves of energy. Screech! A grayish-white creature burst out from within the light. It had wings sprouting from its back, razor-sharp fangs, and a tail made of writhing tendrils. Massive and menacing, it looked like a cross between a bat and an octopus. "It's a Null Guardian." Grandpa Max's eyes narrowed. Null Guardians usually lived within the Null Void, tasked with hunting down alien criminals. Anyone foolish enough to attempt escape would be relentlessly pursued by packs of these creatures. If the Null Void was a prison, then the Null Guardians were its guards, an indispensable force. This particular Null Guardian had been pursuing a fugitive when a golden light circle suddenly appeared ahead, teleporting it straight to this place. Scanning the unfamiliar surroundings, the Null Guardian growled lowly, its gaze immediately locking onto Ghost Freak. An ectonurite? The other life forms weak earthlings weren't even worth its attention. With a flap of its wings, the Null Guardian's octopus-like tendrils twisted and waved as it glided through the air, diving straight toward the ghostly figure. "Oh, this isn't fun at all." Ghost Freak's body faded into nothingness, vanishing into the air. Blending perfectly with the darkness, Ghost Freak drifted silently toward Phil in the flower bead, ready to snatch the null void projector from him. Just then, another golden light circle flared beside them. A second Null Guardian emerged, even larger and more ferocious than the first. The moment it appeared, the raging beast roared and charged at Phil. Phil quickly raised his null void projector, firing a golden beam that sucked the frenzied Null Guardian back into the null void. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger again, this time releasing it toward Grandpa Max. As expected, the savage Null Guardian burst out once more. The instant it spotted a living target, its wings spread wide, and with a furious roar, it lunged to tear everything in its path to pieces. Now two Null Guardians prowled the courtyard, claws slashing as they attacked Grandpa Max. Grandpa Max fired bursts of blue laser rounds from his twin pistols, rolling and dodging between shots as he fought desperately to hold them off. Nearby, Gwen chanted her spell, summoning streams of blue water dragons that repeatedly struck the attacking beasts. But against the Null Guardian's tough, armored hides, her water dragon soul spells barely caused any harm, only pushing them back for brief moments. Drained from the effort, Gwen was already nearing her limit. Without hesitation, Ghost Freak turned and flew toward the Null Guardian at the rear, engaging it head-on. Phil sneered, retreating to the corner of the courtyard. He watched the ongoing battle with a mocking smile, as though enjoying the show. At this point, he had given up on Ben ever siding with him. But now that they'd discovered his secret, he couldn't let them walk away alive. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the side. Phil whipped his head around. Seeing who it was, he exhaled in relief. "Oh, it's Grandpa Max's grandson. You nearly gave me a heart attack." He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at the young man standing before him. Lucian stood there in a white t-shirt and loose light blue jeans, his hands tucked casually into his pockets. His deep eyes shimmered faintly as he stared coldly at Phil. What's that look on your face?" Phil sneered, his eyes full of contempt. "Once the Null Guardian finishes off Max and the others, you'll be next." To Phil, the biggest threat was Ben Tennyson because he possessed the Omnitrix. As for the young man standing before him, Phil didn't even see him as a threat, just an insignificant ant. "Is that so?" Lucian smiled, raising his Omnitrix calibration model and pressing it down. Beep beep. The sleek device flared to life, projecting a vibrant green hologram filled with a sense of mystery and high-tech brilliance. What? Phil's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open. An Omnitrix? Another Omnitrix? How is that possible? Though it looked different from Ben's original version, Phil immediately recognized the unmistakable design, and it was clearly a more advanced model. Heat Blast, Buzz Shock, Ditto, Humongousaur, Snarrow, XLR8? You'll do. Lucian switched the dial to XLR8's icon and slammed it down. Thud. A flash of emerald light burst forth, and a flaming figure emerged where Lucian had stood. Its skin glowed crimson, radiating the heat of molten rock. Cracks lined its body, pulsing with fiery light, and a raging blaze danced atop its head. Heat Blast. Lucian looked at his own hands, slightly taken aback. Whatever. It doesn't matter who I turn into. Dealing with Phil wouldn't be hard, no matter the form. Heat Blast leapt into the air, fire erupting beneath his feet as he soared forward on a trail of blazing flame, closing in fast. Phil's expression twisted in alarm. He quickly raised the null void projector, firing a golden beam in an attempt to absorb Heat Blast. But Heat Blast had already anticipated the move. With a swift sidestep, he dodged the attack and surged forward. Just as he was about to reach Phil, a powerful gust slammed toward him from behind, the force pressing down on his head like a hammer. Heat Blast's instincts flared. He twisted midair and darted aside. Boom! A massive iron hammer crashed down where he'd been standing, unleashing a thunderous shockwave that shattered the ground and sent dust billowing into the air. Heat Blast turned, fists tightening. Not far from Phil, a dazzling golden ring shimmered in the air. From beyond it loomed a monstrous figure 5 meters tall, skin dark green and thick with bulging muscles. Its features were swollen and grotesque, its head huge and ears flared wide, like a pig demon that had taken on human form. It clutched a colossal hammer, blood-red eyes locking fiercely onto Heat Blast. Heat Blast dropped into a fighting stance, ready to engage at any moment. Although he had dodged Phil's earlier blast, the stray beam had created that golden ring and from it, this creature had emerged. Phil froze for a moment, then smirked. Seems fate favors me after all. Even as a fire alien, you're no match for me. Roar. The green brute raised its hammer, smashing the ground beneath its feet as it charged forward like a rampaging tank. Ding, alien hacker mission triggered. Defeat the green giant. Mission success reward, random enhancement effect. The system notifications echoed through Heat Blast's mind. Then I'll deal with you first. He thrust his palms downward, unleashing a torrent of scorching flame that condensed beneath him into a fiery cloud. Whoosh! The green giant swung its massive hammer with terrifying force, aiming to crush Heat Blast into the ground. But in the next instant, Heat Blast blasted upward, flames propelling him out of reach of the devastating strike. He aimed his palm down and launched several blazing fireballs at the creature below. Roar! The green giant bellowed like a beast, its muscles bulging as it swung its hammer in wild arcs, smashing apart each incoming fireball with explosive bursts of flame lighting up the sky. Strong, huh? Guess I'll have to get serious. Heat Blast gathered roaring flames in his hands, spiraling them around his arms before unleashing twin waves of burning energy. The two fiery streams intertwined midair, merging into a colossal fire dragon that bared its fangs and roared as it hurled itself straight at the target. The green giant raised its hammer, let out a furious roar, and met the dragon head-on. Thud! The green giant lifted his massive hammer and brought it down with full force on the roaring fire dragon. The explosion of power sent a violent heat wave rippling outward, bending the delicate flower stems around them. Hovering in midair, Heat Blast watched as the rising steam below swallowed the giant's silhouette from sight. He turned his gaze toward Phil, ready to charge forward and seize the null void projector. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air beside him. Heat Blast flashed to the side, leaping from his fiery cloud to dodge the incoming hammer, landing steadily on the scorched lawn. Across the garden, the green giant stood beneath a tree. His skin was blackened by the fire dragon's flames, and his breaths came heavy and ragged. Clearly, the attack had left him badly injured. Both of his hands were empty now. He had hurled his enormous hammer moments ago in a failed ambush that Heat Blast easily avoided. Seeing the creature weakened, Heat Blast decided it was time to finish things. Clenching his fists, he gathered searing flames around them, then pushed off with both legs, becoming a streak of crimson light that closed the distance in an instant. A flicker of fear flashed in the giant's emerald eyes. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of fiery punches tore through the air, leaving trails of blazing light. Like a storm of fire, they rained down mercilessly upon the giant's body. Boom! After hundreds of rapid strikes, Heat Blast gathered his full power into one final blow. His fist blazed with dazzling flames before driving into the giant's abdomen like a thunderbolt. For a moment, everything fell still. The giant's eyes widened and his body froze in place, as if someone had hit pause on him. 3 seconds later, he toppled backward with a thunderous crash. The ground quaked beneath his weight, sending waves of dust rolling through the courtyard. His massive arm still twitched weakly. He wasn't dead, just completely immobilized. Green Giant defeated. Heat Blast enhanced, firepower plus 10%. Heat Blast pulled back his fist and turned toward Phil in the corner. Meanwhile, Ghost Freak and Grandpa Max had already dealt with the two Null Guardians, knocking them out cold. Their hulking bodies lay sprawled across the shattered courtyard like drunken beasts. The night wind howled as Heat Blast strode forward, each step leaving scorched, glowing footprints on the ground. His presence radiated quiet power, a natural authority that needed no words. Phil, I'll say this one last time, hand over the Null Void projector. Grandpa Max shouted, clutching his wounded arm as he rushed forward. Ghost Freak floated beside him, his pale form glowing faintly in the dark. His single eye glared coldly at the panicked philosophy. You scum, Phil. How dare you deceive the great hero? That's because that doofus was too easy to fool. Gwen muttered, pouting as she remembered how Ben had been bribed with a fruit platter. If Lucian hadn't exposed Phil's true nature when he and Grandpa were away, they might still be in the dark and Grandpa could have ended up trapped inside the Null Void himself. The group stood together, facing Phil in the corner of the courtyard. Against two powerful aliens, a retired plumber, and a water mage, Phil's heart sank completely. He let out a bitter laugh, glancing at his former comrade. Max, you know there's no going back for me. After what I've done, the plumbers will never forgive me. Grandpa Max's heart tightened. He took a deep breath, steadying his voice. If you're willing to stop now, there's still a chance. For the sake of our past, I'll plead your case with the plumbers. Maybe I can help lessen your punishment. Phil shook his head. It's too late for that, Max. The moment he finished speaking, he raised the Null Void projector and fired. A beam of golden energy erupted from the barrel, surging straight toward them. Heat Blast reacted instantly, grabbing Gwen and Grandpa Max and transforming into a swirling tornado of flames, vanishing from sight. Ghost Freak shifted into his intangible form, letting the golden wave pass harmlessly through his body. Buzz! The beam soared upward until it burst against the night sky, forming a massive golden ring. It glowed like a wound torn open in the heavens, a sight both dazzling and terrifying. Roar! A massive black serpent burst out from the golden ring. No, it was a dragon? Twin horns jutted from its head, its eyes glowing blood red. Its body was covered in azure scales that shimmered with a ghostly green gleam under the moonlight. Nearly 20 meters long, it coiled and twisted through the air, each breath releasing crackling threads of blue lightning. It's a thunder dragon. Grandpa Max's face went pale. Ha 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 ha. Phil threw back his head in manic laughter. Thunder dragon, perfect. Destroy this cursed world. Roar. The thunder dragon let out a thunderous roar that shook the night, diving straight down. Lightning danced wildly across its body as it plummeted toward Phil. Gulp! It opened its enormous jaws and swallowed the crazed Phil whole. Phil! Grandpa Max shouted, his voice filled with grief and turmoil. Once, they had fought side by side through life and death, and now his comrade was gone. Or perhaps, the real Phil had already died long ago, consumed by greed. The appearance of the thunder dragon sent nearby residents screaming as they fled into the streets, terrified of being caught in the chaos. Heat Blast stood firm before the mighty creature, his blazing form radiating unshaken resolve. Lucian, the horns on its head emit powerful electrical currents. Don't let them hit you, Grandpa Max shouted, shielding Gwen behind him. He didn't even bother drawing his gun. Against something like this, it would be useless. Got it. Heat Blast nodded. He stepped onto his blazing trail of fire and strode forward through the air to face the dragon. Raising one hand, he formed a crimson fireball and hurled it straight ahead. Boom! The blazing orb, trailing waves of scorching heat, slammed into the thunder dragon's body, but it only sparked a faint burst of flame before disappearing. The eerie green scales were barely scorched, leaving the creature unharmed. So that's it? Even with my flames boosted by 10%, the dragon's scales are immune to both fire and water? Switch to another alien hero. Grandpa Max shouted. No need. Leave this to the old Ghost Freak. In an instant, Ghost Freak appeared out of thin air. He tore open the tendrils across his chest, black and white limbs whipping violently as they lashed at the thunder dragon's side, sinking in like biting fangs. Roar! The thunder dragon bellowed in pain and lashed its tail furiously, striking Ghost Freak and sending him flying. Thud! Ghost Freak crashed into the ground like a kite with its string cut, his white form slamming into the lawn before he could rise again. Roar! Electric light surged between the dragon's twin horns as arcs of blue energy gathered, ready to annihilate everything before it. Heat Blast pressed his hand against the Omnitrix on his chest, triggering another transformation, Buzzshock. Black and green streaks intertwined as its body crackled with electricity, two egg-sized eyes gleaming brilliantly. Crack! A thick bolt of blue-green lightning erupted from the dragon's horn, ripping through the air and striking down with devastating speed. The overwhelming surge of power rolled across the sky like a tidal wave, drenching the world in an eerie azure light as if divine judgment itself had fallen. Ding! Alien hacker mission triggered. Defeat the mighty thunder dragon and become the dragon-slaying Buzzshock. Mission success reward, unlock a random alien hero. Ha 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 ha. Buzzshock cackled wildly, transforming into a streak of blinding light that shot straight into the oncoming lightning. Boom! The violent collision burst into a storm of roaring blue lightning, sending waves of heat rippling through the air. Withered flowers were swept up and scattered, swirling across the courtyard like a sea of flickering color. Buzzshock stretched out its arms, standing amidst the raging bolts. Every inch of its body absorbed the surging energy, its entire being alight with pure power. Its strength climbed rapidly, its energy levels skyrocketing like a rocket breaking through the atmosphere. As a Nosdenian, electricity was its lifeblood, the very essence of its existence, just as a fish cannot live without water. The thunder dragon glared with bloodshot eyes the size of copper bells and let out a thunderous roar, channeling even more power into its attack. It refused to believe it couldn't kill this tiny, insolent bug, but the immense energy coursing through Buzzshock's small body was quickly becoming too much to contain. So it chose to divide. Amid flashes of blinding lightning, Buzzshock split in 2, then 4, then 8, 16, 32. Finally, 64 Buzzshock clones filled the air, each one glowing with volatile electric light. Roar! The thunder dragon finally realized something was wrong. Dozens of tiny Buzzshocks hovered around it, their bodies flickering like living bulbs, electric arcs dancing across their forms, each one fully charged and bursting with energy beyond imagination. Cool, Ghost Freak rasped, his eerie voice trembling with awe. Back in Sparksville, a single Buzzshock had been terrifying enough. But this was on a whole other level. Roar! The thunder dragon roared and shot upward, its massive body twisting violently as it tried to escape. It knew if the fight continued, it would be torn apart by these little monsters. In response, dozens of Buzzshocks screeched in unison, transforming into streaks of green lightning that clung to the dragon's scales like living chains, impossible to shake off. The thunder dragon panicked, thrashing wildly as powerful gusts whipped through the air. It dared not unleash more lightning, terrified the Buzzshocks would only absorb it all again. At that moment, the lead Buzzshock darted above the dragon's head. If this big lizard won't release energy, I'll just take it myself. With a mischievous grin, Buzzshock reached out its small black hands, grabbed hold of both dragon horns, and activated its energy absorption mode. Roar! The thunder dragon roared in terror, thrashing its head violently in a desperate attempt to throw Buzzshock off. It could feel its energy draining rapidly, siphoned through its own horns and absorbed straight into the small alien's body. Ha ha ha. Buzzshock laughed wildly, standing proudly between the dragon's horns, riding the battered thunder dragon through the silver moonlight like a legendary dragon knight. The other buzzshocks clung to the dragon's body, leeching the electricity from its scales while releasing controlled surges of blue lightning. The currents paralyzed the dragon's movements, keeping it bound and unable to break free. "Cuz, you're amazing." Gwen stared up at the glowing dragon, her eyes full of awe. "Guess I don't need to lift a finger." Ghost Freak shrugged, floating lazily beside her. Grandpa Max finally exhaled, relief washing over him as he realized the Thunder Dragon was no match for Buzzshock. In terms of raw power, the creature was terrifying on par with Vilgax in his prime. But it lost because of one fatal flaw: it could only release electricity, not absorb it. The Thunder Dragon's electricity wasn't drawn from the environment but generated within its own body. Its physiology worked like that of an electric eel, capable of storing and discharging energy, but once depleted, it could only recover slowly, like regaining stamina over time. Buzzshock, being a Nosdenian, was completely different. It could both discharge and absorb energy, and even replenish it through rest. The Thunder Dragon's most devastating attack, its lightning, was nothing but food to Buzzshock, completely ineffective. Rah! With a pitiful cry, the Thunder Dragon's massive body convulsed. The crimson glow faded from its eyes as it plummeted from the sky. Boom! The impact flattened Phil's luxurious presidential suite, reducing it to a pile of rubble. All 64 Buzzshocks merged back into one, standing atop the dragon's head. Successfully defeated the Thunder Dragon. Title earned, Dragon Slaying Buzzshock. Reward, Random Alien Hero Chest. "Ben, get over here," Buzzshock called, his high-pitched voice carrying across the courtyard. "What is it?" Ghost Freak drifted over, his form flickering faintly. Buzzshock placed one hand on his hip and pointed toward the dragon's belly. "You can phase through things. Get inside and retrieve the null void projector. And while you're at it, check if Phil's still alive." "Yes, cuz," Ghost Freak replied with a cheeky grin, flashing an OK sign. The sight made Buzzshock stiffen for a moment. It reminded him of the Ghost Freak that once escaped from his own Omnitrix. Moments later, Ghost Freak emerged from the Thunder Dragon's mouth, holding the null void projector. Grandpa Max stepped forward. "Phil, what about him? Is he still alive?" Ghost Freak shook his head slowly and sighed. The answer was obvious. Buzzshock lowered his head, unsurprised. Given the Thunder Dragon's digestion or just the suffocation alone, Phil's fate was sealed. Grandpa Max opened his mouth, then fell silent, finally letting out a long sigh as his gaze dropped to the ground. "Grandpa, I'm sorry," Gwen said softly, taking his arm. Even if Phil had fallen into greed and madness, the bond of comradeship they once shared was real, and that made the loss hit harder. Max didn't know what Phil had gone through to end up this way. He didn't know now, and perhaps he never would. A faint glow spread across the distant horizon. Dawn had come. Grandpa Max lifted his head, a quiet resolve in his eyes. He activated the null void projector, recalling the defeated Null Guardians and the Green Giant back into containment. Finally, he looked at the battered Thunder Dragon. "Lucian, give it a little charge. If it returns like this, it'll be torn apart by its old enemies." Buzzshock nodded, releasing thin streams of blue electricity into the dragon's body. Grandpa was right, the Thunder Dragon was far too weak. It wouldn't last 30 seconds back in the null void. They weren't doing it out of pity but to preserve balance. The Thunder Dragon, fierce as it was, helped maintain equilibrium among the creatures inside, just like predators and prey in nature. Wolves eat sheep, sheep eat grass. Without wolves, the sheep would overgraze the fields, then the grass would die, the sheep would starve, and the wolves would perish in turn. That was the delicate order of things. Thud! A golden portal opened. Guided by Buzzshock, the Thunder Dragon let out a low, rumbling growl before slowly gliding inside, returning to its domain. At the last moment, it turned its massive head, casting one final glance at Buzzshock. Then, with a thunderous roar, it vanished into the swirling light of the null void. By morning, the courtyard was calm again. Grandpa Max finished giving his statement to the police and reported the incident to the plumbers. Then, with the team gathered once more, he led them back on the road. 2 days later, Yellowstone National Park. At noon, the sunlight gleamed brilliantly, shimmering across the rippling lake like a golden mirror. Tall trees surrounded the area, their leaves rustling with life, birds chirping amid the scent of blooming flowers, a picture of vitality. The rust bucket slowed to a stop in this peaceful spot. Grandpa Max stepped out, taking a deep breath of the crisp air. "Now this looks like the perfect place for a vacation. Hey, I bet there's plenty of wild delicacies around here." "No way, Grandpa. I'm not eating any mealworms or snails." Ben waved his hands. "I agree," Gwen said, raising her hand, a rare moment of unity between them. Lucian yawned as he climbed out of the rust bucket. His gaze swept across the tranquil scenery. It really did feel like the perfect spot for a trip or some camping, though it was strangely empty and quiet. After a bit of bustling about, they spread a picnic blanket across the grass, piling it high with snacks and fruits that instantly made Ben's mouth water. As for Grandpa, he frowned in distaste at first but soon noticed something under a nearby fallen tree, a pile of wriggling mealworms. His gloomy face lit up with delight, as if he'd struck gold. He quickly grabbed a bowl and began scooping up the squirming treasure with surprising speed. Lucian, Ben, and Gwen sat together on the blanket, enjoying the snacks under the warm sun. They chatted idly, mostly about funny moments from their journey, though their conversation eventually drifted off. Gwen brought up Lucian's mother once, but after a few words, the topic quietly faded away. Lucian's soul had only crossed into this body. The parents of the original Lucian had little to do with him. Aside from a few clues Grandpa had mentioned, there were no leads to follow. Finding them was nearly impossible, let alone bringing them back. 9 years ago, an accident at sea had caused the original Lucian and his parents to vanish without a trace. Years later, the body was found in a forest, its soul replaced by Lucian's, and he had gained the level 20 alien technology, the Omnitrix. Sometimes Lucian couldn't help but wonder, where had the other Lucian's soul gone? Forget it. That could wait for another time. He shook his head. The priority now was to grow stronger. No one knew when the next boss-level threat might appear. And there was still Kevin and Ghost Freak, both troublesome opponents. Lucian focused his mind. In his thoughts, the alien hero chest appeared glowing faintly as it floated in the air. After defeating the Thunder Dragon, he hadn't had time to open it before escaping with Ben and the others. He'd nearly forgotten about it until now. Open the chest, Lucian whispered in his mind, silently praying. Atomix. Atomix? Or way big would be great. Echo wouldn't be bad either. Brainstorm could work too. Alien X would be perfect. His first transformation wouldn't require negotiating with its 2 personalities, and he could make a wish directly. But that chance only came once. Ding! Alien hero chest successfully opened. Congratulations! You've unlocked a new alien hero, Blitzwolfer. Lucian's heart skipped a beat. So it was him. The werewolf alien. He hadn't expected it to show up this soon. With exceptional close combat skills, keen senses, and the ability to emit sonic waves, it's pretty good for tracking enemies too, Lucian reassured himself silently. Kids. Grandpa Max returned triumphant, holding a bowl of live rice weevils. Look what Grandpa brought you. Delicious and fun live white-striped rice weevils. Yuck! Gwen's scalp prickled with dread. This was pure nightmare material. Oh no, Grandpa, not again. Ben hurriedly grabbed a jar of chocolate sticks and retreated to the side. Sigh, you kids just don't know what's good, Grandpa muttered, picking up a few weevils and popping them straight into his mouth. Pop! A burst of juice spurted out, splattering white insect juice all over Gwen's pretty face. Oh, I'm ruined. Gwen looked utterly dejected. Ha ha ha, dweeb. You look so funny like this. Ben gloated, reveling in the chaos. Lucian pulled out 2 tissues and handed them to the sullen Gwen. Thanks, cuz. Gwen instantly beamed, like a blossoming flower. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive fireball appeared overhead, carrying terrifying kinetic energy as it hurtled straight toward them. No! Grandpa Max gasped in horror. A meteorite this huge would surely be fatal upon impact. Ben and Gwen froze in place, completely petrified. Lucian flicked open the Omnitrix and slammed it down. Thud! A flash of eerie green light appeared, and XLR-8 materialized on the spot. Go! XLR-8 grabbed Ben and Gwen, transforming into a blue blur as he darted swiftly toward the distance, placing them in a safe spot. Without pausing, he raced back at full speed, snatched Grandpa Max, and charged toward the original location. Boom! The massive crimson meteor slammed into the ground, erupting with a thunderous explosion that shook the entire park, cracking the earth into spiderweb-like fissures. Only after confirming the meteor wouldn't detonate did XLR-8 lead the others back to the impact site. What on earth is this thing? It doesn't look like a meteorite, Grandpa Max mused, standing before the object. The group stood in the deep crater, scrutinizing the colossal, sky-obscuring rock before them. At first glance, it resembled a giant conch shell, its surface encased in scorched soil and emitting wisps of thick smoke, utterly motionless. Just as Lucian stepped forward to probe the meteorite's nature, a black, razor-sharp claw suddenly shot out from its side. Thud, thud, thud. Before anyone could react, several more black claws erupted from both sides of the meteorite, embedding themselves into the scorched earth below. Crack. Cracks began to spread across the meteorite's surface, forming a dense spiderweb pattern that rapidly expanded outward. Hiss. The meteorite let out a hoarse screech as its body trembled violently. The layer of pitch-black, charred soil on its surface rustled loose and crumbled away, revealing the shell beneath. Thick smoke and dust billowed into the air, the noise and movement immense. Only after the haze began to settle did everyone finally see the meteorite's true form. It was a colossal alien tick. Its pink exoskeleton was etched with complex, ancient patterns. From its mouth extended blood-red tentacles that writhed and twisted madly. Along its massive sides, tough, jet-black legs gleamed with a metallic sheen as they drove deep into the soft earth, anchoring it like the roots of a great tree, firm and unyielding. As if that weren't enough, the creature opened its mouth and let out a guttural roar. The crimson tentacles burrowed into the ground, greedily sucking at something unseen. What the hell is this thing? Grandpa Max frowned, baffled. Despite all his years of experience, he'd never seen anything like it. It was as if the monster had appeared out of nowhere. Ugh, don't tell me it's more trouble, Gwen groaned, clearly annoyed. Their park trip was about to be ruined again. It felt like every outing turned into a mess, either monsters or villains, never peace. Relax, Gwen. With this hero around, no alien freak can cause any trouble. Ben pounded his chest confidently. Lucian stepped forward, studying the creature's massive shell. The sight stirred a faint memory. If he remembered correctly, this thing absorbed Earth's energy and devoured it, eventually leading to planetary destruction. It was hard on the outside but soft within, its shell nearly impenetrable, yet its organs inside were fragile. In the original story, Ben had destroyed it using cannon bolt. It seems to be absorbing Earth's energy, Lucian said, feigning a thoughtful tone. We can't just sit back and do nothing. This thing looks like a parasite to me. Let's take it down. Hell yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Ben shouted, already itching for a fight. He slammed his hand onto the Omnitrix and began cycling through his hero options. Ben, let me. Before Lucian could finish, a sharp whooshing sound echoed from above. Everyone looked up, tension creeping through them. A circular spaceship hovered high overhead, sleek and metallic, bathed in a silvery glow. The hatch opened slowly, and 3 figures floated out. At the front was a tall, slender alien with blue frog-like eyes. Dressed in white, his drooping eyelids gave him a perpetually sleepy, lazy look. To his left stood a short, burly warrior with 4 yellow eyes and a large purple double-bladed axe gripped in his hands, his expression fierce and hostile. On the right was a thin, small alien with 6 arms and yellow skin. His expression was twisted and sinister, giving off an eerie vibe. All 3 had a circular purple device embedded in their foreheads, some sort of weapon, and each stood atop a hovering platform. Suspended high above, they looked down on everyone below with unmistakable arrogance. The leader, Frog Eyes, spoke first, floating before the massive insect. He spread his arms wide, expression reverent, and proclaimed loudly, "Rejoice! It has arrived. This is its great glory, reserved solely for it." "Who are you?" Grandpa Max demanded coldly. "We are faithful servants, followers of the Great One, who has descended here with us," Frog Eyes replied, his voice ethereal and slow. "I heard this planet has billions of humans," the purple axe alien said, baring his jagged teeth. "Too bad they'll all be extinct soon. Hey, weirdos. You here to fight? This hero's ready for you," Ben snarled, clearly ready for a brawl. "No, we cherish peace," Frog Eyes answered calmly, almost with scholarly poise. "Yeah, right. That's what every alien says before stabbing us in the back," Gwen shot back, her tone full of disbelief. "This filthy planet deserves destruction," the purple axe alien sneered, twisting his face into an ugly grin. "SHHH. The 6-armed yellow alien flew forward, pressing itself against the insect's shell as if listening intently. "Silence, all of you. The Great One is speaking to me." "I don't hear anything," Gwen muttered, baffled. The yellow 6-armed alien looked completely deranged, like some self-proclaimed prophet pretending to commune with the divine. "Only I can understand its voice." The 6-armed alien spread his arms wide, clinging tightly to the insect's shell. His eyes darted rapidly as if he were truly hearing something. "What's it saying?" Ben asked curiously. "The Great One says that tonight, under the full moon, this planet will be purified," the yellow alien declared with pious conviction. "Purified? What does that mean?" Grandpa Max's face darkened, a sense of dread creeping in. Frog Eyes glided forward on his hoverboard until he hovered before them. The purple orb on his forehead flared to life, projecting a holographic image into the air. It was a planet, with a gigantic insect crawling across its surface identical to the one before them. Frog Eyes pressed his palms together and spoke with fervent devotion. "We follow the Great One from planet to planet, from system to system, for it once revealed a divine miracle on our world." As the projection played, the insect's legs burrowed deep into the ground, spreading like the roots of a massive tree. In moments, they reached the planet's core until finally, with a deafening boom, the planet was torn apart, disintegrating into a cloud of ash. "Behold its magnificent miracle! Its tentacles stretch and retract at will, piercing the heart of every world, corroding it from within, and consuming it entirely." Frog Eyes continued fervently. "So our planet will end up like that too, destroyed by this Great One?" Gwen asked, her tone thoughtful but uneasy. "Indeed. Give thanks for the Great One's purification." Frog Eyes lifted both hands high and proclaimed loudly. "Ha, for humans, that's what you'd call the end of the world," the purple axe alien jeered, flashing a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth before shouting, "Celebrate! Celebrate! Celebrate!" The 3 chanted in unison, their mocking voices making Ben's blood boil. "Celebrate my ass," Ben growled, slamming his hand down on the Omnitrix. Thud! A flash of green light burst out, and Stinkfly emerged. "Heroes here." Stinkfly spread his wings, whipping up a fierce gust of wind as he charged straight at the trio. "Filthy creatures, do not disrupt the Great One's miracle." Frog Eyes shouted as a beam of purple energy shot from the orb on his forehead. The purple axe alien's eyes gleamed with malice. He swung his massive energy axe, unleashing waves of purple energy that slashed through the air toward Stinkfly. In an instant, Stinkfly and the trio were locked in a furious aerial battle, attacks colliding in bursts of light and wind. Meanwhile, Lucian stood near the Great One, feeling the soil beneath his feet darken and rot, its texture soft and slick, like melting, spoiled chocolate. He turned toward the distant forest and saw it decaying at an alarming speed. Trees withered and collapsed, the ground shriveling as all energy was drained away, leaving nothing but foul, black sludge. The terrifying phenomenon spread rapidly, sweeping outward in all directions. If this continued, the entire Earth would be drained dry, then explode, vanishing from the universe entirely. Ding triggered alien hacker mission. Eliminate the evil Great One and save Earth from destruction. Successfully completing this mission will unlock a random powerful hero. A series of mechanical tones echoed in Lucian's mind. A powerful hero? Which alien would it be this time? Way Big? Or maybe Alien X, Clockwork? Guess for yourself. This system, seriously, what's the point of you? Forget it. Let's deal with this so-called Great One first, Lucian muttered decisively. Grandpa, I'll take down the big bug. You and Gwen, find somewhere safe to hide. With that, Lucian transformed into Cannonbolt, curling tightly into a spinning sphere and launching himself straight toward the giant insect's gaping maw. Gurgle! Cannonbolt dove into the Great One's mouth, tumbling through a slick, pitch-black tunnel before emerging deep inside its body. The spinning sphere uncurled, returning to its original form. Standing on a pulsing, muddy mass of flesh, Cannonbolt didn't rush to attack. Instead, he scanned his surroundings carefully. Clusters of multicolored organs hung above him, entwined with thick veins that carried streams of crimson fluid, feeding energy to every part of the creature. Directly ahead, at the base of the Great One's body, bursts of white light erupted from both sides. It looked like energy drawn from the outside world, gathering into a glowing pool that nourished the beast from within. This thing's enormous, Cannonbolt muttered, gazing up at the sprawling network of organs overhead. He suddenly felt small and insignificant. Well, it made sense. Any alien bug big enough to consume an entire planet wouldn't exactly have a small stomach or body. Cannonbolt stretched out his stubby claw and jabbed at a nearby vein to test its toughness. Clang! Sparks flew as his sharp claw scraped against the thick vein, leaving only a shallow mark. What? Cannonbolt froze. What the hell? Wasn't the inside supposed to be soft and squishy? Looks like this Great One isn't exactly the same as the one in the original story. No big deal. Claws aren't my thing anyway. My specialty's destruction? Cannonbolt tucked himself into a yellow ball once more, spinning faster and faster until fierce winds spiraled around him. Then, with explosive momentum, he launched himself upward at the Great One's organs. Whoosh! The roaring yellow sphere slammed upward like a cannon round, packed with devastating kinetic force. Do not harm the Great One. A brown figure suddenly shot out of the shadows. With a massive palm like a fan, he smacked Cannonbolt midair, swatting him down hard into the fleshy ground below. Sizzle! Smoke rose from Cannonbolt's yellow shell as he reverted to his round, plump form, clutching his aching head. He grimaced, turning sharply toward the attacker. But what he saw made his eyes widen in shock, his heart skipping a beat. Beside the glowing white energy pool stood a humungosaur. His eyes burned red, muscles tensed and bulging, exuding killing intent as he glared straight at Cannonbolt. Humungosaur. Cannonbolt blurted out. Did one of my aliens get out on its own? No, that couldn't be it. This one was smaller, less bulky, and his face was marked with burn scars. After a quick assessment, Cannonbolt realized what he was dealing with. It wasn't his humungosaur, but a member of the same species. A Vaxasaurian. Vaxasaurian, Cannonbolt said coldly, ready to fight. What are you doing here? You're not from this planet. Call me Tygone, the humungosaur roared, his voice hoarse and rough. I abandoned my home long ago. To serve the great and almighty Great One, I will give everything, even my life. Cannonbolt sighed and shook his head. Looked like this fight couldn't be avoided. This so-called Great One had brainwashing power worthy of a cult leader. The alien trio from before was one thing, but now even a Vaxasaurian had been indoctrinated. Still, one question lingered in his mind. How could this humungosaur understand the big stinkbug's words? Ah, there's also that six-handed interpreter outside, basically the second in command of this intergalactic cult. So you've been hiding inside the Great One, guarding its organs this whole time. Cannonbolt flexed his claws. Yes, Tygone replied honestly, clearly too far gone in his brainwashing. It's just a giant stink bug. What's there to protect? Cannonbolt muttered dryly. How dare you? Blaspheming the Great One, prepare to die. Tygone roared, his expression twisting with fury. Planting his massive legs, he charged forward like a rampaging beast. Bring it on. Cannonbolt snorted, curling into a ball. He'd been waiting for this. Intruder? Get out of the Great One's body. Humungosaur's bloodshot eyes flared as he clenched his rocky fists and unleashed a thunderous roar, slamming his fist forward. Cannonbolt spun rapidly, dodging the blow with ease before countering with a powerful collision. Humungosaur swung his tail like a club, ready to strike back, but Cannonbolt was already anticipating it. He stopped abruptly, slamming himself into a thick cluster of sinewy tendons. Crack, snap. The dense insect tendons, unbelievably tough, served perfectly as a makeshift slingshot. Cannonbolt spun wildly against them, storing up massive energy. Stop it right now, don't you dare harm the Great One. Blinded by madness, the humungosaur charged straight at him. Power charged. Cannonbolt shouted, releasing himself from the slingshot and ramming straight into his foe. Boom! The violent impact sent Tygone flying sideways like a snapped kite, tearing through several veins before crashing hard into the ground. Humungosaur lay sprawled in a pile of flesh, momentarily unable to move. Cannonbolt seized the advantage, spinning rapidly as he shot upward, ready to deliver another devastating strike. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind swept past him. Cannonbolt's instincts flared someone else was here. But he didn't stop. His defense in ball form was nearly impenetrable. He could take a hit. Clang! A blood-red spike ripped through the air, gleaming wickedly as it slammed into the yellow iron sphere with a piercing screech. The spike shattered and fell, but the impact threw Cannonbolt's aim off, sending him crashing into another section of the creature's body and tearing through part of its inner organs. Hiss! The entire body of the Great One convulsed violently, shaking like an earthquake. The monster was in pain. The tremors lasted several seconds before fading. When Cannonbolt steadied himself, he finally saw his attacker clearly. A humanoid torso with a serpent's tail, crimson skin, slender build, about 2 meters tall. Its scarlet eyes had slit pupils, and its hair writhed like living snakes. Sharp spikes jutted from the backs of its hands, the source of that last attack. Beside it stood the Humungusaur, Tygone. Both glared coldly at Cannonbolt. "And who are you supposed to be?" Cannonbolt asked, narrowing his eyes. "Red Spike Snake," the serpent alien hissed. Yellowstone National Park. Once lush trees had decayed into grotesque heaps of remains, their stench choking the air. The soil beneath their roots had melted into a foul, reeking sludge, spreading outward to form an endless sea of rot. Mountain ranges crumbled one after another, as though drained of all strength, snapped in half by some unstoppable, monstrous force before tumbling down with earth-shaking crashes. High above, Stinkfly beat his wings, circling through the murky sky as he clashed fiercely with the alien trio. Grandpa Max and Gwen had already been moved to a nearby cave, safe for the time being. A battle of this scale was something Ben would never let them get involved in. "I wonder how Cuz is doing out there," Stinkfly rasped, glancing toward the distant red glow. That was the Great One, the embodiment of destruction. Wherever it passed, life withered, stars died, and nothing was spared. "Hope Lucian can squash that overgrown bug," Stinkfly muttered, a rare glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, a sign of just how serious things had become. Buzz! A sharp streak of purple energy sliced through the air from behind, aimed straight for Stinkfly's tail, ready to split him in two. Feeling the powerful gust as the attack tore through the air, Stinkfly twisted aside at the last moment, barely evading it. He turned, glaring at the 3 aliens before him, his fists clenching in anger. "These damned bug-worshipping cultists. Filthy Lepidopteran? I don't know why you've appeared on Earth, but this must be the Great One's divine will." The purple axe alien snarled, his face twisted in a vicious grin. "Destiny decrees that you and this planet will perish together. I believe the Great One will once again reveal its divine miracle to cleanse this tainted world," Frog Eyes declared with solemn reverence, raising both arms toward the heavens. "Earth, we've heard that humans here constantly slaughter each other, trapped in foolish, meaningless conflict. To end your suffering, the Great One descended to save all living beings. Such mercy toward the universe moves us to endless admiration." The 6-armed yellow alien lifted all 6 arms, his bloodshot eyes gleaming as he shouted, "Give thanks for the Great One's glorious blessing. Give thanks for the Great One's glorious blessing." The other 2 echoed in unison. Stinkfly's mandibles clicked in fury. "Give thanks, my ass? That thing's a demon. Ignorant wretch. How dare you blaspheme the Great One's name?" Frog Eye's forehead glowed, firing a beam of purple light. Stinkfly fired back, ejecting thick green slime from his eyes, reeking with a noxious stench. The 2 attacks collided midair, vaporizing in a burst of steam. "Let's finish it together," shouted the 6-armed yellow alien. Agreed. The trio darted forward on their hoverboards, energy surging as they launched their assault. "Let's see how you freaks handle a real hero." A sharp gleam flashed in Stinkfly's eyes. Unflinching, he spread his wings wide and charged, plunging headlong into battle with the alien trio. Inside the stone cave, Grandpa Max's expression was grim as he stared out at the Great One in the distance and the decay spreading all around. He let out a quiet sigh. Everything now depends on Lucian. Everywhere except this natural stone cave had already been corroded. On the surface, the ground still looked the same, but beneath, it had rotted through, turning into a vast swamp. Anyone who stepped in would find it almost impossible to escape. He and Gwen couldn't fly, which meant they couldn't leave the cave, let alone get anywhere near the Great One. "Whether Earth can be saved, it's all up to Cuz now," Gwen murmured softly, worry clouding her bright eyes. She couldn't stop thinking about him. What was happening to Lucian inside that creature? Was he okay? Or had something gone wrong? Lost in thought, Gwen sat on a rock, her face heavy with concern. Rustle, rustle. A strange sound suddenly came from behind her. Gwen spun around, her face draining of color. What is that?" Several purple vines, as if alive, slithered across the cold stone, writhing toward them. Even stranger, each vine ended in a gaping mouth that opened and closed, letting out eerie hissing noises. "It must be the stink bug's venom, it's contaminated the life forms on the surface," Grandpa Max said as he rushed over. Seeing the grotesque vines closing in, Gwen quickly raised her hand and cast her spell. Dozens of shimmering aqua arrows formed around her, hovering like silver needles before shooting toward the encroaching vines. Clang, clang. The arrows struck with sharp metallic sounds, bursting into sparks as they hit the vines, but the attack scattered harmlessly in the air. "It didn't work," Gwen gasped, stunned. "That venom's too strong. It's turned regular vines into deadly weapons." Grandpa Max pulled the laser pistol from his belt and fired. Bang, bang. Blue energy bolts pierced several vines clean through. They went limp, collapsing like broken machinery. But within seconds, they began to knit back together and surged forward once again. Gwen began chanting a new spell, summoning a mighty water dragon that coiled before her. Steam filled the air as it roared forward with violent force. Water Dragon Soul. Boom! The explosion shook the cave as the dragon tore through the vines, shredding them to pulp. The remains melted into purple sludge, lifeless and unable to regenerate. "Phew, finally got them," Gwen sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow. Rustle, rustle. Another sound echoed from outside the cave. Both of them froze, slowly turning toward the entrance. A swarm of mutated vines twisting in shades of blue, green, and violet crawled toward them, drawn by the scent of life within the cave. Gwen's body tensed again. She began chanting louder, conjuring another spell as Grandpa Max took his stance beside her, twin pistols blazing as they fought to hold the vines back. Inside the giant insect's body, darkness loomed thick with a faint, metallic stench. At the base, a pool of radiant white energy pulsed softly, the life force drawn from Earth itself, feeding the Great One's body. Cannonbolt stood near the glowing pool, facing down Red Spike Snake and Humungusaur. The air between them buzzed with tension, seconds away from erupting into violence. Red Spike Snake? Don't tell me you're another one of the Great One's servants, Cannonbolt's deep voice rumbled, his eyes glinting in the white light. Exactly, Red Spike Snake said coolly. We are loyal followers. Any being who threatens the Great One must be destroyed. As he spoke, the spikes on his fists extended and retracted freely, gleaming like blades just like Wolverine's claws, built for both close combat and ranged strikes. So that's how he deflected my attack earlier, Cannonbolt thought. Those spikes could detach like spears and regenerate right after. Red Spike Snake, this intruder wounded the Great One. We can't let him live. Humungusaur roared, his fists clenching tight. Then, we eliminate him. A flash of crimson lit up Red Spike Snake's eyes. He yanked the spike from his left arm, extending it into a long, razor-edged blood spear and lunged straight at Cannonbolt with deadly speed, 2 against 1. Cannonbolt snorted coldly, curling into a yellow iron ball as it spun wildly. As the pinnacle of his species' genetics, he knew no fear even facing 2 opponents alone. He remained utterly unafraid. Whoosh! Ferocious crimson spikes, their edges gleaming, surged toward him at breakneck speed, carrying terrifying kinetic energy. Cannonbolt sensed the danger and dodged sharply, rolling behind an organ. SSSSHHH. The razor-sharp blood spear sliced through like a knife through butter, piercing over a dozen pulsing tendons in succession. A torrent of crimson fluid spurted forth as the spear slammed into the fleshy wall above. Gah! The Great One let out an agonized roar as his insides churned violently. Idiot! The Humungusaur Tygone staggered, glaring at the Red Spike Snake beside him. We're inside the Great One's body? Stop using ranged attacks. The Red Spike Snake sneered coldly, offering no reply. Twisting its agile tail, it charged straight toward the nearby Cannonbolt. Raising its crimson fist, it bared crystalline spikes and roared, slamming forward to crush the flesh sphere flat. Cannonbolt spun rapidly. Its elastic sphere stomped hard on the ground, instantly launching itself into the air to meet the Red Spike Snake's attack. Boom! The Red Spike Snake's fist collided with the yellow iron ball, erupting in a deafening crash. The Red Spike Snake let out a piercing scream, staggering backward uncontrollably. Clutching his arm, he felt a numbing sensation. The spikes on his fist were nearly shattered, the pain excruciating. You bastard, are you made of iron? The Red Spike Snake gritted his teeth, his chest heaving with rage. Pretty much. Probably harder than iron, Cannonbolt replied nonchalantly. This really ticks me off. The spikes on Red Spike Snake's hand surged, transforming into 2 crimson blades that slashed toward Cannonbolt in unison, intent on shredding him to pieces. Meanwhile, Tygone had already crept silently behind Cannonbolt. Raising both fists, a sly grin touched his lips. You're finished, intruder. Boom! The strike missed. The yellow iron ball dodged Humungusaur's sneak attack with remarkable agility, smashing an organ in the process. Unfortunately, the Great One's heart was positioned at the very top. Otherwise, Cannonbolt could have ended it right then. Just then, the enraged Red Spike Snake arrived. Die! He wildly swung his barbed tail, conjuring crimson sword shadows that formed an impenetrable net, closing in on Cannonbolt. Right on. Cannonbolt unleashed his full power, spinning violently as he smashed through obstructing tendons, crashing toward his opponent. Boom! The arrogantly defiant Red Spike Snake instantly felt a crushing pressure in his chest, as if struck by an iron hammer. Nearly choking, he was sent flying backward at high speed. Gazing at the iron sphere still spinning midair, terror flashed through his vertical pupils. Could such terrifying defense truly exist? Spinning within, Cannonbolt remained oblivious to the Red Spike Snake's inner turmoil. Beyond a slight prickling itch on his back, he felt nothing else. After being flung dozens of meters backward, the Red Spike Snake transformed into a streak of light, crashing violently into the monstrous flesh wall and sending another wave of intense tremors rippling through it. The Humungusaur's form swayed, its clumsy physique struggling to maintain its balance. Your turn, loser. Cannonbolt swung with full force, sending the stunned Humungusaur hurtling through the air. Both of them crashed into the slick mass of organs, their bodies racked with pain as if they had been smashed to pieces. Neither could get back up. Cannonbolt looked up at the massive heart above, buried beneath countless layers of tendons, pulsing powerfully. It's time to end this. He curled his body, transforming into a fearsome yellow iron ball, ready to launch himself upward. Destroy the Great One's heart, and it would be over. The Earth would be saved. Suddenly, a strand of white spider silk shot from the side, sticking to the iron sphere and pinning him in place. What the? Cannonbolt reverted to his humanoid form, scanning his surroundings warily. He reached behind him with a stubby claw and tore away the sticky web. To his right, perched on a thick, pulsing vein, stood a blue monkey. It was small and wiry, with 4 arms and 4 eyes, tufts of fur drooping from its temples, and a long, agile tail swaying behind it. Spider monkey. Cannonbolt froze for a moment. Another alien hero? No, it wasn't. This one was just an arachnachimp, a member of spider monkey's species, not an Omnitrix hero. Just like the humungusaur Tygon earlier. Let me guess, another loyal slave of the Great One, Cannonbolt said evenly, his gaze calm. Correct. My name is Eric, and I vow eternal loyalty to the Great and Supreme Great One. Spider Monkey screeched, scratching at the fur on his chest. So how many of you are there? You might as well all come out at once. No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind slammed into his face. Cannonbolt couldn't see anything, but his instincts kicked and he stepped back immediately. Ha, pretty quick reflexes. A sly, mocking voice slithered through the air ahead of him. An invisible enemy. Things just got tricky. 3 powerful aliens, and one could turn invisible. Even Cannonbolt, with his heavy defenses, might not withstand that. At that moment, Humungusaur and Red Spike Snake reappeared, joining the fight. Together with Spider Monkey and the Invisible One, they surrounded Cannonbolt completely. All together now, for the glory of the Great One. Humungusaur roared, his voice booming like thunder. Hiss, attack. Red Spike Snake flicked his tongue, extending crimson barbs from his arms. Hunt down the intruder, a voice snickered from the void, echoing from every direction so that no one could tell where it came from. Long live the Great One. Spider Monkey Eric leapt down from above, his tail coiling with white spider silk before firing a web barrage toward Cannonbolt at lightning speed. Boom! A flurry of vicious attacks came crashing down all at once, surrounding Cannonbolt in an overwhelming wave of pressure. Cannonbolt roared, spinning violently. He smashed through the encirclement and launched himself upward with a powerful kick. Below, 3 ruthless aliens were waiting for his descent. And another one hid somewhere unseen. Cannonbolt thrust his clawed hand to the Omnitrix on his chest, and in a flash of green light, he transformed into a blue wolf. His muscular frame was sharply defined, covered in cobalt fur, his claws gleaming black like obsidian. A fierce lupin head rose high, golden eyes burning bright as if they could pierce all illusion. The Omnitrix emblem pulsed proudly on his chest. The Loboan from the planet Luna, Lobo Blitzwolfer? Boom! Blitzwolfer crashed down, leaving cracks across the fleshy ground. Standing tall and fierce, he faced his enemies without a shred of fear. What? He can still transform. Tygon's jaw dropped in disbelief. There's so many of us, how could we possibly lose? Red Spike Snake scoffed. Yeah, if we attack together, we'll take him down for sure. Spider Monkey Eric shouted. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps echoed behind Blitzwolfer. He turned his head but saw nothing. He sighed, pretending to drop his guard. Then, in the next instant, he spun around, claws flashing as he lunged back, his sharp wolf talons closing around an invisible figure with crushing force. Let me go. The smooth figure thrashed wildly, struggling to break free from Blitzwolfer's claws. But his grip was too strong, escaping by force alone was impossible. Terrified, the creature's outline shimmered and faded, revealing its true form before Blitzwolfer's eyes. Slender and covered in strange markings, it resembled a lizard standing upright, slick and slippery like an eel. 3 eyes glowed red, green, and blue in an inverted triangle on its face, radiating a sly, sinister aura. So it's you, Chameleon, Blitzwolfer growled, tightening his claws. This was one of Ben's alien heroes, gifted with invisibility and an ultra-slick body that made it nearly impossible to capture. You, how did you find me? Chameleon stammered, fear creeping into its voice. It was certain it had hidden perfectly without leaving a trace. A wolf's sense of smell is very sharp, Blitzwolfer replied calmly. He had caught Chameleon's scent long ago, only pretending not to notice to lure it into his trap. Creatures like Blitzwolfer and Wildmutt were natural counters to cunning aliens like Chameleon. They could vanish from sight, but their scent always betrayed them. Help me! Chameleon screamed, its hoarse voice cracking. The other 3 exchanged quick glances, nodded, and charged forward. If Chameleon died, their own situation would worsen. Red Spike Snake rushed ahead, pulling the sharp spines from his fists. They gleamed with a crimson chill, swirling with violent wind as he lunged forward like lightning. Murder flashed in Blitzwolfer's eyes. He had planned to throw Chameleon as a shield and let it be caught in the attack, but then reconsidered. Keeping it alive might prove useful. In an instant, Blitzwolfer's powerful legs launched him upward like a swift swallow, soaring above the insect's organs to dodge the oncoming blood spear. Don't kill me, Chameleon pleaded. At this range, no one could save him. Relax. Just take a nap, Blitzwolfer said with a grin. He raised his hand, which glowed blue and formed a blade. With a sharp strike to the back of Chamelein's head, the creature stiffened, its eyes dimming as it collapsed onto the giant insect's organs, completely unconscious. To be sure, Blitzwolfer tore some nearby tendons and bound Chameleon tightly, securing the knots until they held firm. As he finished, Spider Monkey appeared. Clinging to the tree-like tissue with his slender arms, he glared with bright green eyes and shouted, "Let it go." From his tail, Eric fired a stream of sticky white webbing, shooting straight toward Blitzwolfer at incredible speed. Blitzwolfer turned, leaping down to his original spot. With the assassin dealt with, things would be much simpler now. Intruder? Such disrespect will not be forgiven by the Great One, roared the Humungusaur. Tygon, the most fanatical among them, was a devout follower of the Great One. Any blasphemy against his god was unforgivable in his eyes. I don't need forgiveness from that overgrown bug, Blitzwolfer sneered. It won't get the chance anyway. With a powerful kick, his muscles coiled and released like springs as he lunged toward Humungusaur. The massive alien extended his thick palm, catching Blitzwolfer's claws. The two clashed fiercely, their strength erupting in a violent standoff. Why doesn't the Great One have a chance? Tygon tightened his grip, trying to push the blasphemer over. Because your Great One is about to die. Blitzwolfer refused to be outdone, steadying his footing as threads of insect fluid seeped from beneath him. I'll kill you. Humungusaur's fury erupted, his entire body straining with power. Blitzwolfer's lips curled slightly. This reaction was exactly what he wanted. He stopped clashing head-on with Humungusaur and used the momentum to his advantage. With a swift maneuver, he flung Humungusaur over his shoulder, slamming him violently into the ground. Thud. Humungusaur took the full brunt of the impact, but felt no pain. Consumed by rage, he grabbed Blitzwolfer's leg and hurled him with tremendous force. Blitzwolfer's form blurred into a blue streak, snapping several tendons along his path before finally skidding to a stop. Before he could regain balance, a crimson sword flash slashed toward his face. Reacting on instinct, Blitzwolfer flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Nice reflexes, but you're done for. Red Spike Snake sneered from across the way. Blitzwolfer's heart sank. His feet felt sticky, as if glued to the ground super-strength webbing. Spider Monkey's silk? Eric clung to the branch-like structure above. Though shaped like a monkey, he looked more like a venomous spider. Red Spike Snake, finish it off. Eric screeched sharply. Got it. Red Spike Snake's sharp barbs glinted as he whipped his tail and lunged forward like lightning. ZZZZT? The crimson spear tore through the air, its tip expanding rapidly in Blitzwolfer's pupils. Suddenly, Blitzwolfer opened his jaws, splitting them into 4 sections like a blooming flower. Roar. A green ultrasonic blast erupted from his mouth, surging with unstoppable force and sending Red Spike Snake flying. The serpent screamed as it crashed through several organs, landing in a pool of sticky insect fluid. Its head spun, dazed and stunned. Blitzwolfer moved at blinding speed, closing the distance in a single leap. He raised his claw, ready to strike. But a brown shadow appeared behind him. Before he could react, Humungusaur wrapped his massive arms around Blitzwolfer, locking his neck in a crushing grip. You're asking for it. Blitzwolfer snarled, driving his elbow hard into Humungusaur's abdomen with a heavy thud. Any creature that dares offend the Great One is Tygon's enemy. Humungusaur's blood-red eyes blazed with rage. He refused to let go. Blitzwolfer's vision blurred, his breathing labored as his strength began to fade. Above, Spider Monkey crept across the web of tendons, faint light glinting in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Red Spike Snake stood, shaking insect fluid from his body. Tygon, keep holding him? I'll finish this freakish wolf. Right? Eliminate the intruder. Tygon roared. As Red Spike Snake charged in, Blitzwolfer opened his mouth, trying to unleash another ultrasonic blast, but his throat was trapped in Tygon's hold. He couldn't get any sound out. Mad, you forced my hand. Snarling, Blitzwolfer bared his chainsaw-like fangs and sank them into Humungusaur's arm. Humungusaur roared in agony, finally letting go. None of the earlier blows compared to the pain of that single bite. Blitzwolfer broke free and retreated, escaping their attack range. As Blitzwolfer, his teeth and claws were his deadliest weapons. But since this was Lucian's first transformation, he wasn't yet used to fighting with his fangs. Beep beep beep. The Omnitrix on Blitzwolfer's chest suddenly flashed, erupting with a harsh red light. Lucian's eyes widened as he stared at his hands in disbelief. Damn it! Of all times to revert, why now? Haha, Earthling. You're out of options now, aren't you? Red Spike Snake extended his venomous barbs, wielding them like spears as he slowly advanced. The Humungusaur and Red Spike Snake, fierce and menacing, closed in on Lucian. Hold on. Spider Monkey suddenly called out from above. What's the matter, Eric? Is there something you need? Red Spike Snake's crimson eyes flickered with confusion. Tygon gave him the same puzzled look. Eric descended from above, his tail hanging from a strand of spider silk. Landing lightly, he scurried to Lucian's side and sneered coldly. We shouldn't kill him here. What? Eric, what nonsense are you talking about? Tygon immediately shouted, clenching his fists. Red Spike Snake's eyes narrowed, but he didn't lower his spear. His tone turned cold. Eric, what trick are you trying to pull now? Among the 4 guardians of the Great One, Eric had joined the latest only about 2 years ago. Compared to the other 3, he was still a newcomer. Red Spike Snake had always doubted Eric's loyalty, but since he'd behaved himself during his time here, she hadn't bothered to confront him. Still, his sudden move to stop them from killing the intruder instantly reignited her suspicions. Relax. Eric waved his hand and glanced at Lucian beside him. What I mean is we're still inside the Great One's body. So what? Tygon asked mockingly. I propose we take this Earthling outside for execution. That way, we won't defile the Great One's sacred body. Spider Monkey Eric spoke with feigned reverence, raising his 4 slender arms as if in worship. Red Spike Snake shook his head. No, this Earthling is full of tricks. He can transform into powerful aliens. We can't take that risk. I agree with Eric, Humungusaur said with a firm nod. But before Red Spike Snake could finish, Humungusaur cut him off. Eric is right. The Great One must not be stained with the blood of a blasphemer. We'll take him outside and execute him there. His voice boomed like thunder. Spider Monkey covered his mouth, barely stifling a laugh. When Red Spike Snake turned her head, he quickly returned to his solemn expression. Lucian caught the entire exchange clearly. Just what side was this Eric on? Could he be an undercover agent sent by some faction, hiding for years, waiting for the chance to destroy the Great One? Red Spike Snake had initially wanted to end things here and now, rejecting Eric's idea outright. But with Tygone so insistent, he could only sigh. He knew all too well how fanatically loyal Tygone was to the Great One, so he decided not to argue further. Let's move. Red Spike Snake snapped, then suddenly added, oh, and bring the Merlini Sapien too. No problem. Spider Monkey leapt away, landing beside the unconscious Chameleon. He strained with all his might, tearing through the tough tendons until he finally freed the slick alien. After shaking him a few times and finding no response, Eric simply picked him up and hurried back. He's still out, Eric muttered, scratching his head helplessly. Bring them all. We're heading out together, Red Spike Snake ordered, glancing toward the Great One's mouth as he dragged Lucian forward. Humongousaur followed behind, carrying the limp Chameleon in his massive hands. As for Spider Monkey, he took one last look at the Great One's organs, shook his head, and quickly caught up with the others. Soon, the group emerged into the open. With the surrounding soil rotted and unable to support their weight, they climbed atop the insect's shell, preparing for the brutal execution. Scanning the barren wasteland, Humongousaur's eyes flickered as he spoke solemnly, the Great One will soon perform another divine miracle. Red Spike Snake nodded slightly. I've followed the Great One for many years and witnessed countless such magnificent scenes, yet every time, I still can't suppress the awe in my heart. Enough. Let's begin the execution of the intruder. Humongousaur clenched his fists, unable to contain his impatience. Red Spike Snake turned toward the unconscious Chameleon. This one sleeping like the dead. What a shame he won't get to see the intruder's final moment. Invader, do you have any last words? Humongousaur extended his massive arm, grabbing Lucian and hoisting him up. Could you let me go? Lucian asked. Impossible. Red Spike Snake stepped forward, the sharp barbs on his body glinting menacingly. You're a dangerous earthling. Keeping you alive would only endanger the Great One. Die. Red Spike Snake lifted his blood-red spear and thrust it straight at Lucian's chest. Suddenly, a powerful suction force pulled from behind. What? Before Red Spike Snake could react, Spider Monkey's web yanked him backward, flinging him through the air before he crashed hard into the muddy swamp. Humongousaur spun around, his eyes blazing red as he glared at the ambushing Spider Monkey. Eric? What are you doing? Beep? A familiar sound chimed as the Omnitrix on Lucian's wrist flashed, returning to its deep green hue. Fully charged? Taking advantage of Humongousaur's distraction, Lucian slammed his hand down on the Omnitrix, twisting the dial and pressing it firmly. Thud. A towering figure emerged, light green and sharp-edged, its entire body gleaming like carved crystal. Diamond Head stood tall and imposing, instantly breaking free from Humongousaur's grip before launching a powerful punch. Boom! The crystal fist struck with tremendous force, sending Humongousaur hurtling through the air until he crashed beside Red Spike Snake. Both sank deep into the decaying mud, careful not to struggle too hard. Any movement would only drag them under faster. Nice work, Petrosapien. Spider Monkey cheered excitedly, jumping in place. Why did you help me? Diamond Head asked, his tone steady. Help you? Spider Monkey tilted his head. No, I'm helping myself. What do you mean? I'll explain later. Let's deal with the enemies first, Eric replied. Diamond Head nodded. If this went on, Earth wouldn't last much longer. Whoosh! A sharp spike shot toward Diamond Head's face. His arm instantly morphed into a blade, slicing the projectile cleanly in two with a swift motion. Damn it! Red Spike Snake cursed, gritting his teeth. Then, a loud voice echoed from afar. The hero arrives. XLR-8 blurred into a streak of blue light, his legendary speed propelling him effortlessly across the rotting ground. In just a few heartbeats, he came to a stop right in front of Diamond Head. Then, Diamond Head turned around. Hey, cuz. I'm here to help. XLR-8 pulled back his mask. Where's Grandpa and the others? I got them to safety, XLR-8 replied, then glanced at Spider Monkey beside him. Cool? What a stylish monkey. Where'd you find him? Can he do somersaults? My name's Eric, Spider Monkey said, scratching his head. A spark of inspiration flashed through Diamond Head's mind. He turned to Eric and said, use your web to pull Tygone and Red Spike Snake up here. Spider Monkey's eyes widened. Are you crazy? If I bring those two up, they'll kill me. It's fine. I know what I'm doing, Diamond Head said calmly, his tone steady and fearless. Fine, but if something goes wrong, it's on you, Spider Monkey muttered under his breath. He fired a thick strand of web from his tail, sticking it to Humongousaur and Red Spike Snake. Pulling hard, he nearly got dragged into the swamp himself. Diamond Head reacted instantly, grabbing the tough web and hauling it back with force. XLR-8 followed his lead, throwing all his strength into pulling alongside them. Working together, the three of them managed to drag Humongousaur and Red Spike Snake up and fling them onto the pink insect shell. The moment the two broke free of the muck, fury blazed in their eyes as they lunged straight at Diamond Head and the others. Startled, Eric leapt aside. He knew he was no match for either of them in a direct fight. Diamond Head raised his hand, forming a massive crystal hammer in midair, and swung it down with explosive force. Boom! The once fierce Humongousaur took the blow squarely to the head. His strength vanished instantly as he stumbled backward, collapsing face first onto the insect shell, dazed and dizzy. Whoosh! XLR-8 became a streak of blue light, speeding toward Red Spike Snake. Kinoceleran? Another distant species. Red Spike Snake roared, swinging the spiked fists on his arms in a wild frenzy at XLR-8. He couldn't understand why so many alien species had appeared on this tiny planet called Earth. Slash, slash, slash. The deadly spikes cut through the air, creating crimson afterimages like a storm of blades that engulfed XLR-8. Hey, you're way too slow. XLR-8 taunted as he darted around, easily dodging every attack. Damn it. Red Spike Snake snarled as his spikes extended, fusing into two crimson spears that crossed in a vicious strike toward his target. SSSHHH. A flash of emerald light sliced across Red Spike Snake's vision. Both crimson spears shattered in an instant, clanging against the hard surface of the insect shell. Red Spike Snake turned, his snake-like pupils filled with horror. You. Diamond Head snorted coldly, retracting his gleaming crystal blade. He clenched his fist and slammed it into Red Spike Snake's chest. Caught off guard, Red Spike Snake was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Crystalline chains spread rapidly across his body, locking him tightly against the insect shell. Beside him, Humongousaur Tygone suffered the same fate, his body completely restrained by Diamond Head's crystal bindings. With their strength, there was no way they could break free. Watching the scene unfold, Eric's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to hide the shock rising within him. Wow, you're one tough Petrosapien. Eric swished his tail, eyeing Diamond Head with admiration. You're way stronger than Big Meatball and Little Wolf Dog. Why didn't you transform sooner? Those are Cannonbolt and Blitzwolfer, Diamond Head corrected. Same thing, Eric waved it off, then changed the subject. By the way, why'd you have me pull those two out? Wouldn't it be better to let the Great One's minions sink in the swamp? To collect their DNA samples, of course. No point wasting a good opportunity, Diamond Head said with a grin. Collect DNA. XLR-8's eyes brightened with excitement. Exactly. Diamond Head stepped up to him, touching a finger to the Omnitrix on Ben's wrist and canceling his transformation. Cuz, what do I do? Tell me. Ben was practically bouncing with excitement, knowing he was about to get a new alien form. Follow me? Diamond Head led Ben to the restrained Humongousaur. Humongousaur, wrapped in a crystal vest, was firmly locked against the insect shell, unable to move. He roared furiously, "Let me go, you vile invader! The Great One will never forgive you." His entire body was bound, limbs stretched wide in a cross shape, sealed tight by crystal shackles that he couldn't break free from no matter how hard he struggled. Diamond Head raised his hand and released one of the restraints on Humongousaur's arm. "You're asking for death." Humongousaur bellowed, swinging a massive fist straight at Diamond Head's face. Diamond Head caught his wrist with ease, his grip like iron. He then turned his head toward Ben and gestured for him to come closer. Ben hurried over, eyes wide with anticipation. Petrosapien, let me go." Tygone struggled violently, trying to break free. "Stop yelling," Diamond Head said calmly, pressing the alien's wrist toward Ben's watch. "Damn it! Great One, please avenge me." Humongousaur cried out, his eyes filling with rage and despair. As a servant of the Great One, he had once been revered. Now he was reduced to a mere specimen, his DNA harvested like livestock in a pen. The humiliation was unbearable. Rip! Under Diamond Head's immense strength, Humongousaur's thick claw finally made contact with the Omnitrix. A strange sound effect chimed as the Omnitrix replica glowed yellow, beginning to absorb his genetic data. "What an amazing alien watch," Eric murmured, clearly impressed. Ben's face lit up as he stared at the glowing yellow screen. "Awesome! Now I've got Humongousaur's DNA? Thanks, cuz." Diamond Head waved dismissively. "There are a few more aliens. Let's get them all." With his help, Red Spike Snake's and Cameline's DNA were soon collected as well. Ben's grin widened. "This is incredible. Way better than getting the latest Sumo Slammers game." "One more," Diamond Head said, glancing towards Spider Monkey. "Eric, donate your DNA too." Although Diamond Head didn't fully understand Eric's motives, he could sense no hostility from him. "Sure, no problem." Eric agreed enthusiastically, clearly enjoying himself. Moments later, Spider Monkey's genetic data was also uploaded into the Omnitrix replica. Rumble! Suddenly, the pale ground trembled violently. Cracks spread in every direction, splitting open like a world ending in chaos. In the distance, trees that had long since rotted into sludge solidified into white fragments, only to be shredded by a raging wind and carried into the air as dust. "The Great One's draining the planet's energy dry," Spider Monkey shouted in horror. "Then let's go. Time to finish off this giant stinkbug." Without hesitation, Diamond Head vanished in a flash of light, leaping back into the Great One's body. Eric scooped up Ben, who was still fiddling with his watch, and bounded after him, diving into the shadowy depths below. Inside the Great One's body, the space was dim, filled with multicolored organs that pulsed rhythmically. Countless crimson veins twisted and crisscrossed in every direction, weaving into a massive web that stretched across the ceiling above them. Not far ahead lay a glowing pool of energy, radiating a brilliant white light like a divine mirror reflected in Lucian's eyes. That was Earth's energy being endlessly siphoned away by the Great One. Lucian raised his wrist, pressed the Omnitrix, switched forms, and slammed his hand down. Ben immediately followed suit, striking his watch with force. Thud, Twin flashes of emerald light burst forth, nearly blinding Eric. Humongousaur. Ben transformed, roaring with exhilaration. With brown-yellow skin and a towering, muscular frame, the Humongousaur's thick tail whipped around, snapping through the Great One's tendons and sending violent tremors throughout the creature's body. Roar. Humongousaur clenched his fists and charged forward, his powerful legs stomping into the writhing mass of organs ahead. He unleashed a barrage of punches, every strike pulverizing the Great One's inner tissues. The creature's pained howls echoed through the chamber as its body convulsed violently, the tremors spreading like a cataclysmic quake. The ground shook so hard it was difficult to stay upright. Eric shot webbing from his tail and anchored himself to a tendon, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the raging organs. Ugh, once I get back to Oranyasamia, I'm eating a whole mountain of bananas to make up for this, he muttered, clinging tightly to the elastic tissue. Roar. A feral tiger's roar tore through the chaos. Eric turned toward the sound, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was a completely naked apoplexian. Wrath moved with blinding agility, a streak of orange light tearing through the Great One's organs. Wherever he passed, everything exploded into shreds, organs, veins, nothing survived. The black claws on his forearms slashed wildly, cutting through tendon as thick as steel cables as easily as slicing tofu. Foam flecked from his mouth as he shouted at the Great One between blows. Listen up, you cosmic, energy-sucking stinkbug. Just cause you're big doesn't mean you're tough. Wrath's inside you now, and with one move, I'll tear you apart. His fury burned hotter with every word, his voice thundering like a cannon. You disgusting bug. If you'd just kneel and knock that head of yours on the ground a few times, maybe Wrath would show mercy and send you off in peace. Wait, damn it. Wrath's expression twisted in outrage. I forgot. You don't even have a head, do you? How are you supposed to bow to Wrath? Infuriated even further by his own realization, Wrath leapt down to the Great One's lower body. All right, stinkbug. Prepare yourself for Wrath's judgment. He clenched his fists, extending his razor-sharp claws, and slashed wildly across the interior walls. Streams of green fluid gushed out as the Great One screamed in agony, its entire body convulsing. Man, that apoplexian's incredible, though he's, still not wearing clothes, Eric muttered softly from above, careful not to be heard. Meanwhile, Humongousaur reached out his massive hand, gripping a cluster of tendons. With one forceful pull, he ripped them apart like noodles. Oh yeah? Who's the baddest now? He roared in triumph, laughing heartily as pride filled his chest. Under the combined assault of both aliens, the Great One could no longer endure. The energy it had stolen from Earth began surging back, the white pool beneath them glowing brighter as power flowed through its tentacles and returned to the planet below. The Great One, the once feared apex predator of the cosmos, the destroyer of worlds, was now reduced to pitiful screams under Humongousaur and Wrath's relentless onslaught, teetering at death's edge. Just 2 more minutes, and it would have devoured all of Earth's energy, consuming the planet entirely until it vanished into the cosmos like a speck of dust in time. But now, beaten to the brink, it was being forced to vomit that same energy back into the decaying world it had sought to consume. Roar. Covered in green slime, Wrath sprang forward, his legs coiling and releasing like springs. His claws gleamed like blades as they ripped through every organ in his path. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Massive organs burst apart under his ferocious strikes, scattering chunks of flesh and spraying blood across the air, filling it with the stench of decay. Damn you, stinking bug! Get lost, you filthy pest! Wrath roared, driving his sharp claws straight through the Great One's heart. The brutal strike tore it apart, bursting in midair like a shower of crimson fireworks above them. Awesome. Humongousaur raised a thumbs up. When it comes to raw destruction, my cuz wins hands down. The Great One is dying. Excitement flared in Eric's eyes. With its heart destroyed, the Great One's body convulsed uncontrollably. Its remaining organs burst one after another, spewing foul green blood. The veins stretched and snapped, releasing an ear-piercing screech that echoed through its collapsing form. The massive insect body swelled like a balloon, expanding faster and faster until it burst through its hardened shell. With a deafening crack, it toppled into the decaying swamp below. Boom! A thunderous explosion followed as the Great One's body erupted, spraying waves of thick, blue-green insect fluid that rose like a tsunami and blanketed the sky. Fragments of its shell scattered and rained down, covering the land in a grim storm of organic debris. After a long silence, a single sharp claw broke through the layer of slime. Disgusting bug, Wrath muttered, dragging himself free from the viscous muck and shaking off the grime. At the same time, Humongousaur emerged from below, holding Eric tightly in his grip as he pulled him to safety. Beep! The Omnitrix on Humongousaur's chest began to blink, then flashed red. In a burst of light, he reverted to Ben. Wrath took a deep breath, thumping a fist against his chest before slapping his own Omnitrix, returning to his human form. Lucian turned toward Eric. You never did tell me why you turned on your allies earlier. What was that about? A sudden attack of conscience. He still remembered being caught by Red Spike Snake moments away from execution until Eric had insisted on taking him outside the Great One's body for the deed, only to strike against Red Spike Snake instead. The move had saved him, but Lucian hadn't understood why. I did it for revenge, Eric said, his eyes dark with hatred. Revenge? Was your homeworld also destroyed by the Great One? Ben couldn't help but ask. No. Oranyasamia is fine, Eric said quickly, shaking his head. Then what happened? That damned Great One destroyed my girlfriend's planet. I'll never forgive it. Eric growled, his voice tight with anger. Wait, your girlfriend? Ben's eyes widened. Yes, she's dead. Eric sighed heavily, then clenched his fists. That's why, 2 years ago, I pretended to be swayed by Tygon and joined the Great One's followers. I've been waiting ever since for the day I could kill that monster myself. I'm sorry for your loss, Ben said softly, patting Eric's head, unsure what else to say. If his own girlfriend had been killed by the Great One, he probably would have lost his mind too. Now your wish has come true. That stinking bug's as dead as it gets, Lucian said calmly. Eric nodded, sadness flickering in his eyes. Hey, Eric, can I ask you something? Ben spoke up suddenly. What is it? Your girlfriend, what kind of alien was she? Lucian's mouth twitched slightly. Of all the questions to ask. Still, it made sense. Ben was only 10, he didn't mean any harm, just pure curiosity. Eric hesitated. She was an Arborian Pelorota. Lucian raised an eyebrow. That name sounded familiar. Arborian Pelorota. Wait a second, that was Cannonbolt's species? He hadn't expected Eric's girlfriend to be from the same race as Cannonbolt. But he couldn't wrap his head around it. How did a lanky monkey and a rotund rolling alien even end up together? One was all limbs and fur, the other a walking boulder. Could Eric even handle that? The thought made Lucian glance at him twice, trying not to laugh. Just then, sharp whistling sounds echoed from above. Frog-Eye, Purple Axe Alien, and the 6-armed yellow alien appeared, standing atop their hover discs as they descended toward the group. They're the Great One's lackeys? They must be here for revenge. Eric snarled, eyes blazing with fury. Lucian and Ben exchanged a look, both preparing to fight. Wait. Frog-Eye raised a hand, signaling for calm. Steering his hover disc forward, he stopped before Lucian. I only wish to ask who killed the Great One, he said in a low, steady voice. What, you want revenge? Ben said, cracking his knuckles, ready to go. It was me, Lucian replied evenly. Against these third-rate underlings, he didn't even need to take them seriously. Frog-Eye nodded and drifted back toward his companions. Just as Ben was about to strike, the three of them suddenly dropped to their knees, bowing in Lucian's direction. Long live the new Great One! Long live the new Great One! The three knelt in unison, their expressions reverent and solemn, unchanged from before. Not long after, Humongousaur Tygon and Red Spike Snake approached as well. Long live the new Great One! Tygon roared, his thunderous voice echoing across the clearing. Though he had once been the Great One's most devoted follower, his faith had always been rooted in reverence for power itself. For Tygon, so long as a stronger and more terrifying being emerged, it made no difference who bore the title of Great One. Red Spike Snake, though clearly displeased, still dropped to his knees with the others, bowing respectfully before Lucian. Rustle, rustle. A faint sound of footsteps echoed nearby. From the emptiness, the figure of Chameleon slowly emerged. Greetings to the new Great One, Chameleon said respectfully. Unlike Eric, who had infiltrated the Great One's ranks solely to exact revenge, these followers Tygon, Red Spike Snake, Chameleon, and the rest had truly worshipped the Great One. In the end, Lucian dismissed them all, allowing each to return to their respective home worlds. However, aside from Spider Monkey and Chameleon, the Great One had already destroyed the others' planets. So Lucian asked Eric to take them all to Aranyasamia to resettle. With the vast Spider Monkey population there, Lucian trusted they wouldn't dare act recklessly. And if enemies ever came knocking, these aliens could serve as a valuable defense force for the planet. To be honest, Lucian did have a bit of a personal motive. He'd considered keeping them around to help him fight future villains. But Earth hadn't officially made contact with alien civilizations yet. These aliens had no legal status, couldn't stay permanently, couldn't appear in public, and certainly couldn't hold jobs. Keep them hidden on Earth? He didn't have that kind of money. Just feeding someone like Tygon, the guy probably ate more in one meal than Lucian could afford in a month. It wasn't that Lucian didn't want to help them. He just couldn't afford to, and he didn't even have the space to house them. Whoosh! A massive alien spacecraft hovered above Yellowstone National Park. Under Frog-Eye's command, the aliens began boarding one by one, preparing for their journey to Aranyasamia. Lucian, thank you for helping me get my revenge, Eric said seriously, his fur rippling in the wind. Without you, I might have gone my whole life without avenging her. It's nothing, Lucian waved it off. Go on. I'm sure it's been a long time since you've seen your home. Eric nodded. Then I'll be going. If you ever need anything, come find me on Aranyasamia. With that, he turned and scampered up the ramp into the ship. Whoosh! The sleek spacecraft ignited with a silver flare, its engines roaring as it launched skyward, vanishing into the endless clouds above. It's finally over, Lucian exhaled, the tension leaving his body at last. With the Great One destroyed, its vast reserves of energy had flowed back into Earth. The planet's ashen surface was quickly returning to its natural blue, bursting once again with life. And as for Ben, the ordeal had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He'd gained 4 new alien forms and couldn't stop grinning about it. Lucian, on the other hand, hadn't recorded the DNA of Tygon or the others. The reason was simple, the Omnitrix didn't lack high-quality DNA, it only needed time to unlock it. Lucian didn't want to risk adding weaker genes that might compromise his future combat potential. Better to have nothing than something inferior. After all, every alien gene in the Omnitrix came from the absolute peak of its species. Tygon might have been powerful compared to most aliens, but even he couldn't match the true might of Humongousaur. Inside the rust bucket, Grandpa Max sat in the driver's seat, grinning from ear to ear. Now that was one unforgettable trip to the park. This old man hasn't felt a thrill like that in years. If I had the choice, I'd rather not experience it at all, Gwen muttered, clutching her clothes as she rushed into the bathroom to wash off the insect slime. Grandpa, where are we going next? Ben asked eagerly, his eyes full of excitement. San Francisco, Grandpa Max said, slamming his foot on the gas. Let's go have some real fun. Vroom. The rust bucket's engine roared to life as the world blurred past the windows, the scenery whipping by like time itself was speeding in reverse. Lucian closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind. Ding successfully eliminated the evil Great One. Earth has been saved from destruction. Reward, powerful hero chest. The mechanical voice echoed clearly in his head. Open it, Lucian commanded silently. Way big, come on, way big. Or maybe Atomix. Clockwork would be great too. Echo echo, not bad. Arctiguana, blocks, maybe Frankenstrike, or Brainstorm. A moment later, Lucian froze. Ding powerful hero chest opened successfully. Unlocked alien hero, feedback. The next morning, San Francisco. The golden sunset hung on the eastern horizon, shyly hiding behind clusters of skyscrapers and spilling warm light across the city. On the busy pedestrian street, a long line wound past the sales kiosk like a crawling black dragon. From the kiosk window, staff periodically handed out boxes containing an ornate game cartridge. The cover showed a fat sumo wrestler with a little ponytail, posed for battle. Awesome! I finally got it, a freckle-faced boy shouted, clutching the cartridge to his chest. Bought it? Move along, there's a huge line behind you, a black man shouted from behind, clearly annoyed. The freckled boy laughed and bounced away, not caring about the man's sour face. It's just a crappy game, the man sneered. Next, called a staff member at the kiosk. Hey, it's my turn? It's my turn? Ha ha ha. The black man practically danced to the window, heart pounding, his expression changing faster than flipping a page. In the long line, Lucian and the others stood in the middle, waiting for their turn to buy the cartridge. We've been standing here 2 hours and the line barely moved. My legs are killing me, Gwen complained, squatting to rub her calves. Nerd, I told you to exercise more, Ben said from the front, tiptoeing to check how many people were left ahead. Gwen snorted. Doofus, like you actually work out. Of course I do. A great hero's schedule is jam-packed. Beating up alien weirdos totally counts as exercise, Ben said, self-righteous. Grandpa Max, hair streaked gray and wearing his usual red floral shirt, smiled gently. Ben, don't you already have this game? Why buy another copy? Lucian looked at Ben with a questioning expression too. Oh, come on. This is Sumo Slammers 2.1? You can change the main character's outfit color mid-fight. It's awesome, Ben said, eyes shining with longing. He wanted the cartridge badly enough to wait until nightfall. All right, we'll wait here with you, Grandpa said, wiping sweat from his brow. Ben's face suddenly went pale. A sharp cramp gripped his stomach like someone twisting his gut. Then an overwhelming urge hit him like a wave. Oh, damn it, why now of all times? Ben clutched his stomach and pinched his legs together. Ben, are you all right? Lucian noticed. Ha ha, it's just a little problem, Ben forced a smile, sweating. I can handle it. I'll be fine. Ben, you can't force it. That's bad for your health. Let's go back and come another time, Grandpa said, worried. No, I'm not going back. Ben insisted stubbornly, holding his stomach. I can hold on. I have to get Sumo Slammers 2.1. Gurgle. A strange noise came from Ben's stomach. His face turned even paler. You. Gwen recoiled. Go back, doofus. I don't want to see you poop your pants in public. That would be disgusting. I won't. Ben protested. Here's the deal. We'll stay in line and buy the cartridge for you. Then you can go back to the rust bucket and take care of it, Lucian suggested. He didn't want to imagine Ben having an accident either. Ben grabbed that lifeline and nodded frantically. Awesome, I knew my cuz was the best. You guys stay here in line, I'll be right back. Ben clutched his stomach, legs pinched together, and ran awkwardly toward the rust bucket. The group exchanged looks and laughed, then returned to their place in line. Lucian estimated they'd still need at least an hour to get Sumo Slammers 2.1. About 10 minutes later, a commotion erupted at the ticket window. The crowd let out piercing screams and scattered in every direction like a boiling pot exploding. Run, there's a monster. Ah, help, somebody save us. Damn, I haven't even bought the game yet. Screw the cartridge. You need to live to play it. If you won't run, I will. Boom, the crowd ahead scattered like ants doused with water, panic-stricken and fleeing in all directions. For a moment, the air was filled with the sound of trampling feet, shrieks, and angry curses, leaving those behind staring in stunned silence. What's going on? Gwen poked her head out, trying to see what was happening ahead. I think I just heard someone mention monsters. Could it be aliens causing trouble again? Grandpa Max's expression turned grave. If that were the case, he'd have to go back to the rust bucket to grab his weapons. Ever since the last battle with Vilgax, Grandpa Max had retrieved some plumber gear from Mount Rushmore and stored it in the rust bucket both as a precaution against Vilgax's return and to deal with other alien threats. Thinking about it, Grandpa Max felt puzzled. He couldn't understand why this summer had been filled with so many alien encounters, almost as many as during his old plumber days. Strange things happen every year, but this year was on another level. Lucian's sharp eyesight quickly picked out what was going on up front. With perfect vision since childhood, he easily saw through the thick crowd. A towering figure stood near the sales kiosk. Blood-red skin, 4 arms, 4 eyes, muscles bulging across its massive frame. Its sheer power was enough to make anyone tremble. It was 4 arms. With a furious roar, he lifted the flimsy kiosk and gave it a violent shake, sending the staff member inside flying. Dozens of valuable game cartridges scattered through the air, tumbling across the street. Oh my god, has that doofus completely lost his mind? Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. In broad daylight, using his transformation powers just to snatch a game cartridge? Grandpa Max frowned. That doesn't make sense. Ben loves gaming, but he wouldn't go that far. Beep boop. From down the street, a convoy of police cars came rushing in, red and blue lights flashing atop their roofs, sirens wailing through the city. Over a dozen police cars screeched to a halt along the street, kicking up thick clouds of dust as their engines roared to a stop. The atmosphere was charged with tension. A large group of heavily armed officers jumped out of the vehicles in unison. Clad in blue uniforms and armed with black rifles, they quickly surrounded the rampaging 4 arms. These were San Francisco's elite law enforcement officers, stronger and better equipped than most city forces, true veterans of the field. Their captain, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and green eyes, bore faint wrinkles on his face, but his gaze was sharp and merciless as it locked onto the alien creature in the distance. All units, fire at will. The captain raised his hand and gave a sharp wave, ordering the attack without a hint of hesitation. To him, whether it was a gunman or an alien monster, anything posing a serious threat to civilians had to be eliminated. Yes, sir, the officers responded in unison, raising their rifles and taking aim at 4 arms. Wait. Gwen shouted, but she was a moment too late. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets exploded like a violent storm, forming a deadly steel tempest that engulfed 4 arms completely. Yet the bullets did nothing. They bounced off his crimson skin without leaving a mark, falling uselessly to the pavement with metallic clinks. It was as if they'd struck a wall of iron. What? That's impossible. The captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Too strong. He was actually immune to bullets. What kind of physical power was that? He had faced aliens before, but never one as overwhelmingly powerful as this. 4 arms roared, enduring the hail of bullets without a scratch. With immense strength, he lifted the entire kiosk and hurled it with terrifying force toward the police. Move, the captain shouted, twisting his body to dodge aside. Dozens of officers dropped their rifles and scrambled for cover, barely escaping as the massive metal structure hurtled toward them. Boom! The kiosk slammed into the street with a deafening crash, sending out a shockwave that split the ground into spiderweb-like cracks. Upon impact, it shattered apart, scattering jagged shards of metal through the air straight toward Gwen. Get out of the way, Gwen! Grandpa Max shouted, throwing himself forward with all his strength, his old body straining to protect her. But he was too late. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't beat the flying shards. Just as one razor-sharp piece was about to slash across Gwen's neck, a green hand shot out and caught it effortlessly. "Cuz." Gwen's voice trembled as she looked up, stunned. The figure was tall and lean, his skin a deep green that gave off a faint swampy odor. But to Gwen, that back seemed impossibly tall and heroic because he had just saved her. Swamp fire ignited flames from his hand, enveloping the metal shard. It melted into a puddle of molten iron, which he flicked aside casually. The molten drops sizzled as they hit the ground. "Gwen, are you okay?" Grandpa Max rushed over, his face filled with worry as he carefully checked her condition. "Grandpa, I'm fine. Thankfully, Lucian blocked the metal shard for me," Gwen said softly. "This place is dangerous." "Grandpa, take Gwen and get her out of here," Swampfire said, turning toward him. "All right. Be careful, Lucian." With that, Grandpa Max guided Gwen toward the entrance of a nearby shop, watching anxiously from a distance. "That doofus, what got into him? I almost died back there," Gwen fumed, glaring at the still raging 4 arms. "I'm sure he has a good explanation," Grandpa Max said grimly, though his dark expression betrayed his anger. The street was in chaos. Countless security officers had been beaten down by 4 arms, lying sprawled across the ground, groaning in pain. The massive alien grabbed the bruised and bloodied security captain by the collar. His eyes gleamed with mockery as he burst into wild laughter. "Is this San Francisco's security force? Pathetic? You're all useless." The captain gritted his teeth, blood trickling from his lips. Though fury burned in his eyes, he didn't dare speak. Seeing that look of helpless pain only made 4 arms laugh harder. The sight filled him with cruel satisfaction. This was what he wanted to see: fear and despair. Otherwise, he would have killed these weaklings already. Not one of them could take a single punch from him. "What do you want?" the captain roared hoarsely, a deep sense of powerlessness rising inside him. "Enough." 4 arms shrugged, his tone mocking. Clenching his massive fist, he sneered, "Let me send you to the afterlife." Alien hacker mission triggered. Rescue the San Francisco security captain. Mission reward, random enhancement effect. Whoosh! 4 arms blood-red fist, like a massive hammer, came crashing toward the captain's chest. At the last instant, a deep green figure appeared beside him, gripping 4 arms' wrist with unyielding strength. 4 arms froze, then snarled, "Who the hell are you, ruining my fun? You're old man." Swamp Fire threw a solid punch straight into his opponent's face, sending him flying through the air and crashing into a convenience store with a thunderous impact. Caught off guard, Four Arms couldn't withstand the blow. Swamp Fire's power was no joke. He was strong enough to topple a tower if he wanted to. The captain lay on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the green figure. You're an alien too. Why are there so many aliens all of a sudden? Swamp Fire didn't answer. He waved a hand dismissively, his tone cold. If you don't want to die, then leave now. The captain clenched his fists and, with great effort, pushed himself up. Staggering on unsteady legs, he moved toward his wounded team members, checking their condition while urgently calling for backup. He could only hope reinforcements would arrive soon to help them deal with these alien monsters. Swamp Fire paid him no mind. His attention was locked on the enemy before him because the counterattack was about to begin. Mission complete, Captain rescued. Swamp Fire's physical flexibility plus 10%, flame power plus 5%. A mechanical chime echoed in Lucian's mind. Crash! Four Arms tore through the debris, shaking glass shards off his body. With a powerful kick, he launched himself out of the convenience store, landing in front of Swamp Fire. Rage burned in his eyes. He wanted nothing more than to rip his opponent to shreds. You're Kevin Levin. Swamp Fire raised his palm, aiming it at the furious Four Arms. A faint, icy gleam flickered in Four Arms' eyes before disappearing. Then his gaze shifted toward Swamp Fire's chest. I see. Four Arms smirked coldly. He knew who this was. The last time they met, the guy had appeared in a different form. No wonder he hadn't recognized him right away. When Swamp Fire didn't respond, he simply raised his arm and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. They roared forward like a dragon of fire, surging straight toward Four Arms. Four Arms grabbed a nearby car to block the raging flames, but it quickly melted into molten iron, dripping onto the ground. Feeling the scorching heat, Four Arms roared in fury. He yanked a utility pole from the sidewalk and swung it wildly, channeling his brute strength as he brought it crashing down. Swamp Fire dodged to the side, forming a blazing fireball in his hand that glowed with searing light before hurling it straight at his opponent. Useless? You're no match for me. Four Arms smashed the fireball apart with a swing of his fist. It burst into strands of heat that vanished into the air. Then, with a mighty stomp, he shattered the ground beneath his feet, releasing a violent shockwave as he charged forward at blistering speed. Both his strength and speed were extraordinarily formidable even by the standards of the vast universe. Seeing no way to evade, Swamp Fire clenched his fist, crimson flames igniting across his arm as he boosted his power and charged head-on. Boom! Swamp Fire's flaming fist collided with Four Arms' iron punch, exploding with terrifying force. The impact sent cars tumbling, debris flying in every direction, leaving a vacuum-like zone at the center of the blast. Not bad, but compared to me, you're still far too weak. Four Arms bellowed, unleashing raw power as he sent Swamp Fire flying backward. As he fell, Swamp Fire quickly flicked out his hand, scattering several small seeds around Four Arms. Rise! The instant he spoke, thick vines burst from the cracked ground, tearing through the pavement like living dragons. They whipped wildly, blocking out the sunlight. Under Swamp Fire's control, the vines twisted and intertwined into a massive green web that swiftly ensnared the stunned Four Arms. He tried to break free, but a vine lashed him to the ground. More followed, swarming and binding him tightly in their coils. Whoa, that's awesome! What a cool move! Gwen shouted, her wide eyes reflecting the shimmer of green vines. That's the ability of a methanosian, Grandpa explained with a grin. They can control plants to fight alongside them. Buzz! A black Hummer roared in from the distance and screeched to a halt near the battlefield. A blond man with a buzz cut stepped out, dressed in tactical black combat gear. A jagged scar ran across his face from his forehead, across his nose, down to his right cheek, giving him a harsh, intimidating look. At the same time, several black-clad soldiers climbed out of the vehicle, each wielding a heavy laser cannon. Without hesitation, they took aim at both Swamp Fire and Four Arms. Reinforcements from headquarters. The wounded security captain, supported by his men, coughed as he limped forward and looked at the blond man. The man nodded, pulling out an identification badge and holding it up. Lieutenant Steele, Alien Containment Unit. We specialize in neutralizing extraterrestrial threats. This area is now under our control. Then we. The captain hesitated, his words trailing off. Glancing at the battered and injured officers, Lieutenant Steele's expression remained flat, devoid of emotion. You can leave. Don't slow us down. The captain gave a bitter chuckle. Lieutenant Steele was certainly direct, but he wasn't wrong. Staying here would only get in the way. With a weary sigh, the captain gathered his remaining men and led them away. Frustration and helplessness etched on their faces as they left the scene. Lieutenant Steele turned sharply and shouted, "Prepare the laser cannon. Wipe out every last one of those damn alien monsters." "Yes, sir." Two squad members moved into position, one operating the cannon while the other carried its power supply. They took aim at Swamp Fire and Four Arms ahead. Golden energy particles rapidly gathered at the cannon's muzzle before erupting into a blazing beam of light that roared forward with searing heat. Swamp Fire, anticipating the attack, leapt clear of the blast radius and landed on the balcony of a nearby apartment building. Four Arms, still bound by vines, wasn't so lucky. The massive beam engulfed him completely. Boom! The golden laser struck with terrifying force, blowing Four Arms backward and shredding the vines that restrained him. They burned to ash midair, scattering in the wind. Damn it, you're all dead. Four Arms clutched his chest, half kneeling on the cracked pavement. The road for 50 meters ahead had been carved into deep trenches, smoke curling upward from the molten edges. Even a thick-skinned Tetramaand couldn't take a direct hit like that without serious damage. He turned to glare up at Swampfire on the balcony, eyes blazing with hatred. We'll see about this next time. The next time we meet it'll be your end. Kicking off the ground, Four Arms launched himself skyward and bolted into the distance with incredible speed. Lieutenant Steele immediately ordered another volley, but the target's agility was too great. The laser cannon blast struck several buildings instead, reducing them to rubble before the firing stopped. Watching as Four Arms vanished from sight, Swampfire jumped down from the balcony, ready to give chase and confirm his suspicion. He wasn't sure if that had really been Kevin. Since their battle in New York, he hadn't seen him, and back then, Kevin had been possessed by Ghost Freak. But judging from what he'd seen just now, Four Arms hadn't shown any signs of possession. Had Ghost Freak released Kevin? No, impossible. With Ghost Freak's personality, there was no way he'd willingly let go of such a powerful host body. The more Swampfire thought about it, the stranger it seemed. He took a step forward, preparing to pursue Four Arms. Beep beep. The Omnitrix on his chest suddenly began flashing. Sigh, I knew it, Swampfire muttered. He dodged several stray laser shots and darted into a shadowed alleyway. Then, moving at full speed, he leapt forward several times before vanishing completely. By the time the special forces rushed in, the alley was empty, only scattered trash remained. Report? The target has escaped the area, one soldier called out. Lieutenant Steele gave a curt nod. His face remained expressionless, but a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Elsewhere, after escaping the encirclement, Swampfire reverted to his normal form. He returned to the rust bucket with Grandpa Max and Gwen. Still fuming, Gwen slammed the door open and stormed inside, every heavy step making the floor creak beneath her. Four Arms hadn't just wrecked the sales site, he'd nearly killed her. There was no way she was letting that slide. She was going to teach that doofus a lesson before he went completely off the rails. But when Gwen entered the rust bucket, what she saw nearly made her explode. At some point, Ben had returned and was sitting calmly on his stool, headphones on, controller in hand, completely absorbed in his video game. Stop right there, Ben Tennyson? Have you lost your mind today? Abusing your watch to steal a game cartridge and injuring so many people? Your brain must be fried. Gwen stormed forward and yanked the headphones off his head. I'm sure he has a perfectly reasonable explanation, Grandpa said with a good-natured smile. I have no idea what you're talking about. Ben, still gripping his controller, kept playing his game as if nothing had happened. Oh, sure. Just like you didn't leave empty soda bottles in the fridge, didn't clog the toilet, and definitely didn't sneak out at midnight to steal my secret stash of chocolate bars. You never do anything wrong, right? Gwen's chest heaved as all her pent-up frustration came pouring out at once. Game over. Crimson letters flashed across the screen, declaring his defeat. What are you even talking about, Miss Know-It-All? Ben slammed the controller down, clearly irritated. I went to the bathroom and came straight back. I didn't go anywhere else. Ben, didn't you say you were coming back to find us? Lucian asked, frowning slightly. Well, that was the plan, Ben said, scratching his head with a guilty look. But on my way back, I found a game cartridge lying on the ground. When I saw it was Sumo Slammers 2.1, I couldn't wait to try it out. Then, I kind of forgot to come back for you guys. Gwen clearly wasn't buying it. She leaned forward, narrowing her eyes suspiciously at her clueless cousin. Don't try to lie your way out of this. Other than Lucian, you're the only one around who can turn into Four Arms, and you just happen to be obsessed with game cartridges. No matter how you look at it, you're the biggest suspect. Gwen's calm deduction made her look like a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. What Four Arms? I have no idea what you're talking about. Ben looked completely confused. Hey, nerd, stop being so paranoid, okay? As this century's greatest hero, what's wrong with relaxing and playing games once in a while? Even if you're jealous that I've got the Omnitrix, you don't have to make up some lame story to frame me. Jealous? You doofus, I'm trying to help you. Gwen snapped through gritted teeth. Lieutenant Steele's already targeting Four Arms. If you don't get your act together, next time you might end up roasted like an alien barbecue. Gwen's right. Grandpa Max stepped in, his expression stern. Ben, you really went too far today. Not only did you injure San Francisco law enforcement, but you also fought your cousin. I think it's time we cut down your game time. Ben blinked in disbelief, completely lost. Injured law enforcement? Fought his cousin? What was going on? All he'd done was play a game, and now he was being accused of all this? Just then, the screen at the front of the rust bucket lit up. Breaking news, 30 minutes ago, a suspected alien creature appeared on 24th Street in San Francisco. It caused major chaos at a game sales booth, injuring multiple security officers in the process. Its behavior was described as extremely violent. On screen, a massive Four Arms lifted a kiosk over his head, swinging it wildly before hurling it aside. He then charged forward, battling waves of blue uniformed guards. In the corner, a young female reporter held a microphone, explaining the events with a professional smile. Oh my god, no way, Ben muttered, frozen in place, staring at the broadcast in disbelief. The footage shifted again, showing the same Four Arms clashing with Swampfire, followed by the arrival of Lieutenant Steele. Got nothing to say now, huh? Gwen crossed her arms, shooting Ben a sharp look. That's not me. Ben shot back immediately, both furious and stunned. The creature on the screen looked exactly like Four Arms. Was it an enemy? A copy? What was its goal? So what? It's another alien monster. Gwen said sarcastically, half mocking but half giving him an excuse. It's not impossible, Ben said with a shrug. Remember Tetrax? He and Diamond Head are the same species. The aliens in the Omnitrix all exist out there somewhere. That does make sense, Grandpa nodded thoughtfully, then added, but I don't think it's that simple. Something about this feels off. Watching the destructive Four Arms on the screen, Ben clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. No one gets to ruin my alien's reputation except me. With that, he threw open the Rust Bucket's door and sprinted toward the scene, determined to hunt down the imposter and clear his name. San Francisco, 24th Street. The ground was a wreck, cracked, scorched, and riddled with bullet holes. Several nearby houses had been obliterated by some overwhelming force, now lying in heaps of rubble, silent and lifeless. The recent attack had terrified the locals. People were frantically packing their belongings, stuffing them into car trunks in a panic, desperate to flee before the monsters returned. Dozens of security officers had already arrived, marking off the area and gathering evidence, searching for any clues that could reveal where the aliens had come from. Ben stood amid the devastation, crouching to pick up a broken piece of brick. His brow furrowed tightly. This doesn't look good, he muttered, an uneasy feeling tightening his chest. Lucian and the others came up behind him. Gwen stepped forward, glancing at Ben, who was lost in thought. You know, criminals usually come back to the scene to admire their handiwork. I already said it wasn't me. Ben tossed the brick aside and scanned the area for any other clues. Ben, what's your plan? Grandpa Max asked. No clue. I'll figure it out as I go, Ben replied without looking back, eyes still darting across the ruined street. Grandpa Max sighed quietly, then turned to Lucian. Lucian, you fought that Four Arms. Did you notice anything unusual? Lucian paused, then shook his head. Not really. I think it might have been Kevin, but last time we saw him, his body was possessed by Ghost Freak. If it really was him, the Four Arms shouldn't have looked so normal. People possessed by Ghost Freak usually had purple eyes, with black cracks spreading from the corners, an eerie, unmistakable sight. But the Four Arms that Swampfire had fought showed none of that. He'd looked completely normal and lacked that dark, sinister aura Ghost Freak always gave off. Then this might be even more complicated than we thought. Grandpa Max murmured, rubbing his chin as he thought. Ben, meanwhile, paced slowly over the broken road, eyes sharp, determined to find whoever was behind this. Clang! A dull metallic sound echoed from a nearby alley. Ben's head snapped toward the noise, his eyes widening. In the shadowy alleyway, the towering, beast-like figure of Four Arms stood in plain sight. At his feet was an overturned trash can, the source of the sound. There he is! Ben shouted, immediately sprinting toward the alley. Four Arms turned sharply and bolted in the opposite direction, moving with astonishing speed. Hearing Ben's shout, the others rushed after him, charging into the alley all at once. But when they caught up, only Ben's back was visible. He lifted his Omnitrix replica and slammed it down with force. Thud! A flash of emerald light enveloped him for an instant before fading away. XLR8 lowered his visor and turned his head slightly. I'll go chase down that loser. You guys catch up. Before anyone could respond, his feet slid against the ground like oiled steel. In the next second, he was gone, a streak of blue lightning cutting through the city as he raced into pursuit. Wait, Ben! Grandpa Max shouted. But XLR8 was already gone, leaving nothing but a swirling trail of dust hanging in the air. Gwen stopped, panting. That doofus, why does he always have to bolt off like that? He's too desperate to prove himself, Lucian said, shaking his head. Then his eyes fell on the large footprints stamped into the pavement clearly left by Four Arms. Come on. We're going after them. A cold gleam flashed in Lucian's eyes. San Francisco Mint. Rows of massive machines roared non-stop, pressing silver coins that rattled along winding conveyor belts, reflecting a harsh white light. Two security guards staggered backward in terror, eyes wide as they faced the creature before them. It looked like a raptor, its skin a mix of black and blue, a sleek X-shaped visor covering its face, and claws gleaming cold and black under the factory lights. What are you? Help? Somebody, please. The two guards clung to each other, sobbing helplessly, praying for someone, anyone to save them. No need to be so scared. It'll all be over soon. XLR8 extended his claws, ready to strike the terrified guards down. Stop! A clear, sharp voice rang out from behind. XLR8 turned his head, his expression cold and detached. The two guards seized the chance, scrambling to their feet and bolting for the exit, not daring to look back. So it's you, XLR8 said with a low laugh. I thought it was some other fool. Standing across from him were an angry Gwen, Lucian, and Grandpa Max. Unbelievable? One alien causing chaos was bad enough, and now another XLR8? You doofus, let's see you talk your way out of this one. Gwen crossed her arms, glaring furiously at him. Such a sharp tongue. Careful, or you'll scare off any chance of a husband, XLR8 mocked with a laugh. Just as Gwen was about to snap back, a familiar voice shouted from behind her. Gwen, don't interrupt, I'm trying to teach this. She froze mid-sentence, turning around in disbelief. Another XLR8 was standing there behind them. An Omnitrix gleamed clearly on his chest. Ben. Gwen gasped, eyes widening. Then she looked back at the XLR-8 in front of them, her voice trembling. Then who is he? Only now did she notice the one who had attacked the guards had no Omnitrix emblem at all. His chest was completely blank. That XLR-8 didn't answer. Instead, he reached out, scooping up a handful of coins and flicking his wrist sharply. Clang! Dozens of silver coins spun through the air like deadly crescent blades, whirring at incredible speed as they shot straight toward Gwen. Whoosh! In a blur of blue, the real XLR-8 darted past, scooping Gwen out of harm's way and setting her safely beside Lucian just before the attack struck. "Cuz, keep an eye on the nerd for me." As soon as the words left his mouth, XLR-8 pulled down his visor and shot forward, turning into a streak of blue lightning that tore across the floor toward his opponent. He was going to beat that imposter senseless, then drag him straight to prison himself. In an instant, the two XLR-8s collided, their movements too fast for the eye to follow. Blue afterimages blurred together as powerful winds whipped through the mint, sending thousands of coins flying into the air like metallic snow. Out on the streets, pedestrians spotted the coins raining down and immediately went berserk. Like a mob of crazed scavengers, they lunged at the glimmering silver, shoving, yelling, even breaking into fights as they clawed at the scattered coins. Inside the mint, Gwen watched the two XLR-8s clash in disbelief. "I can't believe someone's actually pretending to be Ben, but then what about that 4 arms from earlier? Could he transform into multiple aliens, just like Lucian and Ben? Could it really be Kevin? If that's the case, where did Ghost Freak go?" Grandpa Max muttered, glancing warily around. Maybe, at that very moment, Ghost Freak was hiding somewhere in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lucian stepped forward, ready to press the Omnitrix's calibration module. "Cuz, stay out of this? This is between me and him? This hero's gonna teach that loser a lesson personally." Ben's hoarse voice echoed from the center of the fight. Lucian hesitated for a second, then lowered his hand. He didn't transform. If Ben wanted to handle this himself, Lucian wouldn't interfere. He understood how he felt, someone running around pretending to be you, wrecking things and dragging your name through the mud. Anyone would be furious. You'd want to find that person and make them regret it. Lucian kept his eyes fixed on the battle. If anything went wrong, he'd step in immediately. At the same time, his peripheral vision stayed alert. Everything pointed to the imposter being Kevin. But Ghost Freak's absence was strange, too strange. Could Kevin have killed him? No, that didn't seem likely. Ghost Freak was slippery. If it couldn't win, it could always escape. Almost no one could stop it. Still, once they caught Kevin, they'd get their answers. Meanwhile, the two XLR-8s continued clashing in bursts of lightning speed. "Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me?" XLR-8 roared, his claws slicing through the air as he unleashed a furious barrage. "Me?" The imposter smirked coldly. "I'm you, Ben. You're Kevin." XLR-8's eyes widened as he froze mid-attack. Kevin chuckled, his tone mocking. "Ha, not bad for a dimwit like you." In a flash, he reappeared, lounging casually on a chair with his legs crossed. "I thought Ghost Freak took over your body," XLR-8 said through gritted teeth. "Guess that's not the case anymore." "Ghost Freak? You mean that pathetic shadow thought it could control me?" Kevin Levin. Kevin scoffed, eyes narrowing. "Ha, what a joke." "Then what happened?" XLR-8 demanded. "Why should I tell you, Ben Tennyson?" Kevin shrugged lazily. Then, smirking, he added, "But sure, why not? That thing's dead. I killed it. Now it's nothing but dust in the air." "What? That's impossible. You beat Ghost Freak." XLR-8 clearly didn't believe him. "Believe it or don't, buddy," Kevin said, his voice turning dark as he rose to his feet. A suffocating killing intent filled the air. "Because soon, you'll end up just like it, dead by my hand. You're the one who trashed the Sumo Slammers sales booth, aren't you?" Kevin grinned wickedly. "That's right. I'm gonna destroy your reputation and make sure you take the fall for me." He burst out laughing, the sound edged with madness. "So, you can switch between alien forms freely now, huh?" XLR-8 asked, tightening his claws. Kevin nodded. "After absorbing your watch's energy, I can transform into any alien I want, just takes a little focus." He paused, eyes narrowing. "The only downside is, I can't stay human for long anymore. And that's your fault. You turned me into this freak. You're the one who tried to drain the Omnitrix, not me." XLR-8 shot back. "Don't care." Kevin's voice dropped, and before the words even faded, his body began to swell, muscles bulging, skin shifting red as he transformed at blinding speed into the hulking 4 arms. "Come on, Ben. Let's finish this." 4 arms slammed his fists together with a thunderous crack, then charged like a raging beast, barreling straight toward XLR-8. Facing the raging 4 arms, XLR-8 quickly improvised. He grabbed a handful of coins nearby and flung them straight at his opponent. Clatter! The gleaming coins spun at high speed, becoming razor-sharp as they tore through the air, carrying a terrifying kinetic force toward 4 arms. "Ben Tennyson, you idiot? Copying my move? Ha ha ha." 4 arms' expression twisted into madness, showing no fear of the incoming attack. He spread his blood-red arms wide and clapped them together with a thunderous boom, unleashing a violent shockwave. The deadly coins froze midair under the immense pressure, letting out faint metallic cries before losing all momentum and raining down with dull clinks. "Oh, crap." XLR-8's face fell. If he'd known his opponent was Kevin, he never would have chosen XLR-8. He'd have gone with something brute force, like Four Arms himself or even Diamond Head. As for the 4 new alien heroes, he was still too unfamiliar with them. They weren't nearly enough to take on Kevin. Four Arms cracked his knuckles, glaring viciously as he advanced step by step. Ben Tennyson, it's time to end this. He stumped down, shattering the stone beneath his feet, and threw a massive punch at XLR8. In a flash, XLR8 dodged aside, reappearing behind him. Tap tap tap. He leapt up and unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks against Four Arms' broad back, the strikes landing with heavy, muffled thuds. Ben Tennyson, are you tickling me? Four Arms sneered, then spun around and smacked XLR8 away with a single swing. Bang! XLR8's slender body shot through the air like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard into the bridge and snapping its supports. Shimmering coins scattered everywhere, clinking across the cold ground. Damn it! XLR8 gritted his teeth, forcing himself up through the pain. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the Omnitrix on his chest began to blink. A burst of red light engulfed him and he reverted to Ben. Ugh, this stupid watch? Where did you even come from? Ben groaned, staring at his hands in frustration. Ha ha ha, luck's on my side. You're finished, loser. Four Arms' face contorted with fury as he charged forward like a wild beast, ready to tear Ben apart. I'm so screwed. Ben's face went pale as he turned and bolted in the opposite direction. But there was no escaping Four Arms' speed. In just a few strides, he was upon him. Just as Four Arms' massive claws were about to grab Ben, a chilling gust erupted, slamming straight into his face. What the? Four Arms raised an arm to block the strange blast. Crack! Glittering ice spread rapidly across his body, wrapping around him like a living curse. Within seconds, Four Arms was encased in solid ice, frozen into a massive sculpture that gleamed under the light. Ben turned toward the source, his eyes lighting up with relief. "Cuz, you're my absolute hero," he couldn't help but cheer. At some point, the big chill had already risen into the air. Each flap of its blue wings swept out a chill, like an ethereal being from a frozen realm. Such a beautiful alien hero, Gwen murmured, gazing up at the big chill in awe. Though this wasn't her first encounter with the big chill, she still couldn't contain her excitement. The big chill flapped its wings, scooping up the jubilant Ben and carrying him to Grandpa Max's side. "Gwen, you possess water magic. Take care of Grandpa and Ben. I'll handle Kevin," Big Chill said in a hoarse voice, its golden eyes glinting faintly. "I can help Lucian," Gwen blurted out, her expression anxious. "No, your magic won't harm Kevin," Big Chill shook its head, then turned and departed. Grandpa Max looked at his dejected granddaughter and comforted her. "Gwen, don't be discouraged. Your cousin didn't let you join the fight because he was afraid you'd get hurt. You must understand Lucian's good intentions." At these words, the gloom in Gwen's eyes instantly brightened. So that's why? Her cuz was afraid Kevin would hurt her, so he wouldn't let her help? How thoughtful. Seeing Gwen's increasingly dreamy expression, Grandpa Max began to regret his earlier words. He cleared his throat softly, then led Ben and Gwen to hide in a corner of the mint, watching the battle between the Big Chill and the Four Arms with bated breath. By now, the Four Arms had already broken free from the ice's grip, becoming utterly frenzied as it savagely attacked the Big Chill. "Ben Tennyson's cousin, you're going to interfere too." Four Arms swung his fists, creating powerful gusts of wind. "Yes. So what?" the Big Chill replied indifferently, effortlessly evading the terrifying blows. Its sky-blue wings soared through the air, periodically expelling icy breath that frustrated Four Arms into near madness. Though the Four Arms possessed astonishing leaping power, whenever he neared the Big Chill, the latter would instantly transform into a phantom form. This not only evaded the brute's fists but also allowed the Big Chill to form a layer of frost, drastically slowing the Four Arms' speed. "Oh man, cuz is totally awesome." Ben jumped up excitedly. "Go beat the crap out of that loser Kevin? Teach him a lesson so he knows messing with Ben Tennyson isn't smart." Gwen looked embarrassed. "If it weren't for cuz stepping in, you'd be in real trouble, you doofus." "Hey, I remember an old saying, riding someone else's strength. That fits Ben's situation perfectly right now," Grandpa Max chuckled. The spacious mint was already a complete mess. The floor was covered in fine cracks, littered with countless silver coins, some shattered into fragments, others broken and incomplete, and still others frozen solid, reflecting a faint, icy glint. "Lucian, is it?" The Four Arms, covered in wounds, his eyes nearly spitting flames, roared furiously. "Don't think that just because you beat me last time, you can do it again? If that old ghost hadn't controlled my body, I would have killed you then and there." He still vividly remembered the scene in New York's plaza, his body being mercilessly pounded by the humongousaur. Though possessed by Ghost Freak, he'd witnessed every blow, powerless to regain control, forced to endure each strike landing on his own body. The blows landed on Kevin's body, but the pain was in Kevin's heart. Ghost Freak, that old bastard, had suffered almost no damage. Right? Ghost Freak? He'd absorbed the energy from Ben's watch, granting him the ability to transform into other aliens. Why not become Ghost Freak? This thought gradually calmed the Four Arms. Earlier, Lucian provocation had enraged him so much he'd forgotten to shift into another alien form. His hatred for him was no less intense than his hatred for Ben. After barely fending off the Big Chill's icy spear, the Four Arms clenched his fists as his head transformed rapidly. Shifting between Diamond Head, Stinkfly, and Upgrade, his expression contorted in agony as if a million ants were gnawing at him. Clang! Big Chill's gaze sharpened as it expelled bone-chilling cold breath from its mouth, enveloping Kevin below. Yet the next instant, this surging attack missed its mark. Forearm's massive form had vanished, replaced by a sinister white shadow. Lucian, you're in for a world of trouble. The ghost freak voice was hoarse, its single purple eye glaring, its skin a terrifying pallor. Oh no, Kevin turned into ghost freak. This is bad, Grandpa Max muttered, frowning deeply. Actonurites were notoriously troublesome. They could turn invisible and even possess others, a terrifying ability that made them nearly impossible for most aliens to defeat. Only strong sunlight could truly destroy them. Relax, Cuz is awesome. He's totally gonna teach that weirdo Kevin a lesson, Ben said confidently, showing no sign of worry. He had complete faith in Lucian's strength. Gwen, however, looked anxious. Her eyes stayed fixed on the center of the battlefield. Cuz, you have to win. At that moment, Big Chill folded his wings and descended, landing opposite Ghost Freak. The icy blue wings draped around him like a noble cloak. His calm, steady gaze met his opponent's as he spoke in a low, raspy voice. You think turning into Ghost Freak will be enough to beat me? How would I know unless I try? Ghost Freak sneered, his form melting into the darkness until he vanished completely. Invisible again? That same trick. But Big Chill wasn't fazed. Ghost Freak's invisibility might terrify others, but not him. Against Big Chill, it was useless. Whoosh! A chilling, sinister wind swept in from behind like a venomous serpent, sharp and deadly. The instant it struck, Big Chill didn't hesitate. He shifted into his phantom form. A pale, ghostly hand pierced straight through the intangible shadow. What? How is this possible? Even as Ghost Freak, I can't hurt you. Ghost Freak shouted, eyes wide with disbelief. Kevin, you're too naive. Big Chill's phantom turned slowly, its voice calm and steady. I exist in another dimension. You really think your tricks can touch me? Ghost Freak snarled and slashed wildly, trying to disrupt the space around Big Chill, but it was completely futile. Awesome? Lucian is so strong. I knew he wouldn't lose to Kevin. Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Relax, nerd. When have my predictions ever been wrong? Ben said with a grin, waving his hand casually though inside, he was brimming with pride. No, Kevin's not done yet, Grandpa Max said, eyes narrowing. Remember, he can still transform into other aliens. At that, Ben and Gwen quickly turned serious, watching the battle unfold with tense focus. As Ghost Freak attacked the phantom form, Big Chill unleashed his freezing power, encasing the enemy in layers of ice. With a sharp crackling sound, Ghost Freak was sealed inside a towering sculpture of crystal clear frost that glittered in the light. Big Chill flapped his wings, hovering in midair as he raised his palm, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But Ghost Freak suddenly phased through the ice, slipping out effortlessly before everyone's eyes. I'm not afraid of the cold. That trick won't work on me, Ghost Freak taunted. I almost forgot you're not a living being at all, but a ghost. Big Chill's voice stayed calm, though his expression turned serious. But even if I can't hurt you, you can't hurt me either. So what's the point? You're right, Lucian, Ghost Freak grinned wickedly. So, I'll just turn into something else. As soon as he spoke, his head twisted grotesquely, and his body began to swell and distort. In a blur, his form shifted first into Ripyaws, then Wild Mud, then Forearms, then Grey Matter and finally into Diamond Head. The transformation was agonizing. Kevin's face contorted into a hideous grimace, but in just a few seconds, the change was complete. Diamond Head stood tall and imposing, his body gleaming with vibrant emerald crystals. His presence radiated sheer power and dominance. Lucian, you'd better bow down and apologize to me now while you still can. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Diamond Head's lips curled into a sinister smile as he clenched his fists. Wow, you're really confident. Don't ask for a timeout when we start fighting. Big Chill chuckled. Then let's see. Diamond Head raised his arm, transforming it into a dense cluster of sharp spikes that erupted outward in a frenzied barrage. The razor-sharp crystal spikes shot forth like a violent storm. One direct hit could easily turn someone into a honeycomb of holes. Big Chill shifted into a phantom form, effortlessly dodging the oncoming spikes. Clang, clang, clang. Diamond Head's barrage pierced through the blue silhouette, slamming violently into the floor and scattering bright sparks. The once solid stone slabs instantly shattered like fragile tofu under Diamond Head's terrifying assault, leaving the ground torn and broken, with cracked bricks and exposed earth everywhere. Huff. Big Chill exhaled a burst of frigid air, condensing it into a razor-sharp ice spear before thrusting it forward. The spear whirled with explosive kinetic force as it shot toward Kevin. Ha 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 ha, come on. I'm not afraid of you. Diamond Head's eyes burned with madness as his arms transformed into crystalline blades. Charging forward like a wild beast, he sprang into the air, crossing his blades before slashing down hard at the oncoming spear. Snap! Under the violent collision, the blue ice spear shattered, and Diamond Head's blades cracked apart. AHH! Diamond Head screamed, staggering backward from the recoil. Big Chill seized the opening, flickering through the air and appearing before Diamond Head in an instant. You! Diamond Head's eyes widened, a chill of dread running through him. Your Diamond Head is too weak. Big Chill clenched his claws, coating them in jagged ice spikes like a spiked gauntlet, then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The ice-coated fist smashed into Diamond Head's face with explosive force, sending a frigid shockwave through the air that hurled him backward. After flying dozens of meters, Diamond Head crashed into a wall, fracturing it into spiderweb cracks before collapsing to the ground in a heap. His left cheek, split by Big Chill's punch, began slowly repairing itself. Damn it! How could I lose to Ben and his crew? Diamond Head struggled to his feet, hatred and frustration burning in his eyes. Moo! Suddenly, a massive ice bull charged forward, its muscular limbs thundering across the ground. Atop its head, a pair of long, curved horns glinted with a deadly frost, slicing through the air with terrifying force. Cold energy solidified into form. Big Chill's ultimate move? Not only could this ability give shape to cold energy, turning it into creatures and plants, but it could also mimic biological traits, unleashing devastating attacks like the Wild Bull Charge. Facing the unstoppable force of the charging ice bull, Diamond Head dared not meet it head-on. He thrust out his palm and slammed it into the ground. Instantly, a massive crystal mountain erupted upward, standing tall between him and the bull. Boom! The ice bull's immense power crashed into the crystal barrier, its horns tearing through everything in its path. Shards of blue glass exploded into the air, glittering as they rained down. The ice bowl began to crumble rapidly, and by the time the crystal mountain collapsed, the creature had exhausted its energy, falling apart into lifeless fragments across the battlefield. Big Chill phased through the wreckage like a ghostly shadow, but Kevin was nowhere to be seen. Could he have turned into Ghost Freak? He thought, but quickly shook his head. That didn't seem likely. His gaze drifted upward to a shattered skylight, where rays of sunlight streamed down and glimmered across his face. Looks like he turned into Stinkfly and escaped. Big Chill spread his wings to take flight, but suddenly, the Omnitrix on his chest flashed. In the next moment, he reverted to Lucian's form. All right, I knew it would be like this. Lucian sighed, shaking his head. Still, the transformation time was about up anyway, roughly 15 minutes. Soon after, everyone regrouped at the Rust Bucket to discuss their next move. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Story time. Back in the Rust Bucket, Ben sat sulking, lips pursed as if weighed down by frustration. Ben, still thinking about Kevin? Lucian asked with a smile. Yeah, that jerk impersonated me, went around wrecking things, and ruined my alien hero reputation. Ben clenched his fists, seething with anger, itching to drag Kevin out again for another 300 rounds of payback. Grandpa Max pulled a bowl of raw marinated mantis shrimp from the fridge and began eating enthusiastically. This is fantastic. Truly a rare delicacy, he muttered between bites. Grandpa. Ben's mood worsened instantly. He was still stewing over Kevin, and here Grandpa was, cheerfully enjoying his nutritious meal. Well, Grandpa Max said after swallowing another bite, what I mean is, that kid Kevin really needs to see a psychiatrist. He followed the statement with another mouthful of shrimp. Huh. Lucian's eyes narrowed as he walked over, studying the bowl in Grandpa's hands. The large porcelain bowl was filled with spicy sauces and seasonings, mixed with marinated mantis shrimp, cold noodles, and cucumber slices. Grandpa Max's mouth gleamed with oil as he ate, completely immersed in his feast. This dish, why does it look so familiar? Grandpa, did you learn this recipe from a book? Lucian asked casually, testing the waters. Grandpa Max slurped down some enoki mushrooms and replied, of course not. You can't learn a treasure like this from a book. I learned it from a monk in a province in China. He paused, then continued, it's called raw pickled. That monk said he learned it from someone else before passing it on to me. I heard it originated in the Chaoshan region of southern China. I see. Lucian nodded slowly. No wonder it looked familiar, it had roots in China. Grandpa, is that the same monk who taught you the Sanju Yenpian cold remedy? Gwen asked curiously. At the mention of that remedy, Ben shuddered. The last time he'd caught a cold, Grandpa had made him drink it and it was absolutely disgusting. That was also the time Heat Blast turned into Ice Blast and ended up battling the bug monster. Hee, that's him, Grandpa Max said with a chuckle. The guy's amazing, taught me all kinds of things. Not just cooking and medicine, he even knew martial arts. Come to think of it, it's quite an unforgettable story. Tell us. Gwen's eyes lit up as she leaned closer, eager for the tale. Lucian was curious too. He wanted to know what kind of man could impress Grandpa Max, the legendary plumber, so much. The moment she heard there was a story, Ben forgot all her worries. She grabbed a small stool and plopped down in front of Grandpa, eyes shining. Grandpa, tell us? I bet this story's gonna be awesome. All right, Grandpa Max said kindly, smiling with warmth and affection. Lucian's lips curved slightly. That was Grandpa Max for you, gentle, patient, and endlessly caring toward his family. But when it came to ruthless alien criminals, it was a different story. He'd grab his high-tech weapons and dive headfirst into battle, leaving even the first-generation Vilgax dumbfounded. No alien would ever imagine that the legendary plumber whose very name struck fear across the galaxy could show such tenderness and heart. Yet it was precisely that mix of compassion and strength that earned Grandpa Max the respect of countless plumbers. A man made only of steel and cold resolve could never truly inspire others. All right, kids, Grandpa Max is starting the story. Grandpa Max cleared his throat twice, tilting his head back as a distant, nostalgic look filled his eyes. The three of them sat upright, side by side, listening intently. It was a winter more than 30 years ago. That day, Grandpa Max received a mission from Plumber Headquarters to travel to Sheningjia in China and investigate reports of wild men sightings. Originally, the investigation was supposed to be handled by the local plumbers in China. However, the moment they entered Sheningjia, all contact with headquarters was lost. Suspecting alien interference, the plumber leadership immediately ordered the young and promising Max to go as backup to investigate the so-called Sheningjia wild men and rescue the missing team. Back then, Grandpa Max was still young, full of energy and confidence. Without hesitation, he accepted the mission, not sparing a thought for the dangers ahead. Whoa, wild men? This is gonna be awesome, Ben exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't interrupt, doofus. Grandpa, keep going, Gwen scolded, giving him a light smack. Grandpa Max chuckled softly and continued. It was a freezing morning. Winter in Sheningjia blanketed the mountains in snow. The biting wind howled through the forest like a devil's whisper, echoing endlessly in one's ears. A young Max and his partner Phil arrived by helicopter, flying thousands of kilometers from the west. Their entrance was nothing short of dramatic. They parachuted down from high altitude, fully armed in blue combat suits, landing right in the middle of the forest. Waiting for them was Chen Suzi, a monk from Guangdong province who served as a forest ranger in Sheningjia. He was a frail-looking man, slightly stooped, barely over 5 feet tall, and so thin he looked as if a strong wind could blow him over. His white hair and deeply wrinkled face gave him the appearance of a frail elder. He walked hunched, each step slow and shaky, punctuated by a soft cough every now and then. Following behind, Max couldn't help worrying the old man might collapse into a ravine at any moment. He quickly stepped forward to help him up, but to his surprise, Chen Suzi brushed him off effortlessly with a light wave of the hand. Max was taken aback. He hadn't used much force, but for an old man to push him aside so easily was no simple feat. He held back his questions for the time being. They had a mission to complete, and the terrain was dangerous. Between wild beasts and the potential threat of the wild men, every step required caution. Chen Suzi first led Max and Phil to his campsite. After brewing them each a cup of tea, he began reporting everything he knew about the wild men. As skilled plumbers, foreign language training was a required skill. Though Max and Phil's Chinese was a little clumsy, it was enough to communicate without issue. It turned out that Chen Suzi had been the first to spot the wild men. But instead of acting recklessly, he immediately reported it to headquarters and requested the plumber's assistance. Old man, I have a question, Phil said suddenly, his gaze landing on a hunting rifle leaning in the corner. Go ahead, Chen Suzi replied calmly. His face was unreadable as he refilled their cups of tea. Phil stepped forward, picked up the rifle, and examined it closely. A weapon of this caliber would be more than enough to deal with ordinary animals. You could easily bring down a lion with it. And according to the report, you had this rifle when you first encountered the wild man. Phil's tone was cold, his eyes narrowing as he studied the monk carefully. That's right. But what of it? Chen Suzi said lightly. Then why didn't you shoot? Enzing something was off. Grandpa Max stood up, joining Phil as they faced Chen Suzi. Old man, I hope you can answer Phil's question. His tone remained polite, but his hand had already moved toward his waist. Ah, you young people. Chen Suzi set his teacup down and shook his head with a wry smile. Well, it's good to be cautious, at least you won't be led around by the nose. But this time, your suspicion is misplaced. What do you mean? Phil frowned, finger tightening near the trigger. Chen Suzi's eyes gleamed as he pointed at the rifle in Phil's hands. A weapon of that poor quality wouldn't even scratch the Yeti. How do you know that? Phil shot back, clearly unconvinced. Call it intuition, Chen Suzi said with a quiet laugh. Besides, I'm just an old man. Fighting's for young folks like you. My old bones can't take that kind of punishment anymore. The elder has a point, Grandpa Max said, gesturing for Phil to lower his weapon. We've been disrespectful. Please don't take offense, sir. Mark. Phil gritted his teeth but finally lowered the gun. Remember this, young man, Chen Suzi said lightly. Not every creature fears a gun. Phil snorted coldly but said nothing more. Chen Suzi continued his report about the Yetis. It turned out that after the local plumbers arrived in Sheningjia, they had charged straight into the forest without hesitation. Those plumbers looked even younger than the two of you, probably just rookies, Chen Suzi sighed. They disappeared the same night they went in. That's when headquarters realized something was wrong and sent 2 of their best plumbers, you two, to investigate. After hearing that, Grandpa Max frowned deeply. Phil, on the other hand, gave a confident smirk. Relax, Max. We're not like those rookies. It's just a few Yetis, I could handle them on my own. That may be true, but... Grandpa Max trailed off, not wanting to dampen Phil's confidence. The previous team might have been new, but they were still elite among humans, qualified plumbers who had handled alien threats before. Their gear alone should have been more than enough to deal with ordinary extraterrestrials. So why couldn't they even handle a few Yetis? Max's instincts told him something was wrong. His gut warned him not to act rashly. Phil, we can't underestimate this. A Yeti that could wipe out an entire plumber squad isn't ordinary. We'll stay here tonight and move out in the morning to search for both the Yetis and the missing team, he suggested. Stay if you want. Phil snapped, slinging his custom laser rifle over his shoulder and heading for the door. An elite plumber afraid of a few hairy beasts? If word gets out, I'll never live it down at the academy. Phil, wait. Grandpa Max called after him. But Phil wasn't listening anymore. He was determined to hunt down the Yetis, rescue the missing plumbers, and prove to everyone back at the academy that he was the best of the best. That day, the snow began to fall heavily, blanketing the mountains and cutting visibility to almost nothing. Phil trudged forward through the storm, the wind howling and snow whipping against his face as he pressed deeper into the forest. Behind him, Grandpa Max and Chen Suzy followed closely. Though Max didn't agree with Phil's recklessness, he couldn't let him go alone. If the Yetis were as dangerous as they feared, Phil wouldn't stand a chance on his own. Snow whirled wildly around them, and a thick haze settled over the forest. Before long, the three of them had ventured deep into the snowy wilderness where they stumbled upon the bodies of the previous plumber team. The corpses were gruesome beyond belief, faces torn apart, limbs missing, bodies mauled by some feral beast. Blood had frozen into dark red crystals, scattered across the snow like strands of crimson silk. As Grandpa Max was struck by the horror of the scene, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air above. Before he could look up, an immense force slammed into him, hurling him across the clearing. He crashed into a massive tree, the impact so violent it felt as if every bone in his body had cracked. Agonizing pain shot through him. Roar! A towering black yeti emerged before him, nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its tangled mane hung wild over blood-red eyes, and its body rippled with thick, bulging muscle. Beating its chest like a drum, it let out an earth-shaking bellow that echoed through the forest. It had used the corpses to distract them, then leapt from a tree in ambush too swift for anyone to react. Phil snapped out of his daze, raising his custom rifle to fire. But the yeti moved first. In just 2 strides, it closed the distance, seized the weapon, and wrenched it from his hands with terrifying strength. Crack! The silver rifle snapped in half, splintering into useless chunks of metal under the creature's brute force. Phil's eyes widened in panic. He spun to run, but the yeti was faster. With a few heavy blows, it sent him sprawling to the ground. He collapsed, unconscious, onto the frozen snow. This isn't a yeti, it's an alien. Grandpa Max gritted his teeth, glaring up at the beast. He recognized it from the plumber archives, a violent, bloodthirsty species with overwhelming strength. They attacked anything that crossed their path, regardless of how powerful the opponent was. According to the records, these savage aliens shared a planet with the Tetramand. But while the average Tetramand stood over 3 meters tall, this species barely reached 2. Their tribes often clashed, and the savages were always brutally defeated. Still, their kind was naturally feral and aggressive. Even knowing they couldn't win, they would start fights with the Tetramand only to be beaten mercilessly, suffering devastating losses each time. Because of that, few of them remained in the galaxy. Finding one on Earth was unthinkable. Grandpa Max realized this one must have arrived by stowing away on a ship. After knocking Phil unconscious, the beast turned toward Grandpa Max. Seeing him still alive, it roared again and charged. Grandpa Max strained with everything he had to grab the rifle lying on the ground, but his body wouldn't respond. The cold had numbed him completely, locking his muscles in place. Just as the alien's shadow loomed over him, a hunched figure suddenly stepped between them. The newcomer was none other than Chen Suzy. "Old man, you." Grandpa Max was stunned. He thought Chen Suzy had already escaped. Chen Suzy didn't answer. His expression remained calm, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Even as he faced the ferocious yeti, his eyes stayed steady, without the slightest trace of fear. "And you and at." He began murmuring something under his breath, chanting what sounded like an ancient incantation. The words were strange and indecipherable. Grandpa Max had never heard anything like them. Roar! By then, the hulking yeti had already charged in close. It raised its dagger-like claw, still smeared with bits of flesh, and brought it down in a vicious arc, aiming to crush Chen Suzy's skull. "Old man, get out of the way." Grandpa Max shouted, panic rising in his chest. By all logic, Chen Suzy couldn't possibly be a match for that monster. He and Phil were already as good as dead. Letting the old man escape would at least mean someone might survive and maybe later, bring their bodies home. "Young man, don't panic." Chen Suzy laughed, his voice steady and fearless. "Buzz?" In the next instant, brilliant golden light burst from the folds of his robe, flooding the air and reflecting in the yeti's pupils. Roar! The creature bellowed, squinting against the searing light. Still, it pressed forward, bringing its claw down to smash Chen Suzy into pulp. Chen Suzy let out a sharp cry, pressing his palms together. From his body, a golden bell-shaped barrier materialized, gleaming like solid bronze, strong as a fortress wall. It met the yeti's blow head-on and held firm. My god, that's impossible. Even the battle-hardened Grandpa Max was dumbfounded. What he was seeing defied everything he thought he knew about humans. Roar, roar. The yeti's eyes flared crimson as it went berserk. That an earthling could block its attack enraged it beyond reason. It threw punch after punch, each one heavier than the last, determined to smash Chen Suzy's defense to pieces. Buzz, buzz. Under the relentless assault, the golden barrier began to tremble and flicker, its glow wavering like a candle in the storm, threatening to vanish at any second. Chen Suzy's face had gone pale, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Old man, fight back." Grandpa Max yelled anxiously. If Chen Suzy could withstand the blows, why wasn't he counterattacking? He would only learn later that the technique known as the Golden Bell Shield was purely defensive. It couldn't strike back. Like a turtle retreating into its shell, it could only endure. "Go. I can't hold on much longer," Chen Suzy said through gritted teeth, blood staining his beard red. The enraged yeti clenched its massive fists and pounded the barrier again and again. Cracks spread across the golden surface like spiderwebs, threatening to break apart completely. I'm not leaving. Grandpa Max shouted, stubborn as ever. He would rather die fighting than run away. And even if he tried to flee now, he wouldn't make it far. Once Chen Suzi fell, the Yeti would chase him down in seconds. There was no escaping death. Driven by sheer will, Grandpa Max forced his battered body to move. Every bone screamed in pain as he crawled toward the fallen laser rifle. Boom! The golden bell barrier finally gave out under the Yeti's furious assault. It exploded into countless shards of light that scattered across the snow before fading away into the air. Pfft! Chen Suzi let out a choking sound, spitting up a mouthful of blood as his body fell backward. The Yeti, sensing victory, lunged forward, his massive black claws reaching out to crush Chen Suzi's frail body. Just as those razor-sharp claws were about to strike, a sudden flash erupted. A piercing blue laser shot in from the side, streaking through the air like lightning and drilling straight into the Yeti's eye. Roar! The creature screamed in agony, staggering back while clutching its right eye. A few seconds later, its movements froze. Blood streamed down from its ruined eye as its massive body toppled stiffly to the ground, lifeless. That single shot had destroyed its brain. No matter how strong the Yeti's body was, it couldn't withstand that kind of damage. Grandpa Max lay flat on the ground, rifle in hand, still locked in the same aiming posture as before. Watching the creature collapse, he exhaled deeply. Phew, finally done. Still wary, he fired a few more shots into the fallen Yeti before slowly pushing himself up and hurrying over to check on Chen Suzi. Wait a sec. Ben suddenly interrupted. What now, doofus? Gwen rolled her eyes. He had a habit of interrupting right at the good part. Putting on his best detective act, Ben said solemnly, let me guess Chen Suzi sacrificed his life to save Grandpa. The golden bell shield shattered under the Yeti's blows, and he died heroically. Wow, such a touching story, Gwen said dryly, pretending to wipe away tears. You've definitely fried your little brain, she sighed, shaking her head. Lucian smiled and asked, Grandpa, it didn't really happen like that, did it? Not quite. The story's not that corny, Grandpa Max said, waving his hands. Chen Suzi was badly hurt, but I carried him several kilometers down the mountain until we reached a local hospital. He was saved just in time. For a while after that, I stayed by his side to take care of him. Even after Phil left, I chose to remain. When Chen Suzi recovered, he started teaching me all kinds of strange things, herbal remedies, Chinese dishes. Oh, right. That live rice worm recipe I know? Learned it from him too, Grandpa Max chuckled. Grandpa, didn't he teach you any martial arts? Gwen asked eagerly. The golden bell shield sounded incredible. No. Grandpa Max shook his head in disappointment. I asked, but he said it was a family secret, something passed down only to his descendants. He wouldn't teach it to outsiders, especially not foreigners. Oh, come on. That's so unfair. You saved his life, Ben said, clearly annoyed. Ben, it's the other way around. He saved mine. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be standing here, Grandpa Max corrected him. Actually, he wanted to teach me, but his family's ancestral rules forbade it. He couldn't break them. That's weird. Even if he taught you secretly, it's not like his ancestors would ever know, Gwen said, puzzled. No, in China, people take those things seriously. They don't defy their ancestors' words, Grandpa Max replied firmly. Grandpa, do you really believe martial arts like that exist? Ben asked, frowning. I mean, it sounds impossible. Could an ordinary human really block an alien's attack with just their body? I'm not sure. Maybe it really does exist, Grandpa Max said after a pause. I did a lot of research afterward but found no solid evidence. Still, my guess is that the golden bell shield might have been some kind of alien ability. But Chen Suzi was human, right? Ben blurted out. Maybe he was half alien. That's just my theory, though nothing confirmed, Grandpa Max replied with a small laugh. Is Chen Suzi still alive? Lucian asked. If he ever got the chance, he wanted to meet the man, maybe learn something from him. Unfortunately, no. Chen Suzi passed away more than 10 years ago. I'm already old myself, and he was even older, Grandpa Max said with a weary smile. Oh, I see. But I did hear he had a grandson who became a plumber, Grandpa Max added thoughtfully. So his grandson might have inherited Chen Suzi's golden bell shield? Lucian asked. Could be. I've never met his descendants, though, Grandpa Max shrugged. Alright, kids, that's the end of the story. Grandpa's going to take a nap. Gwen yawned and went back to her seat, opening her laptop again. Lucian and Ben exchanged a look, then each returned to what they were doing. Time passed quietly until Gwen's voice suddenly broke the silence. Ben Tennyson, get over here. She slid her mouse angrily, glaring at the screen. What is it, dweeb? Another heroic moment starring yours truly. Ben joked as he leaned in beside her. Lucian, standing nearby, also walked over to look. Your friend sure knows how to stay busy, Gwen muttered, pushing the laptop toward them. On the screen, Ripyaz was rampaging through a city street, roaring and clawing wildly as terrified pedestrians ran for their lives. The scene shifted. Diamond Head was on a highway, smashing cars apart with his crystal powers and laughing maniacally. Your good buddy's been wreaking havoc all over. Wildmutt tearing through Tallahassee, Ripyaz biting up Chicago, Ghost Freak scaring people half to death in Pasadena. Gwen listed off Kevin's crimes like an interrogator reading charges. I'll never forgive him. Ben growled, clenching his fists in fury. Just then, a large bus sped past the rust bucket. Its exterior was covered in black and green liquid, gleaming like fresh paint. It's Kevin, Lucian said sharply, catching sight of it through the window. The hero's about to make his entrance. Ben's eyes lit up as he turned toward the Omnitrix.